And how they're gonna stop them? Like, this very good.
Radiant team
lightning.
back.
Slow you down while they're.
Ten seconds remaining.
Graphing.
5 seconds remaining.
Offlane D. 5 Sky. That's
No.
not gonna happen.
Team ban.
Mid tiny.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Wappler from other regions.
Surprised they didn't. There must be some other. I'd say Shadow Demon's like better against.
10 seconds remaining.
It's like when you come out of that disruption.
5 seconds remaining.
Do like Warlock as like a. I like T1's draft a lot. I think Leshrac,
Radiant
Carl,
team pick.
get like a.
I like Warlock. Fight and
10 seconds remaining.
heal and just
5 seconds
attack
remaining.
with Warlock.
Or you can go for that very clutch.
5 Omnin.
5. I would actually be down for 5 Omni. That.
You have a lot of stuns. Like, you have slows, Dragon, what? Stun, tiny. You have enough.
Dire team pick.
Elder Titan.
Oh,
Okay. Stuns, let's go.
all right.
That's
well,
more of a counter
Counter to-
initiate. Is like a disrupt.
Yes, where you want to reset the. It's actually. Rock gives you the same higher cooldown. Fight
10
and
seconds remaining.
It's amping up all their damage.
5
Tiny
seconds
stack.
remaining.
What I think they're saying that no amount of save. We can start the fight 5v4. That's like, I don't think that's the ideal way to take it, but I don't think better to like buy into an idea. You don't think. But now I'm liking. Life Stealer they've done before.
this Skyrat.
Oh, there you
Go
go.
ahead. Select your heroes.
Still like he double doom. That fight reset. This double doom.
what happens when Juggernaut? Oh
He's split in half.
my God!
Yeah, he splits in half, one leg, one arm.
when
Yeah,
it's
just half
over,
the
he's
damage,
just
half
dead.
the damage.
Damage.
Oh my God!
That's-
Very crazy environment. Love
You
it.
can even top to bottom, not. So,
Fantastic.
I agree. They are in the that can kill. Savage is very.
Well, Lacoste, I'd love to hear. Players are ready to play
Yeah,
this
let's let them
very
play.
exciting game. So let's go ahead and throw it on over to our casters. Sunspan.
Greetings, Sir Action Slack Suns fan here with Cinder, and we have game 2 of this best of 3 between T1 and Evil Geniuses. Cinder and EG takes game 1. Stop smiling at me right now. They took it in pretty convincing fashion, I have to say. Will T1 come back and force a game number 3?
I do think they have pretty good chances based on the draft. They addressed a lot of the problems that they had. They got rid of the Lion as well as the Puck in 2 different phases, something that EG have been incredibly successful with in this tournament. So definitely making their adjustments. You do, of course, have to give up something, and they will give up Terrorblade that EG still haven't lost with, so that's probably bad news. But they've got a lot of the stuff that they like themselves. They've got their hand on the Doom again. They've got a Nyx. They've got the Leshrac on Cuckoo, actually, which was a very impactful hero in the series against PSG.LGD last night.
Yeah.
Over on EG's side, they're a little bit... they've switched to some heroes they haven't played as much. Fly on the Elder Titan is definitely a staple for him, but hasn't been picked too much this tournament. Skywrath on crit. So I do feel like T1 are taking them, I wouldn't say out of the comfort zone. It's not like anyone on the EG team is playing heroes they're not comfortable with, but it's definitely not like their #1 go-to priority heroes that they've got their hands on.
And I have to say, the hero that, at least the talent side, and I guess maybe the public to some degree, that people really hate this tournament because they think it's garbage, is Tiny. And we're continuing to see it, and EG have shown that they have the aptitude to play at position 4 or mid and find success with it, as Zephyr just takes a rune there.
Yoink.
And they're going to take 3 for T1 as a result.
Yeah, Tiny's win rate is pretty abysmal. It's got a little bit better in the playoffs, I think, toward the late portions, because teams picked it a little bit more wisely, I think. I believe it's 1 and 8 on support, and something like 4 and 8 or something along those lines on core. So still not great, but in the right conditions can be a nice pick still. Usually what you're looking for with Tiny is the ability to, first of all, have a good lane matchup in mid, and secondly, be able to burst specific enemy heroes really easily. Obviously, one of the heroes you're happy to pick Tiny into is Leshrac. And might be part of the reason that T1 has chosen to put it off lane instead of...
my partner deliver.
Yeah, that's definitely, I mean, what do you think of the matchup mid, though? It is Doom. It feels like this is maybe a somewhat farming lane. Unless you can reposition Doom to the tier 1 tower with us into something else.
Right.
Do you think anything's actually happening in that lane aside from farming?
Funny tip there. Yeah, I don't know what 23 Savage was doing there. That was a very weird late Fury. I think it's pretty much a draw, that lane. If anyone comes out slightly ahead, it's probably Tiny, but that is strictly off having the tree, or maybe some slightly better denying than Doom.
Okay.
Overall, I think both just gonna farm, and there isn't that much kill potential. Like maybe, like you said, the toss into tower with the Skywrath rotation can get a kill on the Doom. The other way around, there's like almost no chance, right? Like how on earth is Tiny going to die to a Doom? Doom has to run onto heroes. You have both Avalanche and toss them away. So I don't think Carl will ever kill in this lane until he's level 6. And at that point, he might even need a rotation to pull that off. So that's the good news for Abed, is he will just be able to farm first blood.
Yeah, second Blade Fury for 23 Savage. The first one was a bit of a misclick, it looked like, but second one nets on the first blood.
They thought he didn't know what he was doing, but as a matter of fact, he knew what he was doing.
The ultimate, I mean, they are in the lower bracket final, so I would hope they realize that he is quite good indeed. As we can see, of course, RTZ pop in the meta pretty early here to be able to secure a ton of farm as Echo Stomp onto 2. And just before more harassment purposes, Fly, once it comes back, he does get a ton of damage, but he's going to get Split Earth from Cuckoo. I mean, what are your thoughts on like off-lane Lesh? Because you talked about how they potentially moved that after seeing the lineup from EG.
I don't know. I think in this game it can work pretty well because they have a double stun lane against Terrorblade and Elder Titan, so they can hold their own at least and get farm. But the Shrek doesn't exactly have the best base damage to get CS against a lot of safe lane carries. And with the ET protecting, I don't see those being particularly likely for T1's lane either. Oh, Savage!
Oh my, Arcane Bolt's actually enough! Alright, so they end up netting themselves a return kill once they TP back. So EG, evening things up. 15 and 2 CS right now versus the Abed Tiny 12 and 2. So Doom off to a pretty good start, and of course it's just going to amplify once that Devour starts being leveled up even more, as we've kind of talked about every single Doom game, but that is pretty much all you can talk about. They do have double Doom potential this game though, with the Soulbind. I feel like we see this combo and then it almost never happens in the game. Why is that? It's just the positioning from Grim is difficult to pull it off.
The conditionals, right? First of all, Grim needs to hit a Soulbind. Doom needs to be in range and have Doom ready. Oh, okay. Well, they're gonna chain him off.
All right. Here. Yeah, the Impale into the Split Earth.
And a lot of the time, Doom lineups open fights with Doom, right? And if the Doom is going first, what are the odds you get a Soulbind? The enemy heroes need to be in range for the Soulbind. They need to be 2 heroes near each other, and Doom needs to be able to wait for that to happen. So it can be amazing. I think in this game, T1's chances of pulling it are higher than normal because they have both. They have the Nyx, who's a really great setup for a fight. He will run in, stun Carapace for a long duration lockdown and force the enemy team to react. When they react, that's when you can come in for your combo.
Zephyr getting chased by Fly, but he ends up netting himself a Water Rune and a bounty. So I kind of just run around there. You see the tier 1 tower now. RTZ be able to right click pretty easily with that meta again. That's the second of the game. Wait, sorry, Observer, click on whoever you just clicked on. They already had the shard queued up in their inventory for an upcoming item. Yeah, just go through all the heroes. We'll get to it eventually, I'm sure. All right, not yet. No. Okay, keep going. Yep, you keep it up. All right, we're getting there. There, almost. There we go. All right, 23 Savage.
Man, I really
Maelstrom into shard.
And you just made him go through every single hero.
I like trolling people. Okay,
too bad.
My apologies, but I mean, Maelstrom shard. That's pretty freaking strong. You can attack through the Blade Fury. You get extra attacks or extra move speed while Blade Furying.
Yeah, and he's specifically itemizing against Terrorblade, right? Like
yeah,
that's what you got to do. On top of that, he probably identifies that this is the kind of game where he can get 100 to 0'd in a Dragon Knight stun plus Skywrath and Tiny combo. So a lot of the time you will need to use your spells very early in fights, and therefore increasing the impact of Blade Fury is probably not a bad idea.
I will not forget this.
Yeah, there's 20 Savage after that death, and 17 and 2. It's going to get Dragon Tail. But mid lane, we're going to see the Avatos combination with the Ancient Seal. That extra damage coming through.
Very easy kill. Doom is a pretty tanky hero early on, especially after the armor buff, but this amount of overwhelming magic damage when you're on the enemy hill, you just can't handle it. 90 plus Skywrath will 100 to 0 him every time with level 2 Ancient Seal if everything lands. So I think he should pay a little bit more respect there on Carl in mid. So far, in terms of CS, EG are doing great. Leshrac offlane has 13 CS only for T1. Compare that to the Dragon Knight, who's doubling him up. Arteezy's doing very well as well. Basically, everyone on EG's team is happy right now.
Yep. Oh, we have a haste on Ovid. He gets the avalanche into the toss, back into the fray. Crit again with the Ancient Seal. Fly is there. Can't really catch up, though. First Earth is up and running, as we're going to see potentially Ice take a tumble here.
Oh, nice kill.
So T1 finding some, I mean, they're up 1k, but of course, Doom effect and whatnot. But like you said, in terms of CS, EG doing quite well right now.
And the hero in the shot right now is really going to be my big question mark, is Cuckoo on that Lesh. Like, how much is this offlane Leshrac going to be able to output? A big part of this hero's strength for me is the timing that it hits early when it's mid, where you get Edict really fast and you start taking towers. You just never find that same impact from the offlane because you're sharing experience, and usually you get contested a lot on CS, so you don't get the key items as fast, which has exactly been the case in this game. Like, offlane Leshrac, just his base and base attack just kind of suck in 2v2. Like, he does work better in mid because you have this constant access to water runes, you buy a bottle, so you're farming with spells. Carl will be fine here.
Yeah.
Was close though. Abed is really being a bully.
I mean, that combo has been nerfed time and time again, so it's actually a little bit surprising to me to see them get that close. So we're going to see Echo Stomp connect on the fly. He's going to be woken up though with the right clicks of Arteezy. Split Earth not going to hit, and Arteezy nets himself a kill onto Cuckoo.
Very nicely placed stomp there from Fly. There was, I think there was an escape path there for Cuckoo on the Lesh, but it was really hard to find it in that moment. Kind of just cornered him completely. Burn. Very annoying for Abed, but he should be getting an 8-minute power rune here. They have full river control. They're gonna place Fly on the bot rune. Abed is checking top, and he will find
Under attack.
Well, it'll be an invis.
Visibility. What a great rune for Tiny.
Yeah, that is a top tier one, no doubt.
He could look to kill Jugger with this, together with Pret.
Yeah, Jug is second in net worth right now, so he's recovered nicely despite dying early on in lane.
That ward saw the smoke,
Yeah,
right?
it looks like it. This won't be a surprise.
Pretty critical because this would have worked out. They definitely would have got a Jug kill and maybe even the top. Oh,
the question is, do they know he has an invis rune on top?
Oh, yeah, they didn't see the rune, so they saw the smoke.
He's not invisible anymore.
What?
So
Wait, what?
I'm not. Did he
ran
bottle?
through a sentry.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah.
I didn't actually notice. He ran through the sentry and something saw him. He just broke it. All right, good job for T1 dodging that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very nice.
I mean, this is what Tiny's all about. The burst damage, getting off to a good start, and snowballing. There is potential for him to turn into a pseudo carry later with the shard, being able to right click, but I mean, we haven't really seen a ton of that in this tournament, especially from the mid position, but I mean, Abed is obviously capable of pretty much anything, so we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, typically, though, after the burst damage of the coming out with the blink dagger, something like an echo saber will normally come through, but
this is bad for White.
Yeah, not bad.
Someone is dying
waiting
here.
for the Ancient Seal to, well, he's going to find Whitemon to start things out. He's going to get Science Phoenix to the Phantom's Embrace, but a double TP now for T1. Dragon Tail from Ice 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 into Mystic Flare. That's going to bet them one kill. The Doom already applied to Ob. It looks like he's pretty fast, though. Can he get away? Nice Echo Stomp. He's going to hold T1 in place, and as a result, Abed shall live. So that's going to be a wasted Doom in the end. But now the Dragon Tail, looks like Ice 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 finally takes out that healing ward. Avalanche not going to prevent the Blade Fury, but actually did get the kill. Trying to TP out with that Blade Fury, but more than enough damage from EG. Arteezy died on the other side.
Just a side note.
Yeah, just a side note.
Yeah.
The position 1 of EG did die.
Got killed by Nick Slash. So if Arteezy doesn't die here, this is obviously a huge win for EG. I still think they're favored in this trade. Yeah, you're going to see it here. So that's the counterburn combination with the stuns, and Arteezy doesn't under skilled anyway. So both teams take a tower, and both teams kill the enemy carry. EG got a little bit of an extra kill there, and Doom was expended. So I will give them the victory there, but not by a lot. Good job from T1 to find a counterplay on the other side of the map. Kind of equalize the situation. So once again, we've got Carl with this first item hood.
Yeah, but this time he's going Blink second.
No.
Okay.
Every time we talk about an item, he changed it. I was like,
yeah, what is this?
He BKB last time when we mentioned it, he went dagger.
Yeah, it looks
so
like Fly.
I didn't even get time to make the joke. He actually did it. All right, let's see. When he has like 1,500 gold, he's going to switch back.
Okay.
Maybe it's a tick he has.
Yeah, that could be. Could be. We've seen that before. Many a time.
Oh, I thought for a second he switched to hood.
What would you prefer this game, though? Do you actually agree with the BKB first?
I still think he should buy dagger.
Yeah.
I do think. But honestly, I think the dagger is less good first item than last game. I think you have a better case for buying BKB this time.
Ancient Seal. Yep, they spot him out. Avalanche toss, and that just blows up Zephyr. Man, oh man. Yeah, the Sentry and the high ground spots him.
Skyrath is really... The Skyrath Nyx matchup is actually super interesting because everything is about information in that matchup. If Nyx sees Skyrath first and Sky doesn't have detection, you can almost one-shot combo him. If it's the other way around, the Ancient Seal just blasts you with any spell. And you saw it right there. Easy kill for him.
23 Savage has to TP back to base, which means he can't really come into this mid lane. EG knows that TP is down. They're going to start with an Avalanche, but a Soulbind to counter. Echo Stomp to count that on top of it. Impale only going to connect on one. Lightning Storm to fall. Yeah, they do find one kill onto crit. The Earth Spiller does connect onto two, though, as Cuckoo getting right-clicked by Arteezy. Just enough damage to take him out. Meanwhile, Doom into the Inkswell. This will be a cleanup crew. Will they get the deny, though, is the question. Now, Abed does die to Carl in the end, so a 2 for 2. Now, Fly, Echo Stomp. Will connect the Whitemon. Arteezy still in that meta, so he should be able to find himself Whitemon at the very least. Triple kill for him. Fortunate for EG that Arteezy's able to get all those kills. Now maybe the tier 1 tower to follow.
Yeah. It looked good for T1. They got the first kill and they got the Doom off on Tiny, and this time he does die. But
Carl, Dragon Tail. He does have a hood. Mystic Flare does a ton of damage, though. They layer this pretty nicely with the Echo Stomp. So he is mega fast.
Haste and Hood will stay alive. But EG with another good move. They get the kills. Easy 3 kills as well as the mid tower. So really starting to ramp up. T1 with a less than 1k gold lead with Doom on top of the boards.
And now we have double Blink Dagger. So Ice 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 with one, Abed with one. Expect EG to get ultra aggressive now.
And worth pointing out, as was highlighted a moment ago, the Elder Titan did not have his aura yet. Now he's skilling it. So we see the first point now come out in natural order. Of course, this is going to amplify the damage of Tiny and Skywrath significantly when the Spirit is there. So a really nice like amp lineup that they've got going here. A lot of synergies. Later on, if ET gets farmed enough, if he melees Jugger, Jugger has so much base armor that just gets removed by natural order, and that will make Terrorblade just slice through him like
I was a
no
little
problem.
bit surprised that they picked an agility carry into Elder Titan, if I'm being honest, but...
And what options did they really have, though?
Yeah, there's not that... Oh, Ice. Okay. No Dragon Tail, Savage.
Reacts? Did he TP and cancel
I think he PP canceled, yeah.
So,
I'm not sure if they saw that, though. Dragon Tail?
Canceled.
All right. Ice
Still 100
popped
gold?
the Dragon form, so he's looking for more, potentially.
Are they going to steal the dragons? Nope, they're going to jump.
Yeah. There's the Dragon Tail initiation onto Nyx Assassin Zephyr. Looks like he's get the better of it for now. Spike Carapace into the Impale. Now Ice will be the one to TP out.
Didn't cancel his, though.
Indeed.
Gru is pretty low, but finds a regen rune. And EG want access to the triangle. It's similar to last game. They want to deny...
Avatos. Yep. That's a kill, all right. I mean, it's funny because we talked about the nerfs to Avatos, and I mean, there have been minor nerfs, but several times I feel like over the course of the last couple of years. I mean, if you don't get out to a good start, it's hard to actually take anybody out. But with the Mystic, or with the Ancient Seal and Natural Order, to actually get targets that you normally wouldn't be able to.
Insane if everything is...
Whitemon. Yep. Avatos again. Boom. Boom.
He didn't even land before he died. He didn't even take the toss damage.
Yeah, the right click does hurt now for Abed, of course. And he's going for Echo Saber as we expected. Carl did not decide to go Blink Dagger. He didn't reverse us, Cinder, so it will be that BKB.
He's going to switch Blink before he finishes BKB now.
Yeah, after the Mithril Hammer Ogre Club, I think it's time for Blink.
I really hope he puts it in quick buy and then buys the BKB. Please.
Yeah.
We're going to check.
That would be a great interview question. Why do you taunt us so, young man? But... Crit in the vicinity for an Ancient Seal. I'm looking for more. Ice, okay. Gets the stun off into the Avatos and the Mystic Flare again. The Earth Spirit of the Follow. And Carl, I mean, they had BKB, wouldn't be able to pop that off, but they do get the return kill onto Abed. That is huge for T1. So it's a mid for mid. They do have a lot of vision here, but I mean, who is that better for? Actually, I mean, Doom is top net worth because of that Devour.
It's so irrelevant. Like, in the grand scheme of things.
Oh, again, Ice with the initiation. Inkswell is there. Healing Ward on the high ground, so 23 Savage is more than fine.
I guess the one thing EG might have accomplished there, I didn't see how many TPs came out from T1, but if they rotated, for example, Jugger off a farming pattern and he TPs mid, then you consider that a win. RTZ is obviously already well underway up here.
For 23 Savage, are you... Oh, RTZ?
They gonna try for this?
Maybe. Cuckoo doesn't have a ton of mana left, all right? We get the Echo Stomp. TZ is here. And with crit, I do believe this will be a kill. Okay, Abed's there as well. Of course it's a kill. What are we talking about?
But Skywrath Tiny is so sick.
From 23 Savage, this build, obviously I like it in general. We're going to see the initiation again from Ice, but he doesn't really have any teammates nearby other than the illusion of RTZ, which is still nothing to scoff at.
It's just pressuring.
Are you surprised no Manta is being queued up, Jug? Like, I feel like Ancient Seal, like, what do you have against that?
Yeah.
Oh, he actually switched to SNY now, so you're going to have at least the status resist for it.
I'm worried for Jugger in this game. I feel like you need to dance around so many things to have impact. Like, if you get caught by Dragon Tail, you die. You get caught by an Ancient Seal, you die. You get caught by Avatos, you die. You even have to play around the Elder Titan Stomp too. Like, it can force you to spin.
Yeah.
Because if you take that, any of the previously mentioned spells can easily connect, and they playing without a save. T1, they're gonna find Fly.
Oh, Vendetta into the Impale.
Looks like
Cuckoo solo kill, very nice. But the Inkswell will connect here, so at the very least T1 gets some sort of a trade. Not exactly what they're looking for, but better than nothing. And yeah, we've seen these games like from the past where Tiny just takes off. This is not a recent thing that, I mean, typically they taper off a lot, which, you know, could still happen, but Abed is off to an amazing start.
It seems pretty clear that EG's read on this hero is that the damage isn't significant, so they're ramping it up, right? With both ET and Skywrath, a lot of the kills that Tiny doesn't usually find are a piece of cake now. And on top of that, something I feel like EG is doing an exceptional job at in this series so far and in this series yesterday is they get really good aggressive lane wards. They play for that Lion Dagger that they had last game. They play for the Tiny Blink to find non-stop kills and make parts of the map uninhabitable for T1.
That's very true. I mean, one thing to note, the courier for Abed was, that was his Echo Saber. Oh no, actually his Ogre Club's still to finish. I thought he was a little bit more farmed than this. I mean, he's been farming the heroes, but not so much the creeps. His net worth is going to suffer a bit. But again, creates a lot of space for the team.
But that is a key point, right? Like, he's not exploding in terms of net worth, and
oh, Carl. They've been waiting up here for a long time. Great Ancient Steel. Avatos into the Mystic Flare, but will survive. He does have that full BKB charge available. On top of that Scorch Earth, trying to find Abed in the meantime, but looks like Crit will be the sacrifice for EG.
And
Abed does
considering
have
how aggressively EG's heroes are playing and how much of the map they like block, Jugger has really good farm. Like, this is he's only 500 net worth behind Terrorblade, who's had more or less free map access. So just finding really good farm on 23 Savage.
Blink in again, trying to focus on the Doom, who's extremely tanky with both the BKB and Hood. Credit to Carl for not popping that BKB earlier. Here it comes. Okay, Avatos now. He's not quite dead though. Gets out with just a sliver of HP.
Oh, Terrorblade.
That's you sound very hopeful.
Terrorblade illusion. Yeah, could have happened.
But a little bit more farm, but he does live.
He didn't pop BKB. That was scary. Just stay alive.
Yeah, what do you think of the, I mean, -3 armor from the neutral item, of course.
This time he's going Kaya Sanj. And he committed for the Sanj, but I don't think he's going Dagger.
Yeah, Nether Shawl, of course, gives a ton of magic resist at the cost of armor, but most of the damage coming out from EG is magic.
So what do we think about the neutral items? Apple is really, really good on Lesh.
Apple, huh?
I don't... Okay. Yeah, so you obviously have the choice of giving Lesh the shawl as well. I think it was...
Omni Flash! Fly's gonna have to eat.
Did Doom have the shawl on the last engage? He probably did. Yeah. So that's why he lived.
Yeah, his magic resist is crazy.
It might look weird to give this to Doom over Lesh, but honestly, they need all the magic resist they can get in the Doom because he is the front line.
Yeah, for sure. Cuckoo.
Okay, now Cuckoo is the front line, apparently.
For now, he is. Split Earth is actually going to connect the Ice. That gets off Vendetta into the Impale, and with that Blade Fury, 23 Savage
from T1.
Able to take him out, but Abed with the Avatar. He gets stunned thanks to the Spike Care Base into the Doom and Split Earth to follow. Abed in a lot of trouble, and T1 doing really well right now. Carl actually gets the credit for that kill. The Inkswell again, this time connects onto Arteezy into the Impale, but there's the Split Earth, I should say, onto Fly. 3 heroes hit. They're gonna be able to take out Whitemon immediately. Zephyr looks to be the next, and now T1 has to fall back. Mystic Flare, not enough to take out Cuckoo. He'll walk away for now, but the Arcane Bolt still following him. Concussive shot as well. Double Arcane Bolt.
This is close. He's fine.
Looks like he's okay. Oh, another Arcane Bolt, and with the Astral Spirit running after him. All right,
actual
Reflection as well. And Arteezy ends up finding the kill. My God, the chase. The chase potential.
You laugh at the Terrorblade illusions.
That was pretty impressive, I'm not going to lie.
What a sick save from Fly. I hope we get a replay of that. That looked so good for T1. Really don't blame them for going for that Terrorblade kill. But I think that was a 4-man stomp into Earthsplitter. We're going to see it here. So they get this first pick on the Tiny by using Doom. And this looks so clean, right? They chain their spells very well. There's a Grimstroke Silence, Nyx Stun, Lesh Stun.
Boom. Boom.
Sick Splitter. They get the Sunder
and
off.
The Sunder. Yeah, that was really impressive.
And you're right, it is Split Earth versus Earth Splitter.
Yeah, that's
confusing.
It's okay.
If you're a new viewer and have never played Dota before, Sunspan is talking about 2 different spells.
Ice.
He usually talks trash and doesn't really know what he's talking about and will call spells that they're not called. But
yes,
these are 2 different spells.
Thank you, Synderen.
You're very welcome.
Earth Splitter and Split Earth.
Yes.
They're both pretty powerful in their own way, though. One is an ultimate, though. A little bit more powerful in the right hands.
And they do different things.
By the way, in that replay, Arteezy was about a split second away from denying Abed. That was super close. The right click was on the way, but T1 able to net themselves Abed. Again, like he's taped off in terms of farm. Is this concerning for EG?
A little bit, but as long as Arteezy is doing well enough, that's one thing Terrorblade really does very well, is being the true carry of the lineup. Like, you can have 1 or 2 other cores that don't necessarily scale insanely well as long as Terrorblade is safe. And once again, they do have the amplification to work with. In this game, they're going to open on ice. They have the smoke coming here.
That into the Impale again, but Carl biding his time here. He has an actual Invis rune. Oh, looks like they're going to get the Mystic Flare off for now. Not enough damage, though, from EG. I think with Yeah, this looks like a kill onto Ice Ice Ice. Carl pops that BKB, wants to go further. Still has his ultimate available, but not really able to find anything.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Could have been a lot worse for E for sure, but give credit to T1. Able to keep the pressure on here. As, Arteezy with a Lincoln Sphere, so fearing the doom, it seems. Zephyr, by the way, 1,000 away from finishing Aghanim Scepter on Nyx Assassin. This gives him the burrow ability, and it buffs literally all his other skills. It essentially becomes like a siege. Not a siege, but like a... I don't know what you can call it. It's almost like a lurker,
it's like artillery
from StarCraft Brood War.
We call it artillery. You sit down, you can't move, your spells are better, and you're tankier.
A lot of times it feels like it's really, like the apex of it is high ground defense.
It's insane on high ground. On either team's high ground, really. It's great for CJ too if you get in position.
If you're in position, yeah. But you're against a toss.
You're against toss, you're against insane magic damage still.
Yeah.
So I don't think this is one of those games where you just burrow and you get spotted and you feel safe.
Are you surprised that he's going for it so early? I mean, we've seen it before this tournament. It's looked a bit underwhelming, I want to say.
I feel like it's stable, I guess. I think it's also about player preference. There are other items in this game that would have been really good, like Yule's, for example, against all this spell burst. Could have considered Lotus Orb for his teammates. But it is solid in a lot of situations, and I do think T1 are really late game focused here. So they want that big item that's going to help them later.
Carl and company are smoked right now, looking for potential initiation here. Might be baiting their Lesh a bit.
They would love to do Martizi, but
yeah,
they broke him
bind. They're looking for the double doom. Carl pops the BKB, really wants to get this up, finally does, and there's double doom we've been talking about. But EG on the run, and they have some distance here. This will be a big waste. Crit might have to be the sacrifice. Inkswell, Force Staff into it, so they'll net themselves at least one kill here, but looks like EG want to fight back. Ice jumps in with that Dragon Tail. We see buyback onto Crit coming back into the fight very shortly because that tier 1 tower is still up.
Super
connects onto 2, but look at the Hackle top. Onto 3 for Earth Splitter to fall. It's literally everybody. Are you serious? Zephyr falls immediately. Sunder from Arteezy. Mila right click Carl, looks like from a distance. Fly trying to chase him down. Abed with the toss onto the other side, but Omni Slash comes in now. Lucians are taking a little bit of it, but Fly will take most of it. Double kill for Savage. As now he's on the run, potentially gets that blade for you. Remember, he has the shard, so he's doing extra damage and the extra move speed applied. Abed gets the avalanche toss onto 2. They're gonna be able to find him along with Whitemon. So 4 dead in favor of EG. It did cost by Cuckoo. He's out in the midst of danger here in the Roach Pit. But what a turnaround fight from EG.
Dude, Fly did more damage than Arteezy that fight.
Fly has been the MVP for
that was
sure.
A Terrorblade hitting for a big majority of that fight. Insane. It was literally 5-man splitter, right? We're gonna see it again here.
Unreal.
So the healing ward is amazing here for T1. They're gonna group up around it to all stay healed.
On 3.
It's a 5-man stun.
I don't know how all 5 of them get hit though.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a mistake there, I would say, from T1. Obviously, the Jugger was in spin, so it takes way less damage, but yeah, clip the Doom as well, and wow, this spell casting. EG.
And Fly takes all the damage from the Omni Slash. The MVP of the fight for sure.
Crit did buyback here, however, so it wasn't a total tragedy for T1. But obviously it is
tail end of this replay again.
It is definitely overall a win for EG for sure.
Yeah. All right. Carl is very tanky. Sange Kai, like you talked about, the plate mail now going into the Shivas. As we see the Abatos again with the Echo Saber being shown, but it's not enough damage to take out Walkman.
What did he toss?
I think he tossed a creep, perhaps?
It just died midair. I didn't see anything come down.
Well, I don't think he has the no target. I think that's on 20, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, all right, the jump in. Ice, Ice, Ice. He gets the Lincoln applied for now. Whitemon and company, they get the Soulbind off, but not really much come from it. Aside from potential Ice, Ice, Ice skills can be close, but no TP for you. 50 seconds on the deck, and we haven't seen Roshan yet. 27.5 minutes so far.
So Cuckoo with the observer pre-plays knew that Ice, Ice, Ice had initiation, and so he pre-cast the Yule, and as soon as Ice comes in for the stun, he gets Yuled and just counterplayed. And they have so much chain stun between Nyx and Lesh and Grim that Ice didn't get to play his hero again for that fight. Nicely done by T1. So as this game progresses, Terrorblade is starting to really pull ahead now of Jugger. Obviously the last fight, a big part of that. Arteezy now 3k up, almost having Daedalus. A very big damage item for this game. Choosing to not go Skadi, which is pretty unusual, I would say,
Do you
at this
think
point.
it's because...
Hey, oh, you
let me
get the
see
range
that.
creep, okay.
I think it's because he's expecting Ags on Grimstroke this game, is it not?
Yeah, but he already bought the Lincolns for that, right? It was for that and Doom, so it's like a double
Okay.
whammy, right? But
Sure.
yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe that's why.
All right, Avalanche into nothing. Abed regretting his decision. Carl's very hard to kill right now. He has basically that in the game right now. As the tips come out. So that's a shard on Grim, right? So that's the Inkswell. Will hard dispel at the end as well as heal.
They're gonna go here, right? One
Pretty
more wave.
freaking
That's
strong.
No, they're just running in.
Oh, Ice with the initiation. Mystic Flare, but the force have to get him out. And Lord Splitter again. On to 3 here. Elite 23 Savage from the game. And now Zephyr stuck in his lurker mode. Wrong game, my friend. This looks like a Roche pit for me, for EG.
Playing against what EG has as any core hero has got to be so menacing. Like, you get caught by anything, you just die. The amount of spell burst is ridiculous, and you don't have a save. They have no Lotus. They have. Do they have a Glimmer on T1? I feel like the Juggernaut, like they tried to force step him, right? They don't have a Glimmer. So basically their best play in that situation is, okay, we know you guys are going to try to spell combo him. We will force step him and hope for the best. You force stepped him into them because he was facing that way. It's just, you get caught by Dragon Tail, you get caught by Tiny Combo, anything with the Skywrath Blast plus Earth Splitter. The damage is just insane. And this is not an underfarmed Jugger. He looks like he has nothing, but it's 2.5k health. He just vanished. You know, he didn't get to press a button. You're going to see the replay here.
Yeah.
Boom.
Force staff in. He's still caught within that Earth Splitter. Fly doing crazy work this game.
Yeah.
And that just set up the free Roche for EG. So that is the first of the game.
Its bottom tower is under attack.
Close to Scotty, though, for 23 Savage.
What's Fly closing in on right now? Because, like, obviously being able to go in with the Elder Titan is going to be important. So he's getting the Ghost Scepter. More than likely, in order to do that, to be honest, like, he's going to Solar Crest an ally, Terrorblade, most likely, and cast his spells, and then he's probably just going to run in. He's either going to run in if he feels the need to apply the Natural Order melee or physical part, or he's going to stay out and get an extra spell volley, and he'll have the choice with this Ghost Scepter, obviously wanting to tank off the Omni Slash as well.
That's interesting.
I really like what Fly's doing in this game.
Oh,
it's very good.
Speaking of Omni Slash, Ice tanks a bit of that, but the BKB TP will be successful.
That's an Omni down. Traded it for BKB. I think that's a good trade for EG if they go again.
Yeah.
It's such a big part of T1's damage, this Juggernaut. Without Omni Slash, not only does he have less damage, he has one less save. Like, sometimes Omni Slash keeps you alive because you manage to outlast and get a second Blade Fury. That part is not available, so only with that one now. Carl is looking bottom. They are pushing out this wave, and EG are looking to take top tier 2. Both teams pushing the tier 2 towers. Are they actually going to try this? He has Aegis.
Sure. I mean, they've done this before. Last game, they're going to pop that Lincoln's.
Ooh, I don't know about
this. RTP is coming. Crit on the sideline here. We'll see if the back from Abed, who pops the BK. He's the one that gets doomed instead. Soulbind actually does end up connecting on Arteezy, who's in the meta right now. So if they do kill him, that's pretty valuable. Savage with that Blade Fury coming off, not able to really catch them. Okay, 2 heroes into the Earth Splitter to follow. Massive damage being applied, but Eondis does pop. Looks like the Impale's going to connect on 2, though. On 2 dead for EG in the blink of an eye. And now EG need to get out of dodge. Arteezy, meta is down. He's getting chased to oblivion right now. Ice. Okay. I mean, Abed ends up tossing his teammate there. There's a buyback now.
They're trying to keep him
on to Fly. Arteezy at half HP. He does have Sunder. Gets it off for the time being. They're going to turn it around to Carl as a result. Nicely done from EG. Fly continuing to show his MVP status this game. Abed gets up the Avalanche. This will be a big kill for EG. Gets off the Avatos. Healing Ward in front. Fly trying to connect. Oh my god, the damage from that tree. Echo Stomp not gonna be there though, with that extra move speed from the shard. Looks like 23 Savage is fine.
Great plays from both teams here. I really question T1's initiation. They're worked out wonderfully. So the reason I'm sure about it is Arteezy has the Aegis and his team is somewhere in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
But the fact that they try to save the Aegis with the toss back and they get the immediate doom Abed actually sets that up to be a nice fight for T1. And Arteezy pops the meta and is less than half a second from Sundering Lash. If that goes off, the fight is just over. But T1 do kill him in time, and then they force him away afterwards. and get the kill on the time. So once again, very, very close game. Great stuff. What a buyback from Fly as well in the end.
Oh, yeah.
Saving Arteezy and getting him that kill.
Great plays from both sides. We're seeing why these teams have made it so far in the tournament. And, I mean, game one kind of got away from T1. Like halfway through, I want to say. EG just started the snowball. But this game, 33 minutes in, like you said, pretty dead even. Is all right, Abed, another kill?
I think this is the only hero left in the game that he can solo. And he finds it.
Yeah, probably. He does have the Hyperstone.
He's going AC, right?
Huh?
No.
He's just a casual Hyperstone for now.
Well, attack speed is good on this hero. It is very slow.
And he has, that's his shard, right? Yeah, so that'll give him the permanent tree that he will never had any downtime. It's always nice. I mean, if he goes crit here, Daedalus, and then you get Ags from Roche or something, that is when like Tiny, he doesn't even need to go in anymore. He just stays far back and just crits everybody down.
I am wondering what the reasoning is behind not finishing AC. If you're already buying the Hyperstone anyway,
I'm not sure.
Is he concerned about getting Soulbind into Dark Portrait and give the enemy team an AC or something? Like, I don't know. Maybe he just, like you said, just wants to be a cannon. And you obviously Tree Volley will do more damage, significantly more damage with a Daedalus than with an AC.
Yeah, but they're
gonna jump.
Ice jumps in with the BKB, another Force Staff.
Great
Earth Splitter does connect, but only onto one hero, and that's a lot blown from EG, so they're gonna have to hightail away.
Actually,
they did pop meta?
Yeah, I think so, right? Yeah. So if you outlast this meta now as T1 and then make a move, I think you have a really good
question is, did they see meta though? Ice jumps in again, but there's the Ink Soul with that Heart Dispel coming through. Soulbind onto 2 for now as Carl trying to get the double doom. He'll get it, but the Lincoln on Arteezy. He has Thunder available for his teammate if he wants to go down that road. There's the toss in, but again, the instant Dispel from that shard. Arteezy getting Omni-Slash, but the Illusion's taking a lot of damage here. Nyx Assassin still in the front of things here. 23 Savage almost getting bursted down. He's going to spin and probably walk out, but the Healing Word is continuing to heal them here. Arteezy, how has nobody died this fight? Carl, Inkswell does connect. Can they burst down? Arteezy is the question. He does not. He's not able to get off the Sunder, and he will die as a result. 80 seconds on the deck, and now EG starting to tumble here. That is the second death for them. Abed, EG have to back away. Really good spell casting from T1. I cannot believe 23 Savage lived.
Yeah, him surviving there is a big deal. And just the unsung hero in this fight is Gravel. It's the pile of dirt sitting in the middle, stunning everyone the whole fight. There's literally just dirt. Here it comes, the dirt at the front door.
Yes.
You want to wipe it off, but Radiant don't have a broom right now, and he's going to stay there.
This is going to be, well, they can only get 1 Rax, actually, because the Tier 2 is up bottom.
This is a very, very big moment for T1. It's absolutely lane of Rax. No buyback on 2 heroes for 40 seconds.
Yeah, so EG will just have to give this up.
Good stomp, but not in, of course.
Yeah, this is just going to delay things. I don't think they're looking to fight here at all. I mean, 30 seconds still. No Abed, no Arteezy. But again, silver lining for EG is they can only get 1.
Great fight, T1.
We won't know about Roche in the next minute.
It's starting to show now. Obviously, we're going to see the replay here. So this Nyx stun on Arteezy, not able to get the Sunder off. The swing that we're starting to see in the game is that EG are actually starting to struggle with damage. It's kind of crazy to think about, right? We've been praising how much magic damage this lineup has, but you're reaching a point now where the tankiness of T1's hero is starting to overtake you. The Jugger with the Skadi plus Aghanim Scepter now has 3.2k health. Leshrac got an Aeon Disc. You have... It's also about getting initiation, right? This time T1 got that double doom, even though one of them was on the Lincoln, they had the Soulbind. And they were just controlling Dragon Knight all fight.
This Grimstroke shard is really good, by the way.
Yeah, that too.
It is really good. He used Inkswell, I think, 3 times in that fight. So Whitemon doing work he's way away. If you can get Aghanim Scepter, that will just add insult to injury against EG here.
But it really does feel like, you know, the way these fights happen, either EG jump and burst someone and get ahead, or jump first, and if they don't get the kill, Tiny, Skywrath, and ET use their spells. And you have like this moment of opportunity, 10 seconds, T1 are just flat out way stronger, and they just took advantage of it.
All right, Ice has his Black Dragon now with that Aghanim Scepter. 23 Savage has Ags of his own, so he'll have Swift Slash, which I'm sure I'll call Omni Slash like 10 times because you never know.
It's 2 different spells if you're a newer player.
They look exactly the same, but one lasts longer. Carl, initiated on by Ice, but there's the Inkswell again. So Not really worried about this combo. All right, Omni Slash onto Ice. He has his BKB. All right, again, Swift Slash, thank you.
Good call.
I mean, I prepped myself for that. Let's be real here.
Jugger?
Right, yeah, no way to take that out, but the Inkswell again, hard to spell. Earth Splitter does connect. Soulbind onto 2. Swift Slash again. Now it's the Omni Slash, mostly applied to the Dragon Knight, but a nice toss in from Ahmed, keeping his carry alive. But the spin is just way too much damage. Does have buyback. He's going to buy back into the game. Dragon Knight's still relatively healthy here. Kind of low, though. Right? Looks like they do find fly. I think with that, Dragon Knight takes a tumble. Ice is down. No Dragon Form anyway, so with the buyback, wouldn't really be providing that much. But again, these towers are still up, so I think Roche is probably the play, but it's not going to be up for another 40 seconds, so another lucky break here for EG.
You could definitely go take a tier 2 tower though if you want to, a T1, but might just stick around the pit and play the area. What is this close to max respawn time? Like, do the players know that it will spawn before ET and Dragon Knight are up? I don't remember what the original spawn timer was.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But they could just scout that pit, obviously, with... Yeah, they're going to do it with an Nyx illusion. Going to use that illusion. Was that an illusionist cave? Wait, he forgot how it works. He swapped the item out, didn't he?
Yeah, he's got it.
Wait, huh? Do they have illusion escape? Am I?
No.
Wait, whoa. Okay.
No illusion escape.
He just had an illusion?
Good effort, though. That's a good effort. Yeah, so the next fight, if T1 can... I mean, they can't secure Roche yet. Obviously, it's not up. Or just spawn, I should say. Okay. I mean, EG are up in 10, and yeah, this is going to be pretty fast. This is going to be the Cheese and Shard in addition to the Aegis. And I mean, most players on their team have Shard already. I guess the Doom will take this one. So that's the Infernal Blade. The stun will last longer, and it has the old level death effect where if you're a multiple of 3 in terms of your level, or if you're above level 25, you will take extra damage from it. So it's just I mean, the extra stun is the biggest thing.
Honestly, when you think about it, really simple skill. You've never played Dota before. Just think about it this way. If the hero's level is a multiple of something, or it's not a prime, or, you know, just make sure, just hit them and hope they die. It's pretty much, just get the Doom, just hit heroes. It's fine.
Do you miss level death?
Fine. I honestly love that.
The best thing about level death was it was a Linken's Breaker, right? Like you have a Linken's Breaker already on the hero. But it was just good. It's kind of a weird spell. Multiples of 3 and whatnot.
I mean, I think what Valve did was they made the conscious effort of trying to cater to younger players. So they took out the you need to know the table of praise.
Yeah, I mean, the education system in America is really rough right now, so I can't blame them. It's probably the right move. All right, this
with Dota
is potentially the last fight here for EG in game 2. They are up 1 game, of course, so see if they can survive this, though. That pops that Blade Fury. Oh, they're going to find... I mean, Ice is a really hard kill. Pops the BKB a little bit early.
He's very big.
It's a Swift Slash right now. Yeah, he's quite large. Soulbond's already expended as well. You can see the Impale hitting 2 heroes, but there's the Doom. It's going to be onto Abed into... Was that an Omni Slash? Who the hell knows? Okay, they're going to get the kill regardless. Gets up his buyback, though. Elder Titanol comes out, but not able to connect for once on Fly. And this will be a second Rax going the way of T1. Again... All right, Swift Slash the follow, the toss back in. Looks like Ice gets crumbled here. Double kill for 23 Savage, and that is a dieback. Arteezy gets off the Sunder. Not able to find Zephyr, though. He's really tanky in that burrow. 23 Savage and still has his Aegis. No longer, though. He will come back to life very shortly. Arteezy, he's the only one that does damage. A big toss back into the fountain. All right. 23 Savage, that's one way to quickly. So as a result, they save... Well, I guess they couldn't have gone for Megas anyway because that tier 2 is still remaining, but still a big kill for EG. But again, they lose their second set of racks.
There's
Hyperstone.
There's something in this game we've barely talked about that's actually a huge problem for EG. They have nobody who really kills the healing ward. It's the amount of value that T1 is getting when that healing ward is up at this point. All of their heroes are so tanky. You see 4K health now on the Jugger.
Did Ice take his range talent for the Dragon form?
He's level 19. He doesn't even have it yet.
That's Doom.
Like, was it?
Well, we'll see.
I don't think Doom has talent with Elder Dragon attack range.
He was clicking on Doom.
Okay, sure.
I hate you so much.
All right. Yep. Me too. Let's see.
You hate yourself?
Yes.
Okay, well, that makes
is
sense.
the secret to playing Dota.
I can't blame you.
Right.
And a nice toss back. I mean, that's always the scary thing about playing against Tiny when you're that deep. Difficult stuff indeed.
Has 100 seconds to drink water, though. Can empty that bottle if he wants to. Still has 30 more seconds if he didn't.
All right, he is level 19, right.
Yeah.
Very close again. I mean,
But-
that 150 range, I mean, that is something.
You need someone to break the healing ward
Yeah,
at this point.
absolutely.
It's actually negating so much damage from the Skywrath, from the ET. Even Terrorblade's damage is burst, right? Like, it's really fascinating to see in this game how EG went from seemingly magically within 5 minutes one-shotting people to not having enough damage anymore. It's literally like a switch was flicked with one extra item.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Staying very safe in the
22K
high
net
ground.
worth lead for T1.
Yeah,
They are looking
firmly ahead in
really
this game.
good. All right,
And let's
I
consider
did hit
this.
20.
So, as it looks now, T1 more than likely. Okay, will be
All
jumped.
right, yeah, Mystic
Force
Flare.
that?
Oh,
No need.
and Disc. Just rely on that for now. Burrowed back in. Lurk form activated. 23 Savage. Yeah, you can see Dispel again. Inkswell. I feel like that's really when the game turned around here. His crit. He's going to get soulbound, and there's the Infernal Blade. Extra stun into the War Stomp. It's going to be an easy one for T1. Still an important hero to kill. 90 seconds of no crit.
Instant smoke. They're just very. But yeah, it's a good point. Like this Grimstroke Inkswell precast on Jugger. They precast on him, he just runs in.
Yeah.
If he gets comboed by Skywrath, it's going to get dispelled and he will get his stuff off. And he can even spin, obviously, if he wants to. It makes EG's decision making so much harder. They're trying to bait
He actually went to
something
20
down.
strength talent. Interesting. We were kind of talking about this backstage, but I mean, it feels like a 50-50 right now in terms of what Dragon Knights typically take at 20. But like you talked about, the healing war has been
They're trying to empty.
T1 saving grace. Yeah,
Let's go
they're gonna
time.
force out TPs. Well, actually, everybody's already in base, so no big. But there's a double damage meta top room. Not sure if they're gonna be looking for that. All right, Ice in the brunt of things, but nice Earth Splitter. Carl's getting really low. Gets Force Staff, but he's still dead. On Flash comes out, Split Earth. This is the shard from Leshrac as well. Seeing Arteezy, who's so much damage, gets the Force Staff applied. 23 Savage is dead. Double kill for Arteezy. They're gonna turn this around completely. Triple kill. And very little in the way of buybacks for T1.
Did you know that carries deal a lot of damage when they have Rapier? and
Divine
Nautilus?
Rapier? Yeah, it's quite a bit. I mean,
that Doom died. So okay, so clearly T1 didn't know this was in play, right?
Well,
Look at that
obviously.
damage graph. Arteezy with the 7K. Half his MMR in damage that fight.
and
double
he's got
damage.
double
All
damage.
right, what's his damage with that? Let's look. So he gets another 280, right?
He's not going to pop it quite yet, but yeah.
There's no buyback on Doom. This is possibly a lane of barracks for EG. They have double siege
Yeah,
creep.
but buyback now on 23 Savage. He got it in the last few seconds
What a
here.
Rapier reveal. That was so high impact. T1 had no idea that they were mortal. Now we had the swing back. We've talked about how there wasn't enough damage on EG, and this one item pickup from Arteezy could swing the game around for them.
Yeah, and you have to go high ground against a Nyx Assassin, remember.
He has Aghanims, so he's going to have
very
meta
annoying.
again for 10 seconds.
Oh, he just bought it? Okay. Yeah.
Swap
So
out for treads.
the act for Terrorblade, that's that big wave that fears you and gives you a few seconds of meta, like you said.
However,
Right.
if you're burrowed, you
Buyback on
cannot move.
Cuckoo.
So you're just
That's true.
you're just a very scared pile of dirt.
I mean, it's a
instead of
stun, essentially, against the burrow target.
It's true. Oh yeah. Look at this base defense.
Yeah, Split Earth.
Good luck,
Charge.
EG. And you don't bother.
All right. I mean, that was still. I mean, they forced one buyback, but no more. What are you supposed to do against this? BKBs and just hope for the best?
This reminds me of like custom games from Warcraft, like impossible bosses, you know, like the whole ground is just erupting everywhere and you need to dodge more than you get to hit.
Yeah, I remember when this first came. I think most people thought it was kind of a meme, but
When
we
it
can
got the
see-
extra stun charge, it made such a big difference.
Oh, that's true. It was only 2 before.
Yeah, it got an extra ring.
Oh, Zathra initiated on. He has Aeon Disc. It's going to proc here.
Yeah.
Abed pops the BKB, and I'm just trying to hightail away.
He has haste.
Cuckoo.
It's got Yult.
Yeah,
BKB.
there's the BKB. Okay, Ice in his dragon form. Now they can burst into Nyx Assassin and do so successfully. He does have buyback, though. Cuckoo's Aeon Disc does proc as well, though. Now Ice jumping in. He's gonna, I mean, he has a lot of magic resistance. He's gonna get Doom, though, and the Swift Slash to follow.
Oh, what did he?
He's gonna buy back, but he doesn't have dragon form. We'll see what they want to do here. The gem is on the deck.
Careful.
See if anybody
the ground
sees it
is
here.
Lava.
Yeah, let's dodge.
Get the gem eventually.
All right,
All right.
well done. Good effort.
Hey, that's a next level strategy. You drop a gem and bait the enemy team, and then you just keep putting split earths there.
Yes.
And then
It's a true mini game.
And
I
then
mean,
you see when they try to grab the gem, that's when you go.
yeah, I'm in for that. I like it. You have some great ideas, Cinder.
This got really exciting with that Rapier purchase. It was close to T1 just closing it out.
Yeah.
And now anything can happen.
Bad Tosses back the destroyed. 120 seconds because he just bought that. That's essentially a dieback here, and they know it. But of course, they have to defend their base. 12K net worth lead for T1 at this stage. Not that biggest discrepancy. We've seen many comebacks of this kind, but I mean, the 2 racks down is something that you have to worry about for EG. Still, that tier 2 tower remains in that bottom lane. And I think, again, I've said, I feel like I say this every cast, the Roshan is very important, Cinderin.
It is.
And it's up in 15 seconds, and they know that Lich will not be up for this fight.
Yeah, EG could definitely go and grab themselves an Aegis for Arteezy's Rapier if they want to.
And if this has an Aghanim Scepter, and you put this on, I mean, you could give it to a lot of people. Skywrath double spells, we talked about the tiny one.
I like it on ET.
Yeah, ET, the BKB essentially with the Astral Step. It is an Ags.
If you give it to Titan and he feels confident enough to walk in, Terrorblade will like 2-shot heroes that lose their base armor. Like, it's actually insane how much.
So you would
remove 31 armor from Jugger.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's not good. I would all the Ags on
put it
right now. Okay. And it looks like this is going to be a freebie. They're going to destroy this thing super fast. T1, again, it's 4v5. They have to. Just give this up.
My God.
My goodness. This game has been turned around, Cinderin.
Easy with the Aegis.
Yep, 5 minutes. Ags, you were correct.
Titan on Ags.
Elder
Ags on
Titan.
Who's the choose?
Right.
Tiny?
I'm not sure.
Backpack choose.
But yeah, so just to recover here, the Fly Ags will provide 2 seconds of magic immunity per hero that you hit.
When the Spirit returns.
The Spirit, yeah. It used to be on hit, I think. Or it was through Echo Stomp, actually.
Honestly, I think Fly could buy a dagger right now. You send out the Spirit, you run it through the heroes, you stomp. As soon as the Spirit returns, you blink on top of the heroes that you want Terrorblade to kill.
Sure.
Or you get the Shard, which is, of course, also an option. It is a little bit less, how to say... It's a little bit less reliable in the sense that you need to wait for the stomp to go off and you don't...
Yeah,
you know,
the Shard is... I find that one really weird.
You get more flexibility with the dagger, but the Shard is cheaper, so it depends what you value more.
All right, EG trying to mount a comeback. I mean, look at the net worth, Cinderin. You can see that that is not a BKB. That is, in fact, that Aghanim Scepter that we're talking about. But this game is dead even for all intents and purposes. I mean, would you give the favor to EG right now? I mean, obviously they have the Aegis, which is huge.
I actually think EG is far ahead now. They're about
far ahead. Okay.
They're about as ahead. I mean, the win expectancy is not in their favor, but that's Dota Plus saying, hey, remember the other team has 2 barracks. But just right now, in this snapshot, EG are definitely favored.
Okay.
Even though they're 2 racks down, T1 had a big advantage earlier. Probably, I would say T1's earlier advantage was bigger than the one EG has right now. It's definitely... It's so crazy, right? We're in late game. All these heroes have 1,000,000 damage. I think T1 had, was that 3 or 4 Eon discs they have against the Terrorblade and Tiny Burst? They have 1 on Lesh, 1 on Grim, 1 on Nyx. Question is, are we going to see them buy discs on the other heroes as well to try to survive the initial burst? Because I think that's the key part here for T1 is survive the first volley, so just so you get your spells off. Like, if you get your stuff off, you can win fights. But you have to account for Arteezy in these fights now. The Rapier really demands so much respect.
He has a refresher in his backpack, by the way. So has the extra, you know, not only the fear, but the extra meta, essentially, and then an entire refresher to just double up on everything. So meta won't be down for very long, I'm trying to say here. That is pretty crazy farm from
Big item on the way for Grim now. He's closing in on it. He almost has his Aghanim with a Dark Portrait. It obviously doesn't benefit from everything Arteezy has being an illusion. The Rapier will not be as effective, but it is still, a meaningful illusion for sure.
Yeah, no doubt.
And it also is a Linken's Breaker, right? If nothing else, you can use it to...
Ooh, there's a double damage bottom, by the way. But I don't think anybody has vision of that right now.
Oh, I've seen EG make this exact move in this exact spot against Vici Gaming. It delayed the game by 20 minutes. Let's see.
Yeah, Arteezy thought he was unkillable, and it was proven that he was not. All right, Infernal Blade to start things out. Jinx well applied.
Eerily similar.
Very low. They don't want to waste the Aegis. It still has a little less than 2 minutes to go.
Last time they did this, they were against the Void, so they couldn't force step. But this time they can.
I mean, they could, but it wouldn't do anything.
Thank you, Jen. Very good. Good. You know. Technically correct. I can appreciate it.
Yeah, you've been doing that all game to me, so I figured I'd throw one back at you.
Technical correctness is the best kind of correctness. Absolutely.
I would
they could do
with
something trash if they really wanted to. You are correct.
I mean, do you think this is one of those Aegises where you just get control of the map again, and you don't actually try to go high ground? We saw this the other day from EG. After that first failed attempt, the next Aegis, they kind of just sat on it for a bit. They just waited for the following Roche.
I'm just wondering, so there's a pretty big difference between this and the Vici game in just the raw advantage, right? In that game, EG were like 25k gold ahead, and Vici were unable to access the map. In this game, T1 already have really big items, so I don't know how big of a lead you're going to build over time here. I think it's a mistake letting the Aegis expire. I think you want to try to use it, but the problem is that the risk-reward is also a little bit, it's tricky, right? Because you have a rapier. If you didn't have a rapier, maybe you would be more likely want to try to go high ground because of the potential loss. Losing a rapier is like a 12k gold
you're even more vulnerable when the Aegis is down, though, and you have the rapier. Then you really don't want to fight until the next Aegis is online.
Honestly, I feel like these moments, this kind of moments, is one of the hardest things about playing. Is deciding what to do right now for EG is so difficult. T1 are willing to take risks. They get out of base.
Yeah, we've got the refresher Doom, so we can get the double Doom.
Finding EG would be a really big pick, to be honest. That would not be a bad start, getting rid of that aura. He will have buyback, of course, but the connection points for EG are literally only the top outpost. If they lose that one, TPs are so far away. But they're obviously protecting it with their bodies, so T1 didn't get access.
And again,
Aegis expired.
I mean, like you said, it's not a faceless void, but the split Earth shard, the Nyx assassin from behind. It's so difficult. Okay, Synderin. All right, I'm not going to jinx it. I'm not saying anything. Don't say anything, okay? You know what I'm talking about? Just don't say anything.
Okay.
We're at 55 minutes.
That's great casting, by the way.
We're at...
You know what I'm thinking? The audience doesn't.
No,
don't talk
that's not
about
true.
it.
They also know deep down
know.
inside. I mean, I'm just looking at the timer right now. 55 minutes.
All right, guys, I'll give you a hint.
I'll be excited soon.
Something has the potential of happening in 5 minutes if the game does not end.
Don't spoil it, observers. All right, 55 minutes. We're close. I mean, they have to wait for the next Roshan, I feel like. Unless if T1 steps out of line here, potentially they go for a fight, but I mean, would you agree with me that you just have to wait for the next one?
I'm not going to say anything. I don't want to jinx it.
That's true, Zephyr. You're jinxing it. The fear comes out, but there's the Aeon Disc.
Yes.
Spike Carapace was already used. Astral, okay.
Double force staff.
Yeah, the force staff's already expended now. All right, that's going to delay a little bit more now, Synderin, which is exactly what we want. And the longer this game goes, bigger and juicier this Juggernaut becomes as well. He is mega farm, is seeing the farm on Carl as well. I mean, what is he going for now? So was this an MKB?
Okay, so try to put into words what you... Oh, hang on. Try to put into words what you think would be really cool if T1's heroes could hypothetically get in this game. Like, imagine there's an item they can't buy.
Right.
What do you think their heroes could really benefit from?
Well, if I mention them by name, okay.
No, just say what.
Okay, I think
what
an item
cool if they had like more cast range.
No, I think the item for both teams is the item that would, some sort of item that obviously doesn't actually exist in terms of buying it. That would apply like a Link-ins and a Lotus Orb effect at the same time, and some stats on top of that.
That sounds really good. That should be very expensive, I think.
I think it'd be like 9,000-10,000 gold.
What if you got it for free?
If you got it for free, that's game breaking right there.
Okay,
it's almost like
crazy.
if IceFrog wanted to put something in the game, it basically means he wants the game to end.
Right.
Which we don't right now because, it's still an early game. This is still early game for us. As we have Nullifier actually picked up by Abed, so the Aeon Discs are completely countered. This will apply a constant dispel to a target.
How about an item that costs 25,000 gold that you could pool into with all of your players, and when you buy it, you can swap out one of your heroes for another hero?
So, I mean, who would you even want to swap? I guess maybe
techies and start placing landmines to siege
with. Of course you would say that.
All right, toss.
Yeah, T1. All right, top back. It's a little bit of a baby one, though. And we see the Soulbind onto 2, but BKB is popped from Ahmed. That's a pretty big ult down. They're not going to get the double doom, but Ice popped the BKB in turn.
You got to love their confidence, though.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on here. Like, there's Roche is 1.5 minutes away. They know that the Aegis is down for EG and that they're playing with the fear of losing their rapier.
And they're playing with the literal fear. The ability with Arteezy, but true. Not the hero fear, or the player fear, I should say.
He's coaching.
All right, Dragon Form is popped. Fly. What's up? That's some magic immunity as a result of that shard, of course, or the Ags. And yeah, we're seeing Dark Portrait being used constantly on Arteezy, who has his meta popped right now.
It was just his, what was that the meta?
Not sure. Ice Ice gets the Dragon Tail off. All right, this is going to be a fight here. Swift Slash to start things out with the BKB by Ice Ice into the 4-step. Now Carl BKBing into the enemy base, trying to get off his Doom. Gets the refresher off. I don't think this is going anywhere right now. Zephyr looks like he's going to get popped with the Aeon Disc to start things out. The Elder Titan ult has already been expended. Split Arc, he really can't fight into this. Fly wants to get pretty aggressive, but they do take out that pesky Zephyr Nyx Assassin. And I guess that's the fight. 58 minutes.
Did you look? Like, they're actually just watching each other for like 20 seconds because no one can die. And then eventually you poke and prod and you get an opening on the one hero who can't move.
Right, right.
That is the one guy you killed.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my goodness.
So we see another viewer record for the AniMajor right now. As we see the replay here.
So I think 4-step might be on cooldown here for Cuckoo, right? Still waiting. Nyx is turning. You can still turn when you're underground. And the fear off. He wanted to save him there, but he got hit by the Terror Wave.
I think Arteezy bought a second rapier, but I'm missing a Splinter to actually connect onto 2. The double Doom to follow. This could be really bad for EG. Swift Slash helps finish off Crit. Both Flying Crit are dead. Buyback though on 1 as Cuckoo trying to apply some pressure at Arteezy in the backside. He's already at half HP. They're just going to spin down Ice. This is a really bad fight for Ice, for EG in general. And now Abed might have to sacrifice himself. Arteezy, again, you're going to have to give up this Roche with that double rapier purchase. And we are 30 seconds away from something very special. It's a Christmas present from Gaben himself. There's the buyback on Abed. Looks like they want to contest this, but this is going to be without their Skywrath Mage. Half HP on the Roshan.
They're going to respect it. They could have definitely finished this.
I mean, they don't have the information that we do.
EG can't connect here. There's nothing for them to TP on. T1 are like, wait a second, they have no outpost.
All right, this is Aegis, Cheese, Aghanim Scepter, and the Refresher Shard. That is an Aghanim's on Leshrac. He's the one that picked that up, right?
Everyone else has it, except Doom.
Well, Doom, I feel like Doom's is better, is it not?
It applies break on Doom, right?
Yeah. So this is Nihilism for Leshrac. It applies essentially Ghost Scepter effect to everybody around you and gives you extra movement speed. Something to that effect. They've tweaked it a few times.
You can open the neutral items. It can happen.
60 minutes, we've made it! Tier 5 items are upon us, ladies and gentlemen. I think Mirror Shield is the highest quality item for EG against the Doom.
Deso 2 for Doug.
Yeah, Deso, I mean, Deso 2 for either team, really, would be pretty strong. Oh, okay. Deso 2 has been found by T1.
It's in the backpack.
He does. I mean, he is pretty important because he doesn't have a Dispel himself,
yeah,
right?
the horn is definitely good, too.
I feel like you take the Stygian for sure. I mean, all right, only one item has dropped. I'm trying to think of something else. So even like an item that is kind of underlooked, the Seer Stone for somebody like a Skywrath Mage,
or Nyx.
just being able to use, or Nyx Assassin, just being able to use everything from such far range, I don't think should be underestimated. I think that as we see the
Ex Machina.
Did they not pick it up? Ex Machina?
He did ping it. He knows it's there.
Okay. So Ex Machina, that's you get the items.
All right, really big problem for EG here. They don't have neutral items. They're not getting outside of the base. They're terrified and waiting. So the advantage that T1 is going to enter this fight with will not be 20k gold. It will be 20k plus whatever value you assign to these tier 5 items, which is anywhere from 0 if you get the wrong one to 1 million if you get the right one.
1 million? My goodness, that's
a lot of gold.
All right, well, Book of the Dead, all right.
It has definitely been so this was one of the items that we were going to say maybe wouldn't have that much value, but Book of the Dead has been buffed quite a lot, so even that is better. Now, if you're playing Tinker and you're wondering, wait, it says on Rearm I can't rearm Necronomicon, if you have no ideas and you play what Necronomicon is, it's from that item.
You'll never know. Here's the initiation from EG, 23 Savage, Earthsplitter connects, that is the Aegis down. They have to be careful. This is a double Rapier Arteezy you have to deal with.
Oh my goodness.
You can see the Book of the Dead going to work. Those are, in fact, Necronomicons. They're extinct. Wow. They're a very special species that have been extinct for quite a while now.
Going to work. They got one shot by Arteezy.
Very strong item. All right, so, okay, Ballista. That is the last tier 5 item for T1.
Oh,
and they do not have a good...
for them, actually.
Yeah, they don't have a good carrier.
That is the worst neutral item for their lineup.
I mean,
I think
with the right lineup, it could be the best, but you're right. This is pretty trash.
It is not good for their team.
Whew. Okay.
It's in base.
They will literally just not even use it.
TC, I don't think you want it as EG either, to be honest, Ballista. You want a bigger stat item. As Terrorblade, you would want like Apex or...
Apex, Giant's Ring even. I mean, the extra HP can be able to terrain walk all the time. It would be pretty huge.
Giant's Ring Dragon Knight with BK.
EG, this is the time to go into the jungle and get some tier 5 items. I don't know if you've noticed, but it's 63 minutes in the game, which means they've been available for 3 minutes. But smoke onto T1. They're going into the base of EG. This could be
if they're going to get this
game.
jump.
Arteezy. Remember, he has the Lincoln Sphere. Refresher as well. They
He has
spot
no
him.
though.
The Lincoln's his pop. He's going to get off his map, but he's doomed. He's going to get forced out twice to the other side, into the toss. Back into the fountain he goes, and he's going to be fine as a result. In fact, all of this from T1. They've used pretty much everything, it feels like. Let's see if they can get a Rax out of it as well. The Doom is still applied to Arteezy, but now they can try to defend. The Book of Shadows, or not Book of Shadows, the Necronomicon, where the Book of the Dead. Back to life, Cinder, and they get a melee Rax, but the range shall survive here. Alright, Ice. There's the Nullifier applied, and it's not going to do anything as a result. Gets dispelled immediately, but they don't have the right-click damage to actually finish him off. Crit initiated initially, but 23 Savage does have buyback. Zephyr burrows into Lurker form. Ice right on top of him. There's the Ancient Seal into the Mystic Flare. Double kill for Arteezy. No buyback for Nyx Assassin. Now they're going to turn this around. The cheese popped onto the left track.
Has Doom Ring.
Yeah, Inkswell pretty important here. Carl, Doom. Oh, the Sunder quickly onto Carl. The right clicks come out as well. It's not quite enough damage to take him out. Arteezy with a double rapier will finally die. Does have buyback. The 23 Savage picks up at least one Divine Rapier here. And Arteezy getting chased out by 23 Savage. You can hear screaming in the background. It's a 3v4 situation. Nihilism pops in the meantime, and that's going to be enough. T1 with the tier 5 item advantage. Take game 2. Gaben almighty, what a game. Woo! Thank you, Syndrin. We got our wish. Tier 5 items come, and then we get a game 3. That was a back and forth. The Rapiers kind of turned this around for EG, but then T1 end up taking the game.
Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence.
Kiss the good dude, young.
Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are now fortified. They are positively glowing. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself?
Illusion.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That was my threat.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Right to rhythm.
New treasures. Dire's middle tower is under an extraordinary amount of stress. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified to celebrate Dire's middle tower is under attack. It would appear Radiant's top tower Sorry, I just noticed that Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Sorry, I just noticed that Dire's bottom tower is under attack. I don't mean to be alarmist, but Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration? Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence. It would appear Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Surely that was intentional. Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration? bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business. Very nice. Dire's structures are... Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. I could have predicted this. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I have no reason to lie about such things.
One of two.
I've never seen Radiant's structures looking so fortified. Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Someone must be very pleased with themselves. Or himself. Singular antecedent, singular. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Invisibility.
Radiant team ban.
Dire team ban.
That we were mentioning, and instant stun kill combo not that great when able to reliably survive against them.
Something that I expect. Now we can see Lion, they block and
10 seconds remaining.
Snapfire. It was popular here.
5 seconds
That's their-
remaining.
Ulti dies the
Radiant team ban.
I like Tide a lot for each. They have to ban it out on 2. Or I saw LGD win again.
10 seconds
Exact
remaining.
same way. Heavy single target disable
5 seconds
opening.
remaining.
Tide.
Dire team
The idea of
ban.
the Tide is that he just...
Oh,
Right,
look
right,
at
big
that snipe.
It's because you are a hero that they don't want to stun. And if you go on somebody else, you can counter initiate.
10 seconds
Egg
remaining.
hitters.
5 seconds
You guys
remaining.
remember
Radiant
Mars?
team banned.
That hero?
Was super popular at the start. He had like 77.
Doctors started coming out. People were literally picking down. He does fall off quite hard if 5 to 6.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team banned.
Love these bans from both Dooms, the Razors. Get him out of here. I'm sorry. I just think series that matters more than any other I've watched so far. Critter Spirit 1 and 2 so
10
far.
seconds remaining.
Record playoffs, so it's not exactly like
5 seconds remaining.
shows the heroes pretty underwhelming. If Crit has a
It might be good.
it looks good,
like when
yeah.
I.
You're talking about Tusk right now?
I'm talking about. Back to you, Slacks.
Thank you. I will take that back. Tusk is a walrus. Thank you.
That is about the best info.
Well, a lot of people don't. At any rate, taking a long time on the next debate. Too much about T1's draft so far. Standard. The last time they really valued the Protector.
Dire team
An apparition.
Either that. We're not sure it.
10 seconds remaining.
Fog that was
5 seconds remaining.
Best fight for you.
Hey, these heroes are not conceptually
Yeah.
simple.
You might think about. You stat.
Radiant team pick.
But what's yeah?
What animal is that, guys?
A walrus.
That's right. See?
That makes sense.
Dire team pick.
But we already discussed why. This hero. Very
Wow, that's
popular
still-
duo. Spell mechanic.
Why
I don't think they've ever left.
10 seconds.
I don't think they've ever
remaining.
left
5
combo.
seconds remaining.
Fan of the. They're already out of the pool. Could go Luna. Well, it's good in lane. Try lane. I just think this is a good spot to pick your.
Radiant team pick.
Wait, that hero's still in. Okay, well, it's against Lion though. Chantress, both of which
I think they
Fire.
baited him
is like the worst Airblade pick. High armor
10
on
seconds
the
remaining.
ways to deal with the.
5 seconds remaining.
DL still in the.
Lose together, win
They want to pick DL and I'm gonna pick
Lose together.
one of the Savage's best heroes.
Oh no. I think this is a complete bait. They have 3 Terrorblade counters. Letting them have it.
This is actually a offlane practice.
5 Terrorblade.
Wow, let's
Position
go.
1 Tusk. Rush that Midas Deso.
Let's
Yep.
go.
Oh, you have to go
Into
battle
Shadow
against-
Blade.
The
Okay.
Shadow Blade.
When you're tusking against PL carry, you do have to item.
5 seconds remaining.
They need an. Popular in.
Dire team ban.
Must see something. On paper, one that has to be the bigger picture. The lanes. Every
10
time I've
seconds
questioned these
remaining.
drafts in these spots where they end up with like a 3K.
5 seconds remaining.
Going into this game, I'm already saying, otherwise,
Radiant team.
remotely even. I don't see how. I don't think there's people pick in this game. Mother is outright. Yeah.
See that more from the certain
10
role.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
You're like a neck ranged offlaner that you have a
Grabe naman
support.
yun.
You could also do like a Dark Seer.
Muốn giết một con rồng máu phải chạy thành sông.
458 có đài bắt ở đây không?
Kill off.
458 đài bắt rồi.
Yeah. That would be a game changer.
Could be. We did those illusions.
Dire team banned.
Creative stuff. The last time you saw one of them OD.
Oh yes.
It was.
Ah,
Okay, this
yes.
is a good band. Blacks. They would have limited. Like, that would be actually.
10 seconds remaining.
Firestone. Dragon Knight.
5 seconds remaining.
Gate Lion. A bit of a like.
Radiant team pick.
Grabe naman yun.
Muốn giết một con rồng máu. Muốn giết một con rồng
I think
máu
Underlord-
phải chạy thành sông.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Toss the. It's actually pops the egg, but if you.
Dire team pick.
Oh, off ET.
Hey.
That's just for armor TB. ET doesn't usually make Terrorblade have 0 armor because it's a 5 position.
10 seconds
that's never
remaining.
get in there.
Grabe naman yun.
BKB is incredibly valuable. The only thing they have
5
that goes
seconds remaining.
is the Tusk on tag team damage. Probably gets that early Ags, maybe like Dark Seer is the I think.
Have a.
Obvious.
Oh my goodness gracious! They banned it last game. Now he makes King of.
Sand King. This game is on my side.
I loved the draft on last pick. How well off lane. Now I'm leaning a. $5.45.
All right, well, there you go from best analyst. Send you to that game. The winner of this goes straight to the grand final. Don't go anywhere. Get yourself ready for one of the hypest matches in history, casted by Sunsfan and his friend. True.
Thank you, Sir Action Slacks. I feel like there was a lot of meaning behind the word friend there, but they're intended to find out later. Sunset with Cinder, and as he said, this is game 3. Winner ends up facing PSG.LGD in the grand finals. That's true. They've been the dominant team of this tournament thus far, but this is gonna, I mean, if it's anything like game 2, and we get more tier 5 items, which, I mean, based on the odds, probably not going to happen sooner. But looking at these lineups, I want to just say, and tell me where I'm wrong here, Phantom Lancer as a hero this tournament, kind of underwhelming. This is after like a lot of the nerfs to the shards specifically from, I want to say like a month ago.
Yeah, I think the best showing from the hero was when it was picked by, I want to say, was it PSG.LGD against Nigma in the upper bracket? I think they picked PL into Terrorblade in a similar fashion, like a late pick in the draft that was relatively uncountered, and it did very well in that game, played by Ame. But yeah, this game is going to be very different from the last because I think the lineups are very different in nature. E.g. with very powerful team fight. You've got Sand King Phoenix, whereas T1, their team fight largely coming from the Elder Titan, who's kind of like a combo breaker. And then they have the easy initiation of both Dragon Knight and Align with Dagger. And they're playing core ET, which is very uncommon. I think SCA is one of the regions that might run this the most. But it's not something I'm very familiar with seeing. Obviously, the primary reason what prompted this pick for T1 is probably the two things. First of all, they want a way of combo breaking this massive team fight and getting out if they need to. And secondly, core ET gets farmed, and therefore he can run at Terrorblade. And then you get that armor removal that will make PL and Dragon Knight just way stronger against Terrorblade than they usually are. So a lot is going to come down to the early laning. It's going to come down to getting items. EG, I think, has a really strong timing when their team fight comes online, and T1 has a really strong timing when they get specific items. Aghanims on Titan, and I think the daggers for them are really important. So we'll see. EG are starting with an aggro tri-lane once again. They're going to leave Ice solo top lane on an island on Sand King. And we have Carl versus Abed in mid. Very classic Dragon Knight favored matchup against the Puck in the game. I think in lane both heroes farm, but that stun is obviously going to be very annoying for Abed to deal with.
I just have to mention, both Terrorblade and Puck are TZ and Abed's basically their heroes of the tournament, if not multiple tournaments at this point.
Yeah.
Both given to them, essentially.
But it came at a trade, right? They chose to pick Puck, and they end up facing Dragon Knight and Lion. So two of the best counters as Whiteman and Crit going at it. Crit will come out slightly ahead, but have to run away, of course, by being melee. Forcing the salve.
Yep, they do start out in that tri-lane, like you said.
They are
it looks
really
like
shutting down Savage here.
Yeah. I mean, last time they did this, they kept it up for a few waves, and then Crit started to kind of rotate out a bit. You expect kind of the same thing here?
I'm not sure, actually. The problem for Tusk is that ganking mid, I do think he can gank mid on level 2 if he skills shards. Dragon Knight is one of the better heroes at surviving on Tusk gank by having high armor against the tag team. But if he's this low, obviously there's a potential kill. As far as the top lane goes, I'm a bit worried for Ice that if he doesn't... Playing Sand King 1v2 and getting shut down is so hard because you counter this item with a Sentry Ward. And mind you, this item is cheaper and you have more of them than you used to. So you can just keep shutting this guy down. You can keep investing in sentries if you want in this top lane. Or, I mean, as it looks right now, they're just going to leave him alone. Cuckoo is going to solo that lane, and Zephyr is looking for potential other plays on the map.
Yeah, Crit shutting down.
PL into the game.
Crit ends up taking the Water Rune bot, which leaves top one for Abed if he chooses to do so. Obviously, just wants to pressure Carl for the time being. Can always illusory
Carl actually
orb
going
there.
for it here. He's going to force the orb. He's not getting this.
Yeah. Get it as a result.
But that's going to cost Abed CS, actually. That's pretty smart from Carl. He chose to go there at the time that 3 groups were low. And he is giving Abed the choice, do you want to get the CS or do you want to get the rune? And Abed does get the rune, but at the cost of, I think, 100 gold there. And yeah, Carl with a great start here. 13 for 3 against 7 and 4. Cuckoo sitting on 14-7 against the 5-0 Sand King. Very expected with the head start he got. And ET is just so good in melee 1v1 with this build. He just smacks him. As long as this is central, Isosite has to stun and run. Like, it's not fair.
Oh my.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, nobody else to help him out here, so Isosite's kind of living on the edge right now.
And PL still has farm bot. Like, I feel like T1 actually got off to a really good start here. And now that they're rotating Ench down here, they're going to have stronger tri-lane as well. Enchantress is one of the best tri-lane heroes as long as she has access to creeps.
Nice shards, blocking him in. Nice job from Crit. Arteezy pounding away now. That's going to be first blood for Arteezy. Can't choose a better hero if you're an EG fan.
Ready to get sharded off there. And obviously the 3v3 favoring T1 very dependent on an Ench creep. The moment it expires, EG just go. It pounds on them immediately. Get off to a good start on Arteezy, like you said. Still,
I mean, for Sand King in general, you kind of brought this up with the jungle. If they're going to actually go aggro in there at some point, looks like Zephyr. A little bit of pressure to Abed right now. Illusory Orb for that top water rune. Oh, he's going to get Dragon Tail. No, Waning Rift will put that to an end.
Great play from Abed there. That was perfect.
But how much comeback potential does a Sand King have if you get off to kind of a rough start here?
You can always farm stacks in the jungle with Sandstorm, and you can like start cutting waves, but he's not like, it's not great because the build-up. Okay, hang on.
All right,
Whitemon.
Another attempt here, this time onto Whitemon. Like you said, the Ice Shards don't completely block him in, but makes him choose a different path than he would otherwise take. So another kill for EG in this try-v-try.
Very, very important for EG to just pounce on every opportunity they've given, because when these three heroes are together and they do have a creep on Ench, I do think these moves don't exist. But this time Zephyr wasn't there yet, and they get in on Whitemon and get that kill. So nicely done. Yeah, as far as Sand King recovery goes, usually if you're having a great start on Sand King, you would like to go Veil and then Dagger, or maybe you go some sort of like tanky build with Bracer or something like that. In this game, you're probably so far behind that you have to go for the Dagger, or it's going to come too late. And that just means that in this build-up period where you're farming up those 2k gold, you're very exploitable for this ET as long as he has a sentry. He's going to go Soul Ring so he can keep the mana flowing. Then I imagine we will see that Dagger queued up, maybe Boots on the way. Yeah, 15-0 against 13 and 14.
Just what I...
Not exactly a good time.
Yeah, of course, he's been playing these heroes that want to initiate, get their... I mean, he's been playing Dragon Knight a lot, so that's a very tanky hero. Sand King, not exactly that tanky, maybe more elusive than tanky, I guess. As bot lane, another Ice Shards blocking a bit here for 23 Savage, but just a doppelganger away.
They're trying to pressure the tower with Siege. They're forcing out spells. Got to be a little bit careful with not overextending here as EG, because any TP rotation from Elder Titan or Dragon Knight could be powerful, but they've taken advantage of the fact that, look at the resources, right? 100 mana on ET, I think Dragon Knight's sitting on 100 as well, so neither hero are really able to connect. So they can squeeze out that advantage from the resources that are missing. And more than anything, Dragon Knight actually...
First coil of the game. Crit is here as well with that tag team. Abed, nobody's going to give you high five, at least not on team. Okay, he just walks right out, but the Ice Charge blocks him in, and eventually they'll take it. Nobody's going to give him high five. That feels pretty... What?
Okay, that is big.
Ice. He had half the CS as Cuckoo, but gets the solo kill.
That is a huge kill for Ice.
Wow. That must have been like a caustic finale on creeps or something like that, right?
Like, think about it. He got this kill, and he's still behind on gold after getting a 1v1 kill.
Yeah, but that pretty much brings him back, though.
Yeah, he's drawing the lane now. That is the biggest kill of the game for sure. Very nicely done. So we're seeing it here.
And Burrow strike, and just the creeps doing a lot of the damage here.
Cuckoo just overestimating his tankiness. He had like 250 health or something, 300. He's going to get a refill and reconnect to lane, but this put Ice at a very big level advantage in that top lane.
Ooh, Carl
dodged. Very nice from Abed.
Rift to follow, and he'll be able to maneuver himself around. And we see that Cuckoo is actually going for a Hand of Midas. Thoughts on this?
He's playing for late game.
Yeah.
He wants to get Midas Ags, I think.
I mean, and for those that haven't seen an Elder Titan core, especially once he gets a ton of farm, this is a scary freaking hero. And we saw the Ags last game. That was on a support.
He's an excellent anti-carry late game against heroes that have high base armor, and Terrorblade is #1. So, crit TPs. They get the coil.
Waiting Whip just for the ability. Coil, like you said, tag team to follow. Do they have enough damage to actually kill him off? Carl
missed completely. Oh, actually, never mind.
Yeah.
Did hit
Looks like Carl gets blocked a bit here. Crit is actually going to dive down with that snowball. Looks like it'll be enough, just barely, to kill Carl. So in the end, the EG do get the kill. Takes a lot longer than they were anticipating. Abed, War Stomp is there. Going to get healed from Fly. Waiting Rift to the low ground. And Cuckoo trying to chase, but...
EG doing a very, very good job at executing these skirmishes. 5-0. They've just been outplaying on these moves. Like Dragon Knight there, he's so close to living because of a good Breathe Fire. Getting that damage reduction on 2 of EG's heroes, but still, Crit chases him down.
Ice has, he's got a Ring of Health queued. I'm not sure if he bought it. Is he going Vanguard? Did he get a Vit booster coming or something? Or maybe going for Pipe this game?
He could. Can you play this game without Dagger because you're with Puck? Like maybe go Crimson against the PL, and you just try to enable your team fight in this strong mid game timing that you hit, and try to avoid it getting to late game at all.
I mean, what are your thoughts on...
Could do that, actually. It wouldn't be too bad.
What is Sand King like against PL in the mid to late game? Because back in the day when this worked this way, the Aghanim Scepter against Illusions was crazy.
Insanely
but doesn't work that way anymore.
Right. When it applied Caustic Finale to Illusions, he was literally one-shotting PL.
Yeah, it was great. That was a golden age of Dota when PL wasn't here.
Yeah, gotta love that. He's queuing in turn.
Oh, ooh. Good attempt there from Crip, but Whitemon positioning himself nicely.
How does Sand King fare against PL? I think he does well for the time being. Like, let's say 20 minutes, you're 25 minutes, you have Crimson Guard, +1 item, you're fine. But PL will eventually overwhelm you, and you're going to struggle against Mana Burn. Sand King without Mana is garbage. And his spells are relatively costly, so he's playing against both Mana Drain from Lion and the Diffusal Blade from the Phantom Lancer that he's building his first item is going to be a problem for Ice. Seeing this Ring of Health really just makes me think he's going Crimson. Like I don't think there's any other like high value item he would go with this here, unless I'm missing something. I don't think so. Yeah, working on that Diffusal.
Yasha just jungling now. Yep.
So everybody's building up. Like EG are up 5-0. So it's looking like a great game for them on the scoreboard, but 3 of the top 4 cores are still T1. They have especially won the mid lane very hard with the Dragon Knight against Puck matchup. Carl is beating out Abed by 700 net worth, even though he died.
I knew he was invis, taking the risk anyway, and looks like he's going to fall before being able to use that egg or a dive or anything for that matter. He did get the sentry though, Synderen.
Ice. He's in a sentry ward.
He sure is. He's actually right next to it now, getting chased by these illusions continually.
Really fine.
And Carl pressures the tier 1 tower. Abed still looking for that elusive high 5 that shall never come, apparently. It's very sad. Maybe he'll get it after the game in person.
This is actually kind of problematic for EG. They're almost losing the tower, so they pre-salve Carl, so he's tanking the tower for very long. They bring in an inch creep with the bonus armor to tank the next shots.
Oh, wow.
It's gone.
Yeah, it's dead.
They lost their tower minute 10.
They will get the deny at the very least, but yeah, that's... I mean, there's a Dragon Knight. You gotta expect that at some point, but it's a little earlier than we're used to seeing for sure.
And it is a really good tower to get against the Terrorblade lineup. He wants to access his triangle. He wants to play as much jungle as possible.
Ice. Yep, there's TPs coming from T1 right now. He gets the Burrow Strike off to the other side, but you have to think that he will likely die if there's a sentry here. Ice. Oh, he's actually prepping the epicenter. Gets it off. Does a little bit of residual damage to Whitemon, but Dragon Tail's there, and Cuckoo.
Can he find a way out of this?
Burrow Strike into the TP. And it's going to be successful. Unreal. Ice.
That's some Vanguard value.
Wow. Yeah,
he got a lot out of that one.
That was very nice. And this opens it up for the tier 1 to at least take heavy damage, if not just take the whole thing.
This is really good from EG to get this tower pressure in the meantime. They're not rotating to try to help Ice. They're just taking advantage of all the space he made. Are they actually getting a full tower? Minute 12. We were just praising Dragon Knight for getting it. That is
you've never seen the Puck Phoenix Tusk push before, Synderen?
It's classic. You just tag team and you just smack that tower. Really good.
Man.
It doesn't work, don't do it.
Yeah, that would be great, actually. That would be a good buff to Tusk.
Yeah, I definitely think tag team is the part of the hero that needs a buff. That's the way to go.
Yeah, true. Oh, there we see the coil onto 23 Savage. Snowball to follow into the Walrus Punch. High value kill for EG.
And they get the courier. A bit of a bonus.
Adding insult to injury there as EG take a 2K net worth lead.
EG are very good at this when they're playing against these illusion-based carries. They're very good at catching them in the triangle with an offensive ward. And if they even get this top tier 1 tower, there's just even more access to shutting down this PL.
Do you think that comes from playing those heroes themselves? I mean,
I think that's a part of it.
The triangle, especially on the Radiant side, is such an important thing for EG, at least
it's also
for the past 6 months.
It's not just playing it themselves, it's something they specifically do really well with Puck, I think. They're really taking advantage of Puck's ability to connect over cliffs. All right, Zephyr
is no
space.
More. Not as much space as Ice because he wasted time and lived.
Yeah.
But good effort. Good effort overall.
Diffusal will be coming out very soon.
All right, I want to talk to you about this. So 23 Savage, the PL, we talked about the Shard, how it was nerfed pretty heavily. We still see it sometimes, and sometimes they just entirely ignore it. What are your thoughts on this right now? As in, like, do you get it at 20 minutes? Is it? It's not a requirement. Since we see a lot of people bypassing it.
I think in this game you probably don't. I think you're very stat dependent here. You need a lot of defensive items to survive all this AoE damage that EG are bringing. You need to hit this point on a critical mass where they don't kill you anymore. So like, let's say you have Hood Anto, Hood Heart. So you can survive the first volley of spells and be a threat in fights. The problem I see is if you go for that Lance build up with the Shard, that's all you are. Can't really do much more with that. So very
this is
they are
we'll
really
call that
ruining Zephyr's game.
That's a double kill.
Oh, I thought you were going to call it space. It's like debatable.
It wasn't much space because they're in their jungle right now.
Nice Ice is threatening here. Not finishing the Crimson. He's going Travels.
On Ice?
Yep, Sand is close to Travels.
Okay.
So gonna keep playing the map. And honestly, I really like this approach from EG right now. They know they have the stronger team fight. They know they've taken the towers that they needed to take. So let RTZ farm whatever he wants. Just try to pose a threat. What's going to end up happening likely is that this PL Diffusal is not going to come to much use because they can't really fight. And that means RTZ outfarms him. If PL flat out only wants to farm, the usual farming build we see is at least a Yasha for the efficiency. But since he did go Diffusal, he doesn't have the luxury of farming as fast as a Terrorblade. And the gap is going to keep widening as he also needs to buy Hood against all the magic damage. So if EG can keep a firm grip on the map, this gold lead should increase over time. Currently sitting on 3k minute 15.
How much of that comes from seeing Cuckoo was building a Hannah Midas and then, you know, obviously their mindset is to go late. So Boots of Travel gives you, I mean, it feels like a late game item almost because you don't want to buy it if the game's going to end in 25 minutes.
I think maybe part of it is that, but I think it's more a natural result of the lineups more than the itemization. Like if Cuckoo had a drum or whatever, like some sort of cost-efficient item right now, I don't think it would have changed very much for EG's approach to the game. It would have been very similar. Nice deep ward here placed by Whitemon. Don't know if they're really looking to do anything though. I think what T1 are mainly warding here for is actually they're not placing aggressive wards to kill. They're placing aggressive wards to see EG smoke and make moves so that they can dodge them. Placing defensive wards leaves you more vulnerable to getting attacked than having the wards on the other side of the river where you see the move before it begins, instead of seeing it when it comes to the
reflection into, this is a triple kill.
Space.
Triple kill. Yeah, I mean, this is almost chain feeding at this point.
It's still really impressive to me how well 23 Savage is keeping up. This reminds me of last game where Artesian Terrorblade has seemingly the whole map at his disposal. And at the same time, 23 Savage is only a few hundred gold behind. After he has been killed in his triangle, he's still keeping up. He's got the Hood now and looks to be queuing up Manta. So in this slot, PL usually goes one of three items. He either goes Manta, Sanjin Yasha, or Heart. And he is opting for the Manta here. There's obviously some big outplays. You can dodge Sunder, the initial cast. You can break Puck's Silence. And with some really clutchness, I think you can break out of Coil still. You do it right on the edge, as Roche will go to EG.
Yeah, this is a really early one. 16-minute Roche. Fly.
Pose here.
Yep. Great burst strike onto 2. Looks like the snowball comes in as well, and the egg on the sideline into the epicenter. 23 Savage is in a lot of trouble. The right clicks from Arteezy. Will it be enough? Yes, just barely. But they get the position 1 for T1. You were praising his farm. This is now the second death.
T1 has no business looking to fight into EG right now. I just think lineup-wise, it's not feasible to try to go. You need to keep pushing waves. If you do want to fight, it has to be Enchantress or Dragon Knight getting caught so that you can get your ET spells off so that your Peel can go. Peel walking in and casting a Spirit Lance there and then getting stunned by Sand King is almost the end of the fight already. Because one of two things will happen. Either he's going to die or he's going to run away. And what's your damage? If PL isn't fighting here, what damage does your lineup really have currently? It's not great.
Oh, Zephyr. Oh, no. No, please, no more. Not again.
You can do one more.
Not like this, please. One. Crit. Oh.
Okay.
All right, Ice Shard's missed there. He still has Snowball at his disposal, though. And with the dive. Oh, Abed's there.
Oh, hello.
Hello. And yeah, this will be another death for Mr. Zephyr, having a bit of a rough one on Enchantress early on. 6 deaths, yeah. I mean, they only have 1 kill overall. This is starting to get a little stompy here, Cinderin. Like, from T1's perspective, what do you think they need to do to kind of crawl back in this before it gets to be insurmountable territory.
They should ban Puck.
Yeah, well, they did that game too, right? Or they took it themselves.
Right. I mean, I'm going to sound like a broken record. I think you have to dodge fights. Like, get vision out, try to play away, because it's something 23 Savage does really, really well. But they lost focus a couple of times.
Ooh.
Playing like that is really difficult, by the way. So I do think...
Oh, Coil coming. It's only onto Carl here. He's going to break it right out the bat. Snowball's coming, but look at the summary damage from afar. Nice Echo Stomp though onto 3 heroes. But the Burrow Cuckoo himself. And it looks like they're going to lose Fly to start things out here. It's going to be a trade though for Carl. That is the much more important kill as EG just continues to get these trades. Well, I guess they've only gotten 2 trades technically the whole game.
Yeah.
But they get the better of these situations.
Yep. That's the kind of fight that you have at Hansen where you are on defense and the right hero gets jumped, right? It's the Dragon Knight. That's what we were talking about earlier. You need to get DK or Enchantress caught so that your other heroes have time to land their spells. You get an Earth Spike there, you get the Stomp like you said, but still not enough in the tank to get more than the Phoenix kill. It's something though, but playing keep away in Dota right now is really difficult. I do think you probably have to do it a little bit longer. Maybe the next item on PL or ET or both opens up a little bit, but the game just doesn't favor your lineup right now to take straight on 5-on-5 engagements.
Yeah, 23 Savage. Actually, it looks like he's just going for the almost like the magic build after the Manta. I mean, the Manta mostly to dispel, like you said, the Waning Rift is kind of the big one, but into the Shard and then Aether Lens, Cinderman, which could turn into Octoroon. We've seen that before. It just becomes this very spammy Spirit Lance game where you're kind of playing from afar. You don't really want to fully commit.
It's going to go again.
Coil will be broken right off the bat.
This is
Zephyr on the other side with the heals. Ice Shard's going to connect though. Nice block overall, but there's the ET ult from aside. EG taking heavy damage as a result. But here comes Fly from the other side now. Cuckoo gets off the Earth. Oh, beautiful Echo Stomp onto several heroes. But it's not really going to matter for him. The Burrow Strike is far too powerful with the numbers from EG.
Yep.
There's another kill going their way.
They're doing all the right things. Like, their heroes are tight together. They're making moves on their conditions. Okay.
He's going Radiance.
Yep, that is my favorite dagger.
This is a pub build right here. Ice is playing a pub right now. All right, Burrow Strike into the Waning Rift. You can see the Fire Spirits from afar into the Sun Rays. This is actually getting enough damage against the Dragon Pit off. Nice stun onto Fly, so no more percentage-based damage for you.
You just need to get out of here. They're running out of resources, and I do think they will full-on disengage.
Is this a troll? Like,
no,
honestly.
I think he's going to buy it against PL.
That's awesome. Oh yeah, that's true. It's really good against PL.
So he has the luxury of not buying dagger. We talked about that 10 minutes ago, that maybe he isn't even going to buy one. Like, he's just going to tank up, and they are going to initiate with Puck Tusk. And he can either buy the Crimson Guard to be this aura frontliner, or as is the case here, he's eyeing a Radiance, which I think could definitely work in this game.
That's very cool. Because yeah, when you see PL, and let's say in theory you don't have the heroes to deal with them, which they kind of to a degree do, especially with Coil, it's Mjolnir and Radiance. Those are like the 2 main itemizations, right? So, and I mean that's pretty cool. This feels like a pub build at the same time, because if you're in a pub and you have a Sand King buying Radiance, that usually is going to be a report, at least in my experience.
So there's probably about like 20,000 aspiring players watching this right now. They're like, oh, Radiant Sand King, very good.
This is how
every game.
This is how trends are started.
Usually when pro players buy something and you're like, that's weird, a lot of the times think about what they're thinking instead of just blindly buying the same item. He is not buying this item every game.
But it's more fun to blindly buy the items.
It is. It is more fun to play with Radiance and Dagger. I do agree. It is very fun to have carry items on an offlaner.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I mean, he was in the Sith lane technically, to be clear.
That's true. Maybe he's the carry.
Yeah.
Arteezy offlane Terrorblade.
Yep, easy. He's just gonna the armlet Sunder roll, right, with the Dagon.
Yes, my favorite build from 15 years ago.
This is gonna be the tier 1 tower top.
22 minutes it took with Enchantress
very late
to get the tower for T1. EG almost getting bought tier 2. Some defense coming in here from Carl and Whiteman. They're gonna back off. So. Yeah. All right, 6K lead, EG. I think something interesting, we're talking a lot about this Radiance, but like Kyle, or sorry, it wasn't Kyle, it was BSJ on the panel pointed out.
I get them mixed up all the time.
Yeah, they're very similar somehow. Like BSJ was pointing out, this is a game that's a lot about the carry versus carry matchup, especially in the series, and you're making the game easier for your Terrorblade by buying Radiance. the carry matchup.
Oh, the coil's going to connect on 2, but it looks like EG might be. Fly wants to potentially go in.
That was a little bit wild.
There.
He could have got Earth Spiked and died there for sure. Or Dragon Tailed maybe, but DK was not in range.
And these illusions are starting to get really annoying. It is 22.5 minutes in. Does he have Shard? Yeah, I was going to say.
He
feels like he has Shard.
He's going S&Y. Okay.
Okay, so he switched it up here. Okay, I mean, you get the stats resistance, but you can't instantly dispel the Waning Rift, which, I mean, it feels like when you're a puck, you're going to be coiling him immediately anyway, usually, right?
Coiling PL is usually very good when you have this amount of overwhelming team fight, because he will be stuck, you know where he is, all of your stuff is going to land, and hopefully it's enough. I still question whether he should be going a heart, but maybe the damage output of him is too low, going for heart over S&Y plus lens, but... T1, they knew what they got themselves into with this draft. I don't think they can be surprised that they're losing team fights. They just need to weather the storm. Closing in on maybe a BKB for Cuckoo would be big. BKB on Dragon Knight, and PL's next item is a big timing. And for EG, the goal is, until those items come up, keep extending your lead, look for kills, try to maybe get a tower in the second Roche. Second Roche is very big. Obviously, we didn't talk too much about BKB as an item in this game. It kind of counters almost everything EG has.
They're going to find Cuckoo. Zephyr's on the other side here, but if he's not careful, he's going to get his millionth death of the game. Although TP support's coming in. Carl pops his BKB with the Dragon Form. Nice egg. Will he be able to kill in time? The Burrow Strike does connect. They kill the egg, though. Whitemon gets his finger of death off. He's going to live through this engagement to start things off. Grit getting chased now as Arteezy pops that meta. And it's just pounding into everybody. 23 Savage is done for this fight. As Carl's just getting chased back into the base, and Ice 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 finishes off Whitemon finally. Just living on the edge with that Lion for such a long period. Ends up being a 3 for 2, but again, EG just loses their supports.
Yep. It is. You are seeing some signs of promise here from T1, though. That was the first team fight that they got kills in. That seemed like, okay, they can stand their ground, and the really key thing here is Dragon Knight has a BKB.
Yeah.
And they connect on the Phoenix, who even gets egg off. Like, imagine there's no Supernova there. That could have maybe, just a little bit of less time they needed to commit on Phoenix, could have perhaps swung that in their favor. So definitely within reach for them in these fights. And, you know, we had this situation in the last game. EG have like this insane burst damage. They're killing heroes really fast, and ultimately the heroes of T1 got too tanky. Could this become a repeat of that? If they have solutions for Terrorblade, Tusk damage falls off, Sanking damage falls off.
Puck not so much, though. Puck feels like it scales a lot better than it used to, at least.
It does. It definitely does scale better than it used to, but it's still probably not scaling at the rate of Dragon Knight ETPL, right? So you have to keep up the tempo as EG and make sure you don't run into this issue again where
I think
you run out of damage.
EG's perspective, that was a fight where 4K of net worth was basically dead. The Sacred Relic just sitting in the base for Sand King.
That's true.
And once he gets his Radiance, which is about 100 away, I feel like these fights will just be amplified in their favor, at least for the short term. And with the next Roche coming in
Do they have a Veil on Phoenix?
On Mr. Fly himself?
They don't. So they have so insane much, like, this is one of those things where I'm like thinking to myself, do you buy a Veil to make everyone's damage so much bigger and hit this timing? Or is it gonna backfire because you put too many eggs into the magic damage basket? You know what I mean? Like, because Veil right now looks insane with Phoenix, Sank, but obviously they're looking at the bigger picture, and later on the BKB is going to counter the Veil, and instead they have this Sunray with the Holy Locket.
Zephyr, he's actually going to live. He actually lives there.
Close call.
We haven't seen this yet. This is something new for T1. Up, Coil is going to be snapped right off the bat. He's been doing this pretty much the whole game, and will it cost him his life? I mean, he was dead anyway, but yes, Carl does die to Fly. Whitemon in the meantime trying to TP out. Nope, that Arteezy right click just ends up being enough, and this will be a tier 2 tower, if not more. Roshan up in 15 seconds as well.
Not popping BKB there for Dragon Eye is pretty damn cocky. Like, thinking you're going to get out of that. The amount of damage there, it's the BKB that's keeping you afloat, and you thought you were going to snap that coil and live. And EG say no, sir. And they're going to push high ground. There are buybacks here, and they obviously do have ET, so Cuckoo will be slowing this down. A stomp, hitting everyone, buying a lot. I was thinking about the ulti, but
the heal from Fly.
Actually got a
quite a bit.
Minor bit of damage on that tower with that.
The Radiance,
we're going to get more.
Radiance is online now. What do you think of this build on Cuckoo's Elder Titan? So it's off lane. I was expecting maybe a little bit more right click, but is it because he's behind he has to go for the Glimmer Cape? We're going to see the Dragon Tail. Okay, they're going to start this fight out. Get the Spirit Lance out, but there is the Arteezy Sunder into the BKB.
They need to run.
With that, it looks like they want to run. Absolutely. And the chase is on from T1. Abed, he should be able to get out. Arteezy might be in some trouble though. Fly getting the heal off for now. Carl pops the BKB. Goes on big strike to follow though. Arteezy, he's getting chased down. No Sunder for him. That is a dead Abed and Arteezy. But the epicenter is enormous from Ice. And will the egg actually pop? It looks like it will. Don't think they can kill in time. Just in time, but they don't have the right clicks anymore because their carries are dead. But Ice, he's the true carry, Synderen. He has the Radiance, and 23 Savage is dead again. Carl now on the run, or on the fly as it were, since he is a freaking dragon after all. Crit. Putting somebody in this snowball. Looks like it's Ice. But the buyback now onto the off lane Cuckoo. That might be enough to just break up this fight. They can't go for Roche without either Abed or Arteezy, but somehow EG come out ahead on that because I want to say the egg and the epicenter.
I'd love a damage recap from that fight. I think Ice single-handedly basically killed 3 heroes here. Like,
good lord.
Epicenter on 2 with Radiance, with full duration Sandstorm. He gets the stun follow up there to save the egg with 1 hit left.
Look at how casual his hand is on his keyboard. Doesn't even look like he's trying. Is that even the right replay? Looks like
imagine if
like
Ice was trying, maybe they would win every tournament.
Oh, all right. Burrow strike on the Cuckoo. Echo Stomp does connect on the 2. He's still blocked off for the time being. Gets off his beautiful ult, but Cuckoo's just going to get chased down now. He's inside the coil right now with 3 heroes. Grit looks like he's going to be the first to fall for EG. And that will be a nice turnaround for T1. Now the blink into the Dragon Tail. Fly might be next on the list. Indeed he is. They do have double buyback if they spend it, but doesn't look like much of a need here for EG.
I honestly think one of the things about T1 that's the most impressive at this tournament is how good they are at playing when they're behind. Like, we've seen other teams kind of just lose control and never really come back. T1 are finding ways to set up fights that they have a good chance in, and this one was one of those where Cuckoo gets caught, but is just tanky enough with that Glimmer Cape to stay alive, and they rotate. And obviously EG, part of the problem there is, you could argue it's an overextension, but T1 play with the chances that they have even behind. And what did they get from that? So I guess what we maybe should be talking about is why is Cuckoo buying BKB over Axe, right? They cost about the same. The BKB is more reliable because you don't have to hit the Spirit on so many heroes, and you get to pop it whenever you want. That is probably the primary reason. Oh, Abed.
Yeah, he's playing with fire here.
Hiding in the soft spot of Roche. I don't think it's called that, but now it's called the soft spot, which is where you don't get spotted when people walk in.
Okay. I guess we can go with that. Sure.
Yep. Oh,
Savage.
3 seconds on coil. Is he going to get the right one?
Soon. Yes. Loser of the fall. He might break it. No, they're actually just going to go for the Burrow Strike into the Epicenter, but he's actually already out. Epicenter is going to be applied most of the Enchantress with the Burrow Strike and the Walrus Punch. But Zephyr is still living. Good lord. Arteezy has an Aghanim Scepter. What in God's name? And he's just right-clicking the crap out of 23 Savage. And Zephyr still living. He has learned how to not die this game, it looks like. But now he's getting slowly chipped away with that Sunray. Now he's just going to die to the tower. So that time he did create quite a bit of space, but...
I think like some grilled deer.
Okay.
Yep.
Sure. I mean, talk to me about this Arteezy Aghanim Scepter. That's a really early one. This is like the old, like when they first added this variation, NA, in terms of like EG and all the other NA teams, they were buying this like first, sometimes second item.
I think it just really shows EG's read on the game is double down on the team fights right now, right? The synergy between this and Coil is super strong against the PL, and yeah, he's just taking advantage of that. The fact that EG is strong right now. Crazy. Like you said, the Coil on PL actually lasted pretty short. He has S and Y as well as the Titan Sliver. So a lot of status resistance coming his way, but it's still not enough.
Who's getting the shard? I just want... Oh my god, I was going to say, okay. This, I think, is the literal worst shard in the game. Am I wrong? Did they change this for Sand King? You get the Epicenter thing that goes off occasionally. I think it's in fog, you can still see them, if I'm not mistaken. I saw this recently.
Oh, there was one.
This is... So every X amount of units you move, you get an Epicenter proc. Am I wrong that this is really bad?
It's good against PL. There's movement happening in the fights all the time. Okay. You're chasing after PL, you get procs.
I mean, I would love to be wrong. I've just seen that.
What are the alternatives, right?
I guess I don't see it through fog.
Phoenix has his own. Gets the Waning Rift upgrade, which isn't that great this game. Necessary. The Tusk one.
That one's amazing. Kicking out of Coil, that is god tier.
Isn't the Tusk one Sigil?
Oh, you're right. That's the Aghanim Scepter I'm thinking of. Yeah,
Carl
not so
is
good.
flying,
Yep.
but
half
not
HP.
TPing.
He is super dead. Percentage-based
Carl
damage
is
to
dying.
follow. And there's another dragon hitting him.
No, that was not the word I was
Okay, you're
looking
right.
for.
The Tusk one isn't very good either. Yeah.
So, I mean, if you look at the big picture, I just don't know. I mean, Sigil could have been decent this game. It's pretty
maybe.
good, I would say.
It's just a boring one because it's an old skill, right? Okay, I'm willing to be wrong on this ice shard. It looks like we were looking through fog. It does not go through, so I guess they fixed that. That was, I mean, that's literally game losing in some situations, or it was. That's good to see.
EG are building a really.
Has fallen.
Zeiss was taught it. He
is huge. Yeah.
It's crazy. He's out farming a Terrorblade of Sand King in this game.
And he still is not going for Blink anytime soon. I'm a little surprised he's not going for an Ag still.
He's a boss. He's going in.
There you see the extra epicenter proc thanks to the amazing shard picked up from Ice. Arteezy is going to pop that meta. Abed has a quad man coil into the fear. Will it break? Yes. That is one death right off the bat. The silence onto 23 Savage. Looks like Cuckoo did glimmer himself, but he's not going to last much longer, and this could be the beginning of the end for T1 at the AniMajor. Ice gets off the Burrow Strike from afar. It's going to be a buyback, though, so we'll see if they get more than this. It is 5 versus 4, and no Cuckoo for a long time. Arteezy's meta will not last forever, though, and he's already expended the fear, which gives you that extra meta time as well. I do believe that they're going to get this Rax in all likelihood, although 23 Savage with these illusions, this shard can be really annoying to deal with. But Ice is build. I mean, we're going to see this in pubs for generations to come, Cinderin. And I don't know if I'm happy.
All the wrong reasons.
Shard at 20 minutes, I think, is what's going to happen. Not from Mosh. You're going to purchase it yourself. And he's almost done with Shivas. He is redonkulously tanky right now. Didn't even mention Essence Shroud. Nobody buys this item anymore. Very cool to see.
You mean Eternal Shroud?
What did I say? I said Essence Shroud. Yeah, sorry, Eternal Shroud.
I was testing to see if you remembered what you said 5 seconds ago, and you did. So that's a good sign for your cognitive ability.
I'm not that old yet.
No.
We're getting there.
That's good.
We're getting there.
That's fine. Got some years left in us.
Essence Shroud. What is Essence Shroud? Is that anything?
There's an Essence Shroud.
Oh my god, a triple bounty rune.
Wonderful.
Goodness
that's
gracious.
270 gold for every hero.
Yeah, that's nice.
EG 21,000 net worth lead. They've just done such a good job at forcing team fights this game. That's really been the name of the game for them the whole way. They know they're stronger in team fights. They know they have the catch with the Sand King, Puck, and the Tusk, and they just keep making it T1, not letting them hit the timing that they're looking for. PL hasn't really got online in this game, and all of the BKB charges of Dragon have just been forced out really early, so he's not very strong either. Just the biggest problem for T1 the whole game has been lack of damage, really. Like, they just... ET still doesn't have BKB. We're 35 minutes in.
Yeah.
There. The game is almost over, and his item build isn't ready yet.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy to think that he buys Midas' first item, and his next major item, not counting, is delayed more than 20 minutes beyond his Midas.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a 4K gold item.
Dragon Tail, remember, 45 seconds. Still on the Aegis here, so they don't want to expend too much on Arteezy. Looks like they'll get the tower at the very least. Abed jumps in. Look at that phase shift damage with that Desolator applied. Oh, has to force out his BKB in that dragon form now. Still right-clicking as Ice jumps in. Elder Titan ult does actually connect on Arteezy, who expended the BKB. Now kind of wants to play a little bit careful because this Aegis is going to go down soon. He just wants to get the full heal without taking damage. So with that Desolator, you have to think that this is going to be at the very least a melee Rax again in favor of EG. Ice, look how far up he is. He's basically vulnerable. Did we see the coil onto 2? This could be the end of the game here. Into the fear again. Beautifully done from EG. They're going to get that kill right off the bat on Carl, and there's not a whole lot that T1 can do. 23 Savage takes a tumble. Triple kill for Arteezy. GG's our call. EG again making it to the grand finals of a major, Cinderin.
Yeah, what a deserved wins was in the third game. I think they just outplayed them at every turn. And really, I think you'd be hard-pressed to not call Ice the MVP of that game. Like,
yes.
Honestly,
A bubble from the void. Denied. Warriors of the wood. And run! Haste.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Try such things. Middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are fortified. In fact, they appear radiant with health. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration? Oh, look, Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The seeds are formed.
Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme Dire's middle tower is under attack. I feel like a broken record. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration?
You're not gonna get there first.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself? Dire's top tower is attacked like nobody's business. I've never seen Radiant's structures looking so. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. About such things, Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Someone must be very pleased with themselves. Radiant's structures are not only fortified, they are positively glowing. Denial. Dire's top tower has been denied. Dire's middle tower is under an extraordinary amount of stress. Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence. Middle tower is under attack. The death of Dire's courier.
My path leads to riches.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are beautifully fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
With me.
Dire's middle tower is under an extraordinary amount of stress. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Not in a good way.
Regeneration.
I don't know what I was expecting.
It's your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I summon the forces of nature. Yes.
You really should prepare for battle.
My hidden paths. Nature calls. Through shady lanes.
"30 seconds to battle." Will I need my
Autumn comes too soon. Axe will whittle them down, one by one. Ah, the sun's pale sister shines upon my leaves.
Well,
By
don't
my
be
shaggy
battle
paw.
begins. There they go. Where are they going?
Naturally. In green, I go. With a wild star. In sylvan shade. So I go. Emute. Yes. On my way. So I go. Nature calls. By my shaggy bark. Warriors of the wood. Power wells up from within. By leaf and limb. Verdant fury. With a wild spirit. In sylvan shade. Leaving. Death. Nature's velocity. I'm under attack. On my way. Through shady lanes. Yes.
The prize
My
is
hidden
mine.
paths. With me. Green is good. En route. Come, come. Green back. The wild is calling. Naturally. Uproot the foe. Yes. Mm-hmm.
I do.
So I go.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are fortified. Excuse me, but your bottom tower is under attack.
A sylvan shade. Ah, the sun in my leaf.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Does this happen a lot?
On my way.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
With a wild spirit. Yes.
Excuse me, but your bottom tower is under attack.
Top is missing.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Does this happen a lot? Excuse me, but your bottom tower is under attack.
By my shaggy bark. Through shady lanes. Pull roots and run. By hidden paths. Hide the wilds. Wild is my way. Go green. In green, I go. Uproot and after that, branch out. Nature calls.
Top is missing.
Yes. For the trees. En route. A bit of green.
Regrettably, your middle tower is under attack.
By my shaggy bark. Hide the wilds. Go green.
The enemy's top tower has been denied.
Attack. Naturally. wild is home. On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack. Just what you wanted. Your middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are cunningly fortified. I hate to inform you that your top tower is under attack. You again.
So I go. Bird and fury. Branching.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are fortified. There appears to be some sort of magic at work. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Green. I go. Is blunted. My hidden path.
I can't believe what we're seeing! What just happened?
Warriors of the wood. Uproot the foe. Sylvan shade.
I can't believe what we're seeing! What just happened?
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yes. Nature's wrath. Bounty. I go. Leaving. My hidden paths. In sylvan shade.
I truly am confused.
Through shady lanes.
I'll take that.
Uproot and after that. For the trees. Naturally. Nature calls. On my way.
Regrettably, your middle tower is under attack.
Sailing now.
You had
Your middle tower is under attack.
With a wild spirit. En route.
Excuse me, but your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen. Prone to that, don't they?
By hidden paths. The wild is calling. Orchid malevolence. Naturally. En route.
Top is missing.
Attack! Through shady lanes. On my way. In sylvan shade. With a wild spirit. Leaving. Yes. By leaf and limb.
Bottom is missing.
So I go. Green wrath.
I can't quite identify these two. I wonder if your top tower is under attack.
No reflection on you,
structures are not only fortified, they are positively glowing.
Nature's ferocity. Uproot and after them. Leaving. Yes. In green, I go.
Your middle tower is under attack. Just thought you'd want to know.
Roots and run. On my way. Through shady lanes. So I go.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Oh dear, your top tower has fallen.
I'll take your tribute. My hidden paths. I'm not ready. A bit of green. In sylvan shade. With a wild spirit.
Dire's structures are fortified. They are looking quite robust.
What just happened?
Radiant's courier has been slain.
It's the dark.
Excuse me, but your bottom tower is under attack. I've never seen Radiant's structures looking so fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. Does this happen a lot?
Again, sun warms my limbs. With a wild spirit.
Your middle tower has fallen. Let's hope that's the worst of it.
Shadow, take us.
Go green! Through shady lanes. Snipped by my shaggy bark. hidden paths.
Radiant's structures are fortified. In fact, they appear radiant with health. Radiant's courier has been slain.
Wild is my way. Yes. Nature calls. Pull roots and run. On my way.
I hope you will forgive my meager display of expert knowledge.
En route. Naturally. Ranch out. So I go. En route. Warriors of the wood. Attack. Yes. In green, I go. Not yet. With me.
Roshan has fallen to the dire. I hope the magnificent creature did not suffer overmuch.
Yes. In sylvan shade. I'll just take a cut. With me. Verdant fury.
Your middle tower is under attack. Just thought you want to know. Dire's structures are fortified. Your middle tower has fallen.
Nature calls.
Your middle tower is under attack. Was that an important one?
Visibility.
You should know that your middle barracks are under attack. Barracks has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen. I hate to say it, but your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your top tower is under attack. No reflection on you, you understand. Radiant's structures are fortified. I hate to inform you that your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
The wild is calling.
Oh dear, your top tower has fallen.
Naturally. My hidden path.
Your top tower is under attack. I'm sorry to report the enemy now has mega creeps. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Let's hope that's the worst
You
of it.
deserve nothing. You fought badly.
Regrettably,
Die
your
worse.
middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack.
Your desolation and
And the Dire seize the day in the direst Back to the drawing board.
cut down.
Maybe we should. Bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration? Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I distance myself? In a stunning development, Dire's top tower has fallen. Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
believe what we're seeing! What just happened?
Sorry, I just noticed that Dire's bottom tower is under
Seeds of
attack.
fortune.
I don't mean to be alarmist, but Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Well, it seems that Radiant's top tower has fallen. In a stroke of cunning, or perhaps of desperation, Radiant's structures have been fortified. It would appear Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I can't believe what we're seeing! What just happened?
Its mad sound.
Sorry, I just noticed that Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Came from. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Never refuse good given. to rumble? Are you ready to rumble?
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are falling. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I have no reason to lie about such things. Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business.
Are you ready to rumble?
Dire's structures are fortified. Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I have no reason to lie about such things. I don't mean to be alarmist, but Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I would like to point out that Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Gotcha.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself? Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody Radiant's courier has been slain. A moment of silence, please. Top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself?
Double damage empowers me. Washed up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration?
Choo.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. I feel like a broken record. under an extraordinary amount of stress.
The flames rush forth. Never refuse gold given.
You came too close to the stars.
Oh, hell yes.
Dire's structures are fortified. They are looking quite robust. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Acquired Destroyer. Has fallen. Radiant's tower is under attack. And not in a good way.
Victory.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration? Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant. Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence.
Waters rise.
tower is under attack. In a stroke of cunning, or perhaps of desperation, Dire's structures have been fortified. Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business. Dire's middle tower is under attack. I feel like a fool. Radiant's structures are beautifully fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration? Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under an extraordinary amount of stress. Dire's middle tower is under attack. I am required to point out that Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks, if you're just tuning in, Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Someone might want to inform the Dire that their Dire's barracks has under an extraordinary amount of stress. Dire's middle tower is under attack. I feel like a broken record. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's ancient is under attack. Yes, it is. Bottom tower is being subjected to extreme. Dire's ancient is under attack. Radiant victory. I don't mean to be alarmist, but Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Very nice. Dire's middle tower is under an extraordinary amount of stress. Dire's middle tower is under attack. I feel like a broken record. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Are you ready to rumble?
That should help.
'Tis mine.
Radiant's courier has been slain. This would appear Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. I've never seen Radiant's structures looking so fortified.
Mere coin? Dire's courier has been slain. Another innocent slain for our amusement. And so, Trojan passes in history, leaving nothing but a
Dire's middle tower is under an extraordinary amount of stress. To war. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are cunningly fortified. Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business. Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself?
それはどうかな。Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That should help.
Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot.
Under attack. Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I have no reason to lie about such things. Invisibility. is under attack. Sorry, I just noticed that Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Poor defense.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Illusion.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration? There is certain to be unimaginable retaliation. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. In a blow to the Dire, their bottom tower has fallen.
Haste!
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Bad tidings, I'm afraid. Radiant's courier has been slain.
give them a drubbing they'll not soon forget.
Same thing from the Axe. Put it on Ame.
10 seconds remaining.
The bans were kind of similar. They did take out the...
5 seconds remaining.
Sure, Bulba has a lot of notes. Saw some of them. And chances are that he's planning for continue beyond.
I think you run the better outfit in the game. Axe after they last pick. After Evil Genius last.
Yeah,
so
you have a good memory.
I remember because I know because I remember PSG.LGD's games so much because I really am a fan of, not biased.
Of course,
I literally
because I also like Evil Geniuses.
Not biased.
But no. What I think happened there was they were planning on running.
Ten seconds remaining.
Wouldn't want to particularly run Axe secondary into the
team pick.
But like you said, like if you can fly, having that availability, while it's one of those things that you saw, I do recall that matchup. Axe can get guard if he has a. He can.
10 seconds.
It's not an
remaining.
easy one. Very like staring off the edge.
5 seconds
teetering
remaining.
on the edge. One of the heroes is going.
We'll talk about clips. I apologize for talking about questions.
Well, I would just like.
Radiant team pick.
Death Prophet.
Really like the Razor. I know a lot of people would, oh, okay. Fast, you can get away from the Razor static link. Guess what?
10 seconds
Razor's
remaining.
move speed ability buffed like 7 times in a row, so you get boots of
5 seconds remaining.
any position. Easily checks after the Timber chain, and then you shred through his armor with the ultimate, and you kill him no matter how farmed it. It's kind of a pseudo answer, and now they definitely have the ability as well as the. It's not going to be one of the totally unkillable Timber games unless it's off to an incredibly good.
10 seconds remaining.
Talk about this. Not want to.
5 seconds remaining.
However,
Dire team ban.
really well numbers.
Lena.
They addressed that with.
Kind of cool. I mean, LGD's kind of taking. I know they played it, but not as much as plays it. And then on the other side, taking this
10 seconds
presumably
remaining.
mid Lena, which nothing to say has looked absolutely
5
incredible on
seconds
this.
remaining.
Void has not even played it.
I think if Void isn't already. Lena, and I honestly think that Faceless Void looks really good because you've bait people in. I think on talking about how like you want to play Faceless Void when you have some run in and basically cause chaos instead of just that. And I think they need a little bit more hard carry in the game, and a little bit more like they don't really have any like big. Need that out of a character.
We love watching
10 seconds remaining.
the last few days.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
very anime for simulate these teams after they caught.
You know, it's out. Tommy and I were actually talking massive level of
10
where you
seconds
see
remaining.
they were looking at Nick. They were running some
5 seconds remaining.
weren't going for X Saber, and then they started it, and then Saber, and then they start Saber spec on Nigma again. So it's like a lot of these, they really respect ideas that other teams don't. And instead of trying to like craft what's right or what's wrong, they'll really just try it and just this fierce competitor. There's a we need to try this so we can get why they're actually.
That speaks.
Radiant team ban.
Right, it's like their ideas are good. We trust that our, but we are good enough to all their ideas. And
Land Dota in one.
Dire team pick.
Pubs, exact same region. Come out, and as you suspected, the Faceless Void does get banned, but also a bit off the wall ban. Arc Warden getting out as well by LGD.
you know what? Going up against each Grand Final, it's like it seems like they always pull this hero out.
Radiant team pick.
I speak for the trees.
Profit.
Back.
Tempo then.
Talking about.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
It is an interesting match. Although you're not exact hero that buff to your attack, but nature's speed items, he also in the top 10 heroes have the highest agi. He is the only non-agi. Does hit really fight on the egg map and hit the egg with kind of those extra right clicks. Yeah, and now that you mentioned, remember, had the nature. They also had ice. Guy was flying just in their face, so deep into the enemy towers that okay, he should. But then Arteezy would be willing to TN and risk his own life, back up ice, and that allowed ice throughout the game to ridiculously no other Timber away with it, only because they were both so confident that they would bail each.
Draft. Basically every box you could ask. They've got push. They've got magic damage. Physical. They've got tanky. They've got initiating. LGD are burning through reserves to figure out what character maybe slot into this. Faithbion or Ame on this Axe still, who knows? Because chances are this Timbersaw wants to follow Axe around.
There's a lot of ways the lineup is possibly outscale. I don't think you would outscale it. Spectre's banned, but something along the lines like I think if Lena and Nate have it might be.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Select your.
It is a carry.
Hey, I'm intrigued. I mean, we considered the possibility at the very beginning. Quick prediction. Jenkins, Gruff, you like? Can't think. I need quick predictions.
I'm gonna go LGD here. I think it's the Axe game, not on Timbersaw.
I go LGD.
Ready? It's only game 1 of a 5 situation grand final. I gotta say, both teams coming with comfort, but also exotic stuff. Said Effie, this is imported from South America, as we saw. Also in North America. carry axe. LGD brought it into the meta and fell off a little bit, but it's back. We're also back with our casters, Capitalist, and oh no.
That's right, Tsunami. Tremble and despair, fanboys. The man who could end your favorite team's run. Behold, it's Kyle, King of Curses.
Speaking of curses, Cap, we got a pretty strong one already in this game.
Yes, we do. Arteezy, the curse. Is it going to be real or is it going to be not? This is an opportunity to be able to finally break that curse, Kyle.
27 Valve Premier events, 14 top fours, 0 wins.
Oof, that one's got to hurt. Evil Geniuses, they've been at the last 3 Valve Majors. Dream League, 3-2. Singapore Major, 3-2, and now they're in the finals against LGD, and yet to claim the victory, Kyle.
Definitely the best 2 teams in the tournament, but I think we all know there's a clear favorite. It's PSG.LGD, the undisputed best team here at the AniMajor. I'll go so far as to guarantee they're going to take this dub.
I'd like to take a moment to apologize to the Chinese fans who are watching this broadcast. We can't control Kyle. It just is what it is. So I guess it's going to be Kyle Curse versus the Arteezy Curse. Which one of these two is going to be stronger? And you know, Kyle, I was actually talking to Jack earlier. Jack, KBBQ, our insider in the Chinese scene, and he described Ame is in the Chinese scene. He's got a little bit of Artur vibes, and you can get it, right? The last 3 TIs he's been at, 2nd, 4th, 3rd.
I mean, he was removed from LGD and then invited back because they realized that you just can't replace him.
No.
Who has the guts to pick an axe for himself in the first game of a Grand Final BO5? This is another player notable for losing a 5th game of a Grand Final Best of 5 with a last pick AniMajor for himself, trying to do his best burning impression, but many throughout the years have tried and failed to do just that. Either way, like the draft from both sides, pretty balanced, a bit of what you'd expect in the first game. Remember, it's a BO5. It's a long series. We can expect there to be an independent meta that will develop as the games go on, but the carry Nature's Prophet has been deadly from EG.
2-2 split on the bounties. Did you hear our draft panel? They were actually both favoring LGD's lineup. What do you think it was about LGD's draft that motivated them to go for the Chinese team here?
Well, definitely fans of the Ame axe. I think it's just, again, really gutsy pick. I am concerned for PSG.LGD's ability to deal with Timbersaw. And Razor against Zelina, this is one of the more unfavorable matchups. I expect Abed to do quite well here. However, they do have the Hoodwink. That's key because Break against Timber is obviously a hard counter. EG with the Lion Clock can be very effective as well, just zoning out team fights. We've talked throughout the tournament a lot about how Clock is very adept at hunting Hoodwink through the trees.
Nothing to say. He's already got something to say about that matchup. Kyle, he's gotten the first 2 denies of the wave. So he may already be in Abed's head. Fly, looking to run down Y here. Of course, battery assault level 1. Not the greatest amount of damage, but he's so far away from the tower. He's got a fairy fire. Fly does have the movement speed advantage here. Just ever so barely, but he's going to have to give up on it.
And he drops the entry as well. Arteezy should be able to do quite well against a Sand King early on, but it does definitely get harder when there's points in the Caustic along with a couple extra ones in Sandstorm.
Yeah, they just managed to get to this grand finals off the back of a Sand King from Ice with that old school carry build.
Oh yeah, set a record as well. The highest net worth at on a Sand King at 35 minutes ever recorded in Dota history, a little more than 21,000. It broke the old highest by 1,500 or so.
Ame playing out a bit of a 1v1. He's got the Silverhort behind him trying to do some pulls, but again, it's a Hoodwink in lane. You probably don't offer the most amount of pressure against a Timbersaw, but later on, of course, you're going to have that big, high amount of damage that comes out from the Sharpshooter and the break mechanic, which may be useful. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Played matchup so far. 5-4, 4-4. Seems like both of these mids are focused a little bit more on harassing and positioning against each other rather than the CS battle.
This is a really annoying lane to play for both players. If you can juke a Lina stun and get a big brain off, then it gives you a free wave. Same kind of goes for Lina. You're trying to harass down Razor with every Q nuke to ensure you get both CS and harass damage. So a lot of sidestepping, which leads to a lot of missed CS. Top lane, 2-point Sandstorm. Arteezy not really able to do too much anymore. It's likely going to just be a farm for farm trade.
Yeah, that's why you could see both the Hoodwink and the Clockwork sitting in the safe lane, but not really being in experience range a whole lot. Instead, are just making it their job to harass the forward position as much as possible. Does manage to get that stack up. Why slides away with the Icarus dive. Waiting for a rotation where the mid lane ends up getting some pressure put on it, just because, I mean, it's Alina on one side, Razor on the other. I feel like both of those mid heroes are rather susceptible to ganks.
Yep. The one thing to note, though, with the PSG.LGD lineup, they've got a pretty distinct advantage in that they can easily clear Ancient stacks early on. Ame rushing the Vanguard. You can already see the Phoenix looking to get those stacks. Now, EG, you can clear them with a Prophet, but you can't do stacks. So every one of those Ancients up is basically an extra creep wave just being held in reserve for Ame, and we've seen him go off. This might be a game he wants to get an early blink. We could see him do what he did earlier in the group stage with just Vanguard, Manta. Start farming waves, shoving at all times, and if you have waves shoved, it's a lot harder to play Furion. You just don't have the information then to make moves with your support duo who are going to look to play off map.
Trying to secure the water runes here. Nothing to say is already in position though. So Shinkyu, his presence is...
We missed that one.
Not needed. Fly gonna hold out another one, but never mind. Why? Sneaky, sneaky. Dives through it, grabs the water rune before Fly is none the wiser. Crit. Gonna be caught here, has to turn around Hex. Does have Tranquil Boots, so as long as he doesn't die here, he'll be able to still play the lane pretty easily. It's funny, but it's just these safe lane, both sides have these cores that are so strong that the supports don't really have much of a game besides just focusing on the opposing support. I mean, it's hard to be able to walk into a Sand King Sandstorm, and it's not like the Nature's Prophet provides any nukes in himself. He's going to be fine in lane, though, just farming up. And same thing with Axe. I mean, what are you supposed to do to pressure this guy?
Yeah. And the edge the EG lineup is going to have is their overwhelming tower pressure. PSG.LGD, you look at this lineup, they got some pretty decent team fight, but they have no tower hitters. A lot of their lineup is predicated on height just being enormous. EG, very easy. Timbersault's going to shove a lane hard, absorb tower if necessary. Prophet at any point can TP in, summon a creep wave. Two supports that love to set up for kills, and that's a, was that a triple or a quad? And he's getting the hard camp successfully, but he's missed the Ancients twice.
Big stack. He's got 4 different ones, so that's a triple and a double on the Ancients. And so what I'm hearing from that, from the Evil Geniuses side, is that they're going to be able to chip away at towers. Maybe gank-oriented, like small pickoffs is going to be better. Meanwhile, LGD, they have to like kill Evil Geniuses over and over to claim those objectives. Ice, ice, ice. Slides right on past Jinkyu and chases them away.
Into the late game, I think EG's cores all certainly outscale. Now, the one hero that's not really fully understood, because really only PSG.LGD have made the carry Axe look great.
Yeah.
I don't know how well it's going to carry into the late game, because the Manta Shard, you know, that's all based on the shard damage. It's
Razor being gone on by so many heroes, but he's managed to get the first blood in. Arteezy trying to finish off nothing this thing, but they don't have this. Mine joining in, but honestly, he's not even really needed there. Abed thought they were going to be able to claim a kill with the help of Arteezy, but nothing to say, proves to be too strong.
And just mana issues on Abed. He was a little low there. He ended up, you know, it kind of goes back to the Water Rune steal in a way, because if that's saved for Abed, he'll have mana for that Laguna Blade. Instead, was just short. Nothing to say, survives.
Radiant's structures are not only fortified,
trying to go for the stacks again this time around. Crit's going to be joining him, so they really want to get a punish here. We're already given up for Flood, the double damage, not quite enough. Razor immediately TPing out as forcing a little bit of movement, pretty good, and his move is actually disguising Evil Geniuses in their play to be able to take some of these stacks. Takes about half of the smaller creeps there, and it looks like one of the big ones from Abed's nuke.
A lot of games in this tournament, I wondered if I was actually secretly watching a StarCraft reboot, because the macro game has been so important. You don't see teams making moves to destroy enemy structures, but rather just handle their mineral collections in the form of these creep stacks. And
big economy game, right?
Exactly.
So like that's what we're focusing on, ruining LGD's economy, trying to get something for your own. Yeah, it is an interesting approach to the game.
And they also waited to do those stacks, at least on the LGD side, until 7 minutes plus. So if you do it right, sometimes you just end up with all your neutral items right off the bat. It's a big edge.
AniMajor found the dream camps to be able to quickly find neutral items, the Satyrs and the Knolls.
Yep. Cane Ring, one of my favorites. Fairy's Trinket to Abed. He'll be very happy with that. And you can see both teams are like, all right, 7 minutes, everybody. All right, get the free items, and then we'll resume and look to get things done. Love the warding from PSG.LGD. If you want to check it out, it's just 3 wards all securing different lanes. It's defensive. You just want to read EG's movements because they're the team that'll make plays for towers. They're the ones who are going to attack objectives, and PSG.LGD throughout this tournament have been really good at picking their battles well. They will let specifically this tier 1 safe lane go if they don't feel like they're in a position to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, anywhere that this lion goes, right, it's not just a lion. It's probably an RTZ teleport in with a Nature's Prophet. So they really have to be aware of where these supports are going to be moving around. Ice clearing out all the trees here. Jinkyu, he's going to make sure he's nowhere in range of collecting the experience of this gigantic creep wave. And he's currently under tower. He's currently taking the tier 1 tower, and does look like you're right, Kyle. They're not going to fight for it. Makes sense. Fighting at the Timber Saw at this point in the game seems a little bit ambitious.
Yep. I love Ice on these farming cores. I think a big shift from EG. You know, even when he's playing the Terrorblade, yeah, obviously a bit more priority is going to be given our Tor, but when he's on the Prophet, Ice gets his time to shine. You know, he's going to get a lot more space, and he's going to get huge. What does Ame have queued up? It's the straight Manta
straight
rush.
to the Manta after the Vanguard.
Yep.
As is per usual for the Chinese Axis. It's a big reason why LGD managed to make it look the best coming from the region that created this.
I was thinking maybe he waits for the blink. Like, we've seen this before.
Yeah.
They will have issues trying to make plays, but I think he got the right read where for them to win this game, they need a crazy sick timing at his shard. And that's what they're going to need to then use to get a game-winning advantage, because the EG lineup will outscale past that. Shard and spin damage does not scale.
Sprout doesn't work against the Hoodwink. Scurries right through those trees.
Now scouted out, but EG will be able to pressure. In early tier 2, very important because of the denial of the outpost. Start grinding out an XP lead. But the thing is, there hasn't been an Abe. He's been just farming already with Vanguard Yasha, 1,000 gold ahead of the game. And he will now be, I'd say, more than capable of planting himself in front of an objective to keep it alive. It's really just Isis Timber and then the double ult damage from Lion and the Lena. Lion and the Lena that he has to worry about.
So Evil Geniuses, they've taken 1 tower, but now Axe can help defend. So pushing some of these towers is going to be harder. Give it another 10 minutes, and then the carry Axe is going to be online with both the Manta and the Shard, in which case our map control game starts going to shit because illusions are pushing in the lanes everywhere. And then you give it probably, what, maybe another 5 minutes after that. He's going to have the Blink Dagger. Another 5 minutes after that, he's going to be threatening BKB. Like, this is a hero that starts scaling incredibly quickly if you let him have this longer period of rest that we're currently watching. And PSG.LGD moving in through the smoke. Going to be able to pop on a fly. That's going to be the reveal of the Blink Dagger. Both being thrown here to make sure that Flying dies as quickly as possible, but there is the rebuttal. Evil Geniuses will find Jinkyu, and even trying to catch Faith Beyond LSA, just a little bit shy though.
I just want to get something done. Notably, both carries farming opposite mirrored sides of the map, but Ame's getting just a little bit more gold. He farms Ancients about twice as fast. Same goes for most creep camps. So Arteezy again, it's more about securing the objectives, the early game lead. He will at some point have a Witchblade too, one of the more effective items at dealing with these strength heroes.
So while the triangle isn't as important for Evil Geniuses, their play is to take LGD's side of the map more often. So they're already playing for that jungle. If they can get this mid tower, but interruption? No, nice jump in from Fly to be able to stop Faith Beyond, but that bushwhack, it stopped the Timbersaw from being able to kill the Sand King. The sharpshooter puts him down, and Abed, he's one step ahead, nothing to stay. Gonna be able to catch him. Oh, so close. Just barely gets the kill. 4 down on the side of Evil Geniuses, and PSG.LGD might just be the ones to take the mid tower first.
That was such an incredible collapse. We'll see that back, but they already had wards on both ends of that mid tower. They'll lose, no, not even. They don't lose the objective, but they just, out of nowhere, suddenly there's 5 heroes. And Arteezy, the problem with Furion is you need to have that numbers advantage, the pressure advantage. He can't teleport in there. Crit unfortunately got killed just before the finger went out, and they just had nothing doing. The great initiation from Faith Beyond, the early Blink Dagger paying dividends. EG don't have that same sort of initiation. We're gonna see it right now, yeah. They get the counter initiation, the finger interrupted. Just in time. And
no finger, no whirling death that would have also killed the Sand King. Just beautiful stuff from Shinkyu.
They also keep Faith Beyond alive somehow. So he's sitting in the sandstorm for an extra 3-4 seconds before he eventually tumbles, but it's so much AoE magic damage. There's 3 EG heroes inside of it. There's nothing you can do about it. Timber, theoretically very good hero against the SK, but when you're standing in the middle of a sandstorm, it does not feel nice, and they'll deny the tower and thus the resources to EG.
As you were saying, PSG.LGD, depending on their lineup, what they judge, what they deem to be best, sometimes they're willing to give up certain objectives, and here they're going to concede this mid tower, and in exchange, they're going to have a Manta already for Ame. So at this point, he may actually have the Blink Dagger before he has the Shard, thanks to that one team fight there.
Yeah, he is enormous, and it's very spooky to play against him now. He's going to be able to just farm jungle and lanes, also providing more vision, just because it's illusions. You know, this is what made EG's Terrorblade and Naga so scary. They're able to obtain gold and information while risking nothing. Ame, he's farming 2 camps while hitting a tower. EG, they'll make moves towards the bottom half of the map, but there's no objective there, so looking to just trick. I just wonder, what is EG's timing?
Here comes the epicenter. Thinking about going for the Abed kill here. Faith Beyond canceled it, though.
He's going to need more for sure.
Yeah, and it seems like the rest of his team isn't quite ready. Now, he can try and sneak in behind here and have some teammates TP in, but there are a couple of heroes from Evil Geniuses off map right now. And there's always the threat of that Nature's Prophet teleport. Of course, one of those heroes off map is Fly. Has an Invis rune right now. By himself. Won't be able to kill Y, but outside of the vision here. Goes for it. Oh, but the battery assault doesn't actually catch Y as he Icarus dives away.
That was so sick. The Spidey senses, drops the sentry, sees the Invis clock, but he'll also catch that ward on the outpost and then retreat safely to his own triangle and gets the Ancient stack. Boy's a beast. Shinkyu playing bottom now with the Veil, so the spell damage output of the
nice.
SK Phoenix is going to be even higher.
I'm a big fan of this build. I know on the NA side, MSS putting in a lot of work with that Hoodwink, and some of the DPC matches would always go Ether Lens, but I think if you can go for it, Veil feels so good.
Yeah, especially a game like this. You're playing against Timber, playing against Clock.
Yeah.
You don't see Furion with the BKB until 3rd item, typically. Again, love the PSG.LGD wards. Just fully defensive. 4 sentries, 2 wards in their own woods. They know that that's the area of the map EG is likely to try to make their next big move in. Instead, they're going to smoke behind ice. Has the hood. Pretty tanky. Who do you really go for is the question. Nothing to say. Not the target.
It feels like in some ways, why? He's broken the smoke. Fly's going to drop a ward. Okay, he's going to be caught here inside of his own cogs, unable to get out. Is there a hook shot available? Oh no, Abed! He moved and Fly misses the hook to save his own life. 7-2 now, as LGD seem to be countering every Evil Geniuses move that is aggressive.
It's interesting. It's EG, they went for more of a mid-game tempo lineup, right? We've seen them play the Furion. Yeah, Arteezy eventually can out-carry. We saw him beat a Luna, but it kind of relies on that early game lead, and PSG.LGD, they're just kind of matching them. And EG, because of this investment, I don't think that they necessarily will like hard outscale in this game. It's not like they have a Spectre or a TB that eventually just gives them a win.
Yeah, I think you do not want to underestimate the power of Carry Axe and how much damage it can output. Evil Geniuses, once again, trying to set up. Why? Not having the hook shot from that missed play earlier. Does close the gap here onto Ame. Gets him side of the cogs. No one's really close. Faith Beyond is going to jump onto that immediately. And in a way, Fly, did he just willingly sacrifice himself to get something out of LGD? Because nobody was following him on that one. They all gave up a long time ago.
It's quite possible. I mean, he did force a pretty big rotation. Up to viewers, I guess, to determine if that's value or not. But he did get the epi, and that was very far into the PSG.LGD side of the map. His team, of course, on EG playing opposite corners. Abed, he really needs to finish the BKB, just going to be the recipe away. Arteezy, he's building for that next as well, at least if you track his last few games on the Prophet. Ice going for the song. Kaya, no, they're going to smoke up again. We'll see what happens. They'd love to find Ame. He has the shard queued up. He'll be able to buy it as soon as we hit 20 minutes. If you're just tuning in, been away from Dota for a while, but saw once again EG was in a final. Shard gives Axe attack spins, more attack speed, and a better proc chance. So you pop Manta, all those illusions spin independently. They have the different ICD, and it's a ton of damage. A whole lot.
You want to explain ICD?
Internal cooldown?
Yes, internal cooldown. Abilities sometimes have internal cooldowns to make sure that you don't actually, you know, have a billion attack speed and permamatch somebody, for an example. Nether shot the axe as well. I feel like he probably would take that one in hand. No, actually. Keeping the ring. He needs the mana regen for its Manta constantly being spammed out. I don't know. Evil Geniuses, I feel like they are trying to make moves and aren't connecting anywhere. But at the same time, they also don't seem too concerned about it.
Yeah. I think both teams kind of have the same read on the game, in a way. Just, okay, we're fine with this bottom. Might be a dead Faith Beyond. Yeah.
Big pickup, if they can get it. Double ultimates there from Crit and Abed. Finger of Death and Laguna Blade is certainly enough to kill most of the offlaners in the game, and Faith Beyond is no exception.
Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion in the green room. Fog specifically talking about how burst damage just feels incredibly strong. Sustained DPS hard to come by, but you know, you can't really ask for more burst from a combo.
Yeah.
With the two highest damage ultimates in the game just able to go pop.
Those Manta illusions into the jungle. Call onto the Timbersaw. Bushwhack follow-up. Nothing else behind this, though. They're going to chill out, not go for the Timbersaw. Again, it seems like PSG.LGD perfectly content with the state of the game and only really maneuvering to try and counter Evil Genius's movements. Other than that, farming. They're going to hit it. Timing sometime soon is nothing to say. He's already got his BKB. Push forward from Faith Beyond. Going to be able to deny the Abed TP. They're going to catch Crit as well. Instant Culling Blade with that movement speed buff. They might be able to catch more. Fly, he's far enough away. But the tower, well, that certainly is within spitting distance for PSG.LGD. And I don't think Evil Genius is going to have a response to this.
I was going to say, I was about to comment, this is a bad move from EG because Razor had his BKB. They didn't see it. They didn't have any vision on his rotations, but Abed was still a couple hundred gold off of his. Arteezy, also a recipe away from his. That's not a fight you'll ever win. Nothing to say, just gonna pop BKB. Faith Beyond with a great blink stun. Like, we've talked about Lena's issues before. You know, 9 armor, less than 2k HP. Very squishy at this phase of the game. And that gives away the free Roche. Is the shard up? Yeah, it already is.
The shard is up on the axe, and that is why they're able to do Roshan. That kind of pure damage does so much work against Roche, but PSG.LGD are going to respect the fact that Evil Geniuses, and I think I've noticed this trend from them, is that they always respect the potential maneuvers that can be made by their opponents. Evil Geniuses, I think we're even going to give that up. Oh, jump forward, barely catches him. Eyesight was half a second away from being able to TP out, but Faith Beyond is fast enough to catch him in the act.
Yeah.
Now they can finish Roshan.
We've seen this game many times out of PSG.LGD so far this tournament. Incredibly technical. They just lull you into this false sense of security. Then pounce the fight mid, a couple of pickoffs. Now all of a sudden it's like, wait, they have total map control. They're in the Roche pit uncontested. You're going to give this one over to Ame. There it is. And suddenly the carry axe gets real spooky because he has the confidence now to play incredibly aggressive and just pop Manta for pure farming.
Yeah. Yeah, very. I think we'll have to see if they wait out for a full BKB for Ame and like really solidify having a gigantic power spike, or if they try and use this Aegis a little bit earlier. But either way, in the next coming minutes, you're going to see LGD playing on Evil Genius's side heavily if they can. Now, Evil Geniuses still have this big split opportunity. They're going to be able to jump forward and catch. Yep, Arteezy. He's dead. Crit. He's going to be good. But Evil Geniuses again and again denied any possible place on this map.
That killer instinct though. Faith Beyond, he canceled his ulti there. But Jinkyu still going for the ulti. Ame would have closed in time. If they had done the damage in time, he could have Culling Bladed. Like, they're always getting for the bonus. Like, Arteezy, you just can't do that. Like, they have a ward, but a nice TP from Ame into the trees. You see the damage of this Manta Axe. And the EG heroes are just way too squishy. Way too squishy. Yeah, Ice has some survivability, but he's playing against a break and Axe's pure damage.
Bushwhack holding in the Timber Saw. They don't have the Sharpshooter. Ice trying to Timber Chain far enough away. Hook shot and a Cogs to be able to keep Nothing to Say back. So they will not be able to chase down this Timber Saw, but they take quite a hefty amount of damage. They're going to be able to continue hitting this bottom tier 1 tower while taking over the triangle of Evil Geniuses. Once again, EG going to look for a movement here. Crit jumping forward with his blink deck, trying to get a hex or something, but Faith Beyond, he managed to get out of that one, and Crit just suicided into, the long-range Sharpshooter catches the Lina, slowing him down. Self-fuel, now the call falls. He may have gotten the BKB up, but look at the pure damage raining in from Ame. Supernova over the top, Arteezy gonna be ran down as well. Double kill for Ame. And Evil Geniuses, Kyle, I'm beginning to think that just like every single game 1 of LGD's run through this upper bracket, that they are going to stomp EG and take a clean victory on the start of a series.
I can't disagree with you, Cap. I mean, this team, they looked unstoppable. EG, another very impressive lower bracket run, but this final boss, PSG.LGD, like, this has just been par for the course. Like, when they win these game 1s, you're underselling it. It's not like it's close. They dominate people, and you heard Kuro say, or was it RMN in the post-game interview after Nigma was eliminated, that this team broke their strategy.
Yep.
They studied them. The director in the background, Zhao 8, prepared his boys, and they came out fierce and wasn't even competitive. And so far this game 1, EG, they just haven't been able to make any moves. They've got their BKBs, but so what? Here comes Ame again. Oh, nice Yols, pre-click.
Sharpshooter, a little bit off the mark there. Nothing to Say with the Invis rune is going to keep scouting to see if anybody gets close to trying to defend this tier 2, but it seems pretty clear the Evil Geniuses are doing whatever they can to fight away from PSG.LGD at this point. Everybody else is on the other side of the map, and that's why Jinkyu, he's going to show himself, knowing that perhaps Bounty Runes and the Triangle is a play here. Turnaround, Finger Death being pumped. Crit thinks maybe they have it with Arteezy, but no, Jinkyu, a long-range hook shot. Dots meant to catch him, and he caught Y inside of that one as well. Double kill for Fly, but that's the only good news for Evil Geniuses. Is Ame is running down Arteezy, trapped by the Sprout. He's not going to be able to catch him. A TP out from Artur. He resets the team fight. Ame looks, but indeed, Arteezy magicianed himself away back to the fountain.
I was very lucky. I saw he was attacking Ame for a second, thought better of it, realized those spins might actually kill his Prophet within those trees. Ame's in again.
Timbers up. Oh. Nothing to Say, not bothering to chase him.
But
honestly, it's not really worth it. They just need to focus on map control, because Evil Geniuses, it looks like their only play right now is split pushing. They're just going to rat this game for, I don't know, how long? Like, when do they get strong again?
Oh, well, it's, I guess when Axe would start to fall off. The thing is, he's acquiring items so quickly. Already 4K ahead of Arteezy. Nearly half the net worth lead that PSG.LGD have is on Ame's shoulders, and that AC upcoming, like, that's a huge item to grab. So once that'll replace his Aegis, theoretically, he's like close to maxed out.
Yeah, I do think I've played around with this Axe concept quite a bit since it was first being run in the DPC for China, and it definitely feels like AC is your last really big power spike.
Yeah.
You're still going to be strong. Again, don't underestimate the power of this hero still going late game, but good play by RTZ. Abed, though, being run down the mid lane while that was happening. Jinkyo trying to push Fly out there with the drop of the Acorn Tree. Not quite good enough. Evil Geniuses chaos around this bottom lane as Fly, no hook shot, no opportunity to be able to get the power dogs push back. Crit to be run down by Ame as well. It just feels like it's grab bag. PSG.LGD, they're just picking up whatever heroes they can get their hands on and then running to the other side of the map to deal with the Nature's Prophet split push.
Yeah, it's much easier now that both Ame and Faith Beyond have bots. So the global mobility of the Prophet is somewhat neutered here. Also, once again, I just love the way that PSG.LGD itemized. They've got the Force Staff Holy Locket on the Phoenix. Force necessary any game you're playing against a clock. Faith Beyond, he has the Aeon Disc, but the early bots to deal with the split push. And then nothing to say. He's actually queuing up an Aghanims. You know, discuss their lack of tower pressure. The Ags will certainly help. And now they just continue to explore map movements and just run at EG. That's gonna be the name of the game. Do they have any wards to place?
And you said they may be lacking a little bit of tower pressure. The Aghanim Scepter may help with the double hits, and being able to hit the towers. All right, tier 3 items are out. Evil Geniuses, knowing that this 27-minute mark usually means that players are split up and farming neutral items in an attempt to get those fresh tier 3s, are going to smoke and push and see if they can get a pick off somewhere around here. Now, Faith Beyond would be a nice target.
He looks juicy, Cap, but he's got the unbreakable item.
Yeah, he's got that Aeon Disc, and I think thanks to the ward, seeing that, even though he may have a gem, he may be a juicy target, it's way too hard to be able to catch this guy. The gem's gonna be able to spot him jumping forward. They nearly go for Faith Beyond, but maybe they didn't see the Aeon Disc. They blow it up, and yeah, it blocks the damage, and now Fly, hook shot out again. Another miss from the captain of Evil Geniuses. The 2 supports die for that bit of movement. Yeah, there was no creeps in that camp.
Blame on that. He farmed a camp, and Fly didn't realize it in time. And all of a sudden, they're in the base. And RTZ's just still like, guys, I can't help you here. Split pushing bottom. If he gets caught in the call, he's just pretty much gone for it.
Yeah, and honestly, like, who really needs to be able to do fast tower damage? You could just kill the enemy team anytime they show their faces. Bit by bit, PSG.LGD will work down these buildings. They're going to back up. Again, respecting the idea that Evil Geniuses could be able to take a 5-on-5. Even though they have yet to be able to prove it, they're still saying, all right, well, there's no need for us to try and challenge this right now. Let's let the supports come back up. Let's just do the same thing that we've been doing. Let's get to map control again. They're going to get desperate, and eventually we're going to stomp out those rats.
It's just like, look how much Ame farmed, right? He just cleared 3 waves bottom, an extra one with the illusion included, the whole jungle, and his bots, like, he still has 9 seconds on the TP. Like 30 seconds, he's clearing an entire half of the map and shoving Artur away from the tier 2, and can just rejoin his team. So they gained about 1,000 gold and more advantage in just that like 1-minute retreat. So yeah, there's no need to try and threaten high ground. All EG has to get back into this is a big team fight. They have their BKBs. And it is still possible for them to kill off the support duo. You could theoretically find nothing to say.
And ground is the best position for Evil Geniuses, not just for the normal reasons, but think about those heroes like Razor. He wants to be able to chase people down in a big area. It's very easy to get a good position out for Lena to be able to throw out damage without being, you know, risking her own life.
And Timbersaw is still a huge threat. You're playing against Axe, that stat loss is quite significant. So, no real rush, though, for PSG.LGD. We got Roche coming up in 1:15. Expect them to get some map control and look to make a play around that. The Shard Roche is a big one. EG, got to be cautious. Crit looking to break the smoke, as is Abed. They're going to move left.
Word on the high ground. Evil Geniuses don't see it, and as a result, RTZ not even bothering to pop the BKB because he knows physical damage is going to be too much.
It's a tough one for the Nature's Prophet. 0-3 and 4 on our tour, but looking around his team, it's actually not a bad score under the circumstances.
Yeah.
His duo.
Oh, look at that! That's what I love to see. The carry axe.
Thanks, guys.
You think to yourself, it can't be that big of a deal. He calls you, he pops Manta. All of a sudden, they're all three spinning constantly, and your health, it just plummets.
Yeah, the right clicks of the illusions are no joke either. You consider he's got Orb of Destruction, neutral, -4 armor, -5 from the AC. Lina only has 11, and that's just a free rack. Kills on 2 cores and 2 side lanes, then take mid racks. Just utter domination around the map by PSG.LGD. I don't know what you do if you're EG here.
Pretty sure you call GG.
Yes, if Lecompter, he would say that exactly. Enter, GG, enter once again. There really just isn't much left to do. Game plan a bit better, come back stronger. You get 15 minutes. Game 2, maybe a different game plan, maybe a different hero. Maybe you ban Axe. It does seem quite powerful, uniquely in PSG.LGD's hands. When you consider Faith Beyond, he'll happily play it as an offlaner, but they can so easily shift it to carry on their last pick.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they get all in on this power spike around 20 minutes, but maybe that mid-team fight one to, if you had a do-over EG, perhaps you just don't take that. Because that really felt like the moment PSG.LGD obtained all momentum. One last fight, perhaps. Roshop?
They have to be able to take this fight. They have to be able to go for it. Hook shot on into the pit. But the 2 supports are going to start this team fight in the fountain. They're going to have to TP back in. A sharpshooter managed to nail RTZ offense all in to be able to grab it. He does manage to grab the Aegis. He's going to be coming back soon, but it's going to be under the effect of an exploding sun, as sure enough, he is immediately stunned up. RTZ turns around, kills Faith Beyond, perhaps, not even that. PSG.LGD deny everything from Evil Geniuses. Game 1, they thoroughly work the North American squad.
I don't know if you call it an outdraft, because in any other team's hands, I don't think the game could possibly look like this. But PSG.LGD, they've been
Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Brace yourself for sad tidings. Radiant's courier has been slain. Dire's courier has been slain. Another innocent slain for our amusement. Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence. I've never seen Radiant's structures looking so Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration? An extraordinary amount of stress. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Structures are fortified. There appears to be some sort of magic at work.
Interesting. Fresh meat. Lovely. Almighty
bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration? My gratitude. Such things? It would appear Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. And not in a good way. Well, it seems that Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence. Dire's structures are cunningly fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence.
Not what you expected. Rattle,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. It would appear Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Almighty body. Haste.
Evil geniuses turn to pick.
Radiant team
And because they were gonna relax that early blink
Earth spirit.
compensate for Axe's
I
and
also,
that's exactly
I also think Sand King is the current #1 hero for, you know, other heroes that are arguably up there, depending on the meta, like For the Light, Tinker, Zeus, but they don't really
5 seconds
current
remaining.
meta. These are not good heroes. Only really good meta hero for early game defending Sand King. You just Sandstorm. Just running a tempo draft like that, where you're
Dire
supposed
team ban.
to that same thing happen against EG.
Radiant team
Sorry,
ban.
from EG against a Nature's Prophet in the no pings here, where they had a bunch of ways of dealing with the Furions pushing an early game tempo, and then the carry Furion just looked.
Now it's time for a bit of a different approach from each. Same bans from L.
10 seconds remaining.
And the Terror.
5 seconds remaining.
Open up with
EG bread and butter lane domination. Get that with a Viper. Abaddon. Already their lane. But I like that LGD.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Yeah, and LGD like, run the offlane Viper. What I love to see, how willing they are to just snatch up other straps. About this on the panel, just it shows once again this respect for the aggregate ideas of the Dota 2 pro community. Hell, we've even seen this where there's something that gets Reddit from like the RD2L, where of the tower being taken, and then a China team. It was a
China. It was Sparking Arrow Gaming. I casted that game.
They ran that in tower at 30 seconds into the cool. That we have this like kind of community field of ideas that we're able to pull from, and me and LG perfectly willing to do that with each other, and I would from anywhere.
Goal and RTL. Anywhere. One thing I am surprised about, I love me some. They currently have a 25% win. Picked it 4 times. They've only. Why Earth Spirit? What are the strengths? Lion.
This is not a great, as Ali put it.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
But if you couple him with Viper Conquest, has a lot of. This is a hero that can win the lane that he just. If it's a comfort.
10 seconds remaining.
Did you have faith in?
5 seconds remaining.
Pure games.
Okay, it's only 1,200.
Literally nothing to add to
Is
that.
that your most played hero? Really? No wonder you were saying.
You haven't heard of the famous Effie Earth
I mean,
Spirit?
I have, but like, people have multiple Siggies, as we like to call them around here.
I play this hero too. I have like an unhealthy. I don't want to. I am going to talk.
Team pick.
Is this Terrorblade? If you first phase a core, you have to. And they do that by banning up song disengage it. And Darkseer. Darkseer is the saddest hero.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
That they, even with it being very likely in Viper, they still ban out the Darkseer. Something that will Spirit have a lot more value. It's even a bad patch for Fear, but with the Fear, they're totally different things. The same thing with Spear Breaker. That hero can see like complete dog shit, and then still, it comes into play when you need some sort of global hero. And you
5 seconds remaining.
Good. The one thing that I am worried about for this Ice potential, either it's Abed, in which means he's not on a playmaker, or it's Ice. If you leave him alone in lane, which Earthspear likes to do because it likes to roam, then you're leaving him possibly against an Enchantress team. That is feed central, and so if I'm EG, I'm doing something about that. Either taking the Viper, putting it mid, taking the Viper, putting maybe the position 5 AA with it, and the Earth Spirit goes with the...
Say that there was one, and
really?
That was against Liquid. Abed on a mid Spirit, it wasn't...
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Go for their Siggy. Well, the Brewmaster, we saw it once before. Wow, they are stepping very much out of the box.
Wow. This is like a deceptively good push. TB Illusions, the Metamorphosis, you have the Enchantress creep, tank tower. The Earth Panda does a crap ton of damage to towers, and Aoi actually gave me the teaching me this concept of the Panda, because I didn't quite understand he was playing. I was like, I just don't know. Laid it out for me. So this Panda hero, you don't want to defensively use Split, because the best way that you can utilize this hero is that Split has a really long cooldown. If you split defensively, defending one of your own towers, then you don't have it to push anything, and you just lose the map because they just tower when you don't have it. So every time you split, you want to get a tower. It's so that the enemy team often either they have to run and fight you, right? Or they don't fight you, they run away, but they lose the tower if you're doing it aggressively. And when you have heroes like Enchant Tower, Shadow Shaman,
5 seconds remaining,
and then you have Terrorblade who can Metamorphosis into the tower, it's like you have to fight them at the tower, but you're fighting into a Panda. Hard hero, a disrupt hero to team fight into.
Apparition. Oh, he already has Earth.
Radiant
Shadow
team
Shaman absolutely. As a not ban out any of Ovid's signatures. Now there's an Ovid special. They had to respond because you need
10 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Tons of magic damage. One of these things where, and I think we're kind of thinking this, well, if it has good lane, they could look incredibly good because you don't really have cooldowns to play around. Other than like kind of magnetite, it's not really that big of a deal. And
it's not really your spell.
Yeah, they have a
5 seconds remaining.
Magic amplification, Ice Vortex, and then Viper's Q
Radiant
for both the
team
Storm Sphere and the Earth Sphere. A ton of damage.
Death Prophet. Talking about push.
They're all in,
better
man.
way to cap it all off than with the Death Prophet deck.
Ball. This is straight up death ball. Every single of their heroes. But I think they can also 4-man while TB.
10 seconds remaining.
Really, when you
5 seconds
worry
remaining.
about some, all of these are strong. Dominate. They already there.
Find a hero down or speed up in terms of combat, maybe. Of his signatures must have been banned out.
Speak for the
Go ahead.
Prophet again.
Select your heroes.
What did you think of the vacuum type environment? Axe.
I think it was a fine, really. That team fight, had it gone.
So in this draft, LGD doesn't have the ability to defend towers as easy. Very committal. If they defend a tower with their ability, they're on cooldown for the next. So I do think playing a high tempo lineup makes a lot more sense in this game, and that's just because he's pick on no proper response because they lose.
AA needs. It looks like they're also ready to win.
Yeah, I'm actually going to go EG with this one. If they win lane, our heroes can play really fast in this.
I go LGD.
They look like the just absolute best. But we'll see.
Have another setup for a spicy match. Relatively easy. Way LGD throughout this tournament. Who saw how these types of series get out in Singapore first mean anything.
Roots and run.
Let's pass it over to our casters.
You really should prepare for battle.
4 out of 5 of the series that Evil Geniuses have played in their lower bracket run have gone the distance. 2-1. The only 2-0 they actually got was up against Nigma. So, Evil Geniuses, they've certainly shown that they know how to be able to bounce back from a loss. In fact, that was something that I really loved to hear about from Curtis, and he was talking about how these players, every single one of them, they say, this is the best team I've ever played on. He says that's usually a sign of having good mentality in the team.
I would agree, but I'm a bit concerned for their body language. I mean, EG, they're typically more subdued, you know, not often smiling in the pre-match, but definitely a little shaken after that last loss. I think their draft is a bit better here. Abed Storm, hero he played almost well enough to win the previous major final. PSG.LGD, overwhelming amount of team fight, and Crit has walked up high ground.
And very likely is going to be giving away the first blood. Oh, he tried to find the opening, but no! I cannot believe that angle got blocked. I thought for sure he was going to be able to roll away there, but nope. First blood going to be given to none other than Ame.
Of all the people to give it to.
Yep, and Ame Terrorblade at that, Kyle.
Yeah, we had discussed thinking Axe might be banned, but EG took it away immediately with the first 2 Viper. I think primarily out of fear of that Axe. The Nether Toxin disabling spin, so, you know, end of the day, you're not picking Axe into a Viper. Also, definitely a hero that could bully him out of the lane if they were to give it to Ame in the 1 position.
I think Fly actually started off trying to body block a little bit. But yeah, that's going to be LGD starting off with not just the first blood on Ame, but 3 bounding runes as well. So Evil Genius is going to have to do pretty well in the lanes to start things off to be able to offset a small advantage for LGD. So what is our lanes? I saw they're going to go for the Brewmaster. Oh, top lane. Ice being pressured nice and early by the Tri lane of PSG.LGD. Second kill for LGD.
They've always been so good at that. Historically, whenever Ame's on the team, they give him the last hit. And you saw there was even covered. If that hadn't finished it, they would have picked it up with the Shaman, so it wasn't like there was a risk of Ice escaping. And I like this move. They start with the Tri lane. Not really much. I think Ench could probably do some damage down bottom, but not at level 1. That's the thing.
Sure. I mean, much better, much more important to be able to keep the Viper shut down against a Terrorblade than to make sure that your Brewmaster is having a perfectly A-okay time.
This is how you used to beat offlane Viper. They hear, oh, hang on.
Nice roll-in kickback. Doesn't quite hit the Remnant combo, but they still have the kill. That one's going to go to crit.
Look at the lane. 2-0, 9-3 on Abed. And he's getting a full wave deny under tower. That's crazy.
I think Abed's a little mad. And he's got a lot of reason to be mad. In fact, the reason for him to be mad at LGD dates all the way back to TI8. And 2 of these players, Jinkyu as well as PYW, first showed up on the international stage for Team Serenity. They managed to go through group stage, ended up in the lower bracket. They played that best of 1 stage. You know who they played against, Kyle?
Fnatic?
Fnatic, that's right, Fnatic. Lost that best of 1 against Team Serenity, and that Fnatic had Abed on it.
It's come a long way since then. Oh, that roster was star-studded, but never really got the results that this EG lineup has been able to accumulate during 2020 and 2021. So far, so good for EG. In a good spot in all 3 lanes. But the trouble with offlane Viper has always been what happens if you just get owned in the laning phase. You're a lane dominator, and yeah, you can always go recover the jungle, but that's not ideal. Oh, roll through, won't land. Great gank from Crit, though. I think for him, well, for his team, it's going to be Crit on the Earth, which is going to have to step up. They want a W in Ame.
What? Okay, not only is he dead, like he's dead, but now he has to walk back the lane because of that very, very awkward TP play.
Yeah, it was... He spent his gold, I believe, before he died, so that's something.
I mean,
but yeah,
there goes your first blood advantage.
He could have just TP'd on the roll, you know, like, it would have been fine, but you know, just not really respecting the dive. But that's the power of Viper. He hits level 3, and suddenly TB left alone is in big trouble. Surprised that PSG.LGD didn't think about just keeping a tri-lane. AA, a strong support, but it's not as if he'd be able to stop Faith Beyond alone from just pulling creep waves.
Which is what he's doing right now.
This is the sort of lane Nature's Prophet thrives in. You don't really mind the enemy offlaner, and they can't really kill Treants. So you see him just zoning out the Shadow Shaman, basically with just his AA and Treants. So very nice for EG. So ahead in, I would say, all 3 lanes. Looking at it, specifically mid, Abed is going off.
So I thought game 1 was really interesting because one of the things that Evil Geniuses has done very nicely this event is be able to have this like super aggressive, like the safe lane Furion. It feels like 3 aggressive cores, 3 semi-core sort of lineups and run at you, take over lanes and such. The Singapore Major, and they've also managed to fall back on the harder carry. And I thought game 1, I felt like that concept, that first one, got countered so hard that they were just going to back up and go for the hard carry again. But it seems like Evil Geniuses still have faith in this sort of 3 semi-carry sort of lineup.
Yeah, and I like it a lot more in this game because I think the support duo has just been straight up upgraded. Earth Spirit, better than Clock, and I think it's necessary to have their catch hero on crit, and I'd rather have an AA than a Lion. I know Lion, incredibly high priority, but this hero just seems bonkers, and really, well, I mean, another TP to the tier 1, but this time in time. PSG.LGD, they took Death Prophet into AA. I could say damn hard counter because you remove drains. We've discussed it throughout the group stage, but drains feel like the real ultimate on Death Prophet. It's what for that unkillable strength within a fight, and AA ult just removes that. And suddenly EG, they have so much catch from such a far range. You know, maybe Viper's just sitting there in the lane. Crit in the trees, he can roll in no problem. RTZ TP's in, Storm zips in. AA blast. You have 4 heroes damage output, but they only represent 1 threat.
Crit and Ice have no heroes to kill, so they go ahead and gank the big Eagle Song creep. Faith Beyond, body blocked in. RTZ, he's shown the body blocking skills before in this tournament, most notably that Terrorblade illusion play that he had, and does so again against Faith Beyond's Brewmaster. Jin-Q, though, setting up. You could see the ward behind the tier 1 tower here. Looks to be able to see a hero rotating in, and with this exorcism and with his disables, get a kill off of it. They're going to be able to find it, though. They're going to roll on in now. That's going to be a little shy. 3 heroes here. Jin-Q is actually going to be gone on by Abed. Nobody else from the team is going to try and help him out, not even the Death Prophet. Just ran for the power runes and wasn't even there. They lost the 50-50.
Will Abed, he's going to charge uphill. He would love to steal the bounty as well, but he's going to leave that for his Earth Spirit. A little drive-by scoop. And pull the creep wave too. So this is looking real good for EG. At the moment, it's at least, well, okay, let me rephrase. It's better than last game.
Yeah,
it's a good start.
Yeah.
And Ice is 6.
Yeah, and he's very likely dead. Nice rotations here from PSG.LGD. They still manage to pick up the kill on Y. Ice will enjoy a bit of bump in experience for that. Faith Beyond going to be gone on, though, as again, 3 heroes are one side of the map. Both teams have a similar idea here. The laning phase is beginning to break down. Let's just provide overwhelming numbers to a certain side.
Yeah, but this is going much better for EG. They got a tower. You can feel RTZ definitely feels a lot more powerful. Instead of a Sand King who's already level 7, it's a Faith Beyond Brew that's just level 4. And the hero doesn't really have that easy farming mechanic to come back into the game. He's going to look to accelerate through team fights, but needs ultimate to do that. In addition, Abed, I think most comfortable of all heroes available on Storm, and he's off to a great start. He owned his lane, already level 8, and top net worth in game.
Now, of course, we heard the stat earlier, thanks to our friend Liamir, who gave us the stat on which objective first taken has the highest win probability. Jin-Q, going to be run down here by the Shadow Shaman. Now, the mid tower is a very frequent go-to, and it's why it is so valued. But the offlane tower is another one that usually has a very high win rate as the first objective taken on the map. And it usually means that you won your safe lane so hard that you got an objective you usually shouldn't be able to do. Or in this case, because you've got a Fury on safe lane.
Yeah, it happens like we saw it in this game, where it's just for free. It's like, oh, while we're owning so hard, the hero's not here, we'll just keep going. And unfortunately, PSG.LGD, they don't have great pickoff. Their support duo is somewhat worthless until the later portions of this game. Terrorblade, he's popping meta just to farm camps, and that's their gank attempt. Jin-Q walking forwards to try and Hex Shackle onto a Storm. Other than that, RTZ, all the space in the world. He's actually rushing Maelstrom this game before Witchblade.
They're actually going to roll on a Terrorblade with meta out because Abed felt so strong, and they were right. Crit and Abed execute a metamorphosed Terrorblade who thought he could just farm up Ancients.
And he thought wrong. Didn't have Sunder skill, typical Ame, maximizing for his net worth grind. This time it's EG off to the races, huge lead. They'd love to scoop the mid tower, but they don't need it. Ult popped mid by nothing to say. Had a regen running, so he'll still be full HP. But Ice looks like he might want to make a move here.
Yep, they're immediately going to start slowing somebody down. Wasn't sure if it was nothing to say. Jin-Q ends up being neither, thanks to the silence. Denies the Viper Strike. Still, though, these sort of rotations that are forced when you look at the Nature's Prophet being there, well, he can always relocate to another side of the map, so...
This is such a better Prophet game. The support duo is so frustrated by these creeps constantly scouting and chasing them around. Ice is huge. Prophet, nothing to really fear here. There's no hard initiation in the PSG.LGD. No pesky axes or Sand Kings to worry about clearing your creeps. So, you're just going to hit tower.
Now, the way I usually like to describe these lineups, Kyle, is this is a lineup that has to be ahead. Oh, the roll in. Not quite landing, but the silence to follow it up, and that'll easily free up Abed to be able to go for the execution. Nothing to say. He's going to be underneath the Sprout, plus a Remnant. They do manage to get a stun immediately onto Abed. He's going to jump away thanks to the buyback. Very disciplined from EG, trying to get away and out. Abed with the last bit of mana. They're actually going to turn around on Nothing to Say here. The Ice Blast, just the supports can kill the mid laner of LGD. Once again, the body blocks from Arteezy, netting another kill, this time onto Y, and Abed still running away. Faith Beyond desperate to be able to pick up this one kill, but it's denied. Vortex back into the roll-in, and Abed says, remember me? Thanks for the killing spree, buddy. Jin Q chased down underneath a tier 2 even. LGD are being hunted.
And EG, I hear them coming to life behind me. A lot of sound in that last engagement. Excellent team play. Abed surviving. They kill mid tower, but they just commit.
Oh, Ice, you've overextended this time, surely. Can they not get in range? Do they not? Oh, no. He's going to walk right past everybody. They're trying to go for it, but the Urn is going to heal him up a little bit more. And if they're not careful, they may get gone on by Abed, who now has a double damage room.
And the quick bottle pass over too, so Crit gives him a couple free charges. That was a really cool fight. Faith Beyond, he's going to be able to do this throughout these engagements, but he actually dispelled the Cold Feet off of Nothing to Say with his AoE Storm Spirit
nice.
cleanse. He can also do the same to Magnetize, keep in mind. So Crit has got to be a little cautious in a way. A big AoE Dispel just removes Earth Spirit's ultimate from the game, but the trouble is they're just behind, and Storm, way too strong at the moment, has DD, Kaya, they're looking to make moves.
A big pickup for LGD. Managing to get Arteezy here, but at the same time, they cannot afford to lose. Nothing to Say again, but they will anyway. Dominating streak for Abed as the smoke, the 3-man smoke that they operated early, is successful in finding a kill.
Fly also demonstrating why I like AA the most of any of these ranged intelligence support heroes. Ice Vortex. He's already got 3 points in it. He'll look to max it next. Increased magic damage. It'll be 24% maxed out, but more importantly, especially as Radiant, gives vision in the road.
Long zip in with a roll in from Crit to lead things off, and Ahmed, they're going to roll away from him. Looking for the Sundry, does manage to get it off, and Ahmed, he's overcommitted now. He's going to use the last bit of mana to be able to make a jump away here, and PSG.LGD really want to be able to catch somebody with this. They're going to pop the Primal Split. Leading off, Ice, hit by the stun. Tornado onto the Ancient Apparition. This should net them 2 kills.
Nice split from Faith Beyond. And that's the bane of Viper. It doesn't matter what position or what time in the meta. Brewmaster loves to play against Viper. You just chase him down with the pandas and throw him up in the air. Not much you can do about it. Well done by EG to escape with only the 2 losses. Very unfortunate that the Sunder was able to go off. I think maybe if Abed commits there, zips through for that one last attack with overcharge, like it could be better. But alas, doesn't matter. Arteezy, he had died top, but he went Maelstrom first, so he'll be looking to farm up as fast as possible. His BKB timing is everything in this game. PSG.LGD, their physical damage output is relatively limited. Yes, the TB meta could be tough to deal with, but he's a little bit behind. The Death Prophet Exorcism isn't too fearsome. It'll also allow him to then commit because he has all these heroes with tons of reach. You know, Storm Spirit and Earth Spirit gonna tag team, just dive in onto the support duo. Arteezy with the BKB, he'll just port in as well, pop it, and ensure they can finish a fight with 1 or 2 kills.
Another Ice Blast, another kill on Nothing to Say. This combination between Abed and his 2 supports, they're linking up so beautifully.
Yeah, Earth Spirit, one of the highest damage magic supports as well, and Fly just drops a Vortex and says, hey guys, here's more than a veil of added damage.
Yeah, mixed in with the Ice Blast, so they have a sort of semi-global possibility of ganking. Like Abed can make these really long jumps and have the Ice Blast be set up by Vortex. It looks good. Evil Geniuses are up by 4,000 net worth, but again, this is a lineup that needs to be able to stay ahead, correct? I mean, they are surely going to get outscaled by PSG.LGD's lineup, right?
In theory, they're once again.
Oh God, Nothing to Say. He cannot survive. Even this time around, he had the 2 supports behind him, but they couldn't stop Abed's damage, so they're going to trade Earth Spirit for a Death Prophet.
Not even chance.
Like at this point, Death Prophet not that much farther ahead in net worth than this Earth Spirit.
Yeah, Nothing to Say has nothing to do because every time he pokes his head up middle, he just gets wiped off the face of the earth. And you check out Faith Beyond, He's got the right read on the game. He's just Midas, Brown Boots, Soul Ring. Because, yeah, you're right. PSG.LGD into the late game, much better scenario. You know, Brew split, TB meta, DPXO. It's going to be a formidable force. But the trouble is, right now, they can't do anything. Yeah. They can't kill anyone, and they can't acquire any map control other than farming waves in front of their towers or sending TB illusions out. So maybe it's time to smoke. It looks like that may be the plan.
PSG.LGD have played this Brewmaster once before in iLeague about a month ago, and he did go this Brown minus into straight Aghanim Scepter Blink Dagger as his build, and even a refresher with the Aghanim Scepter. This guy knows what this hero's all about. It's the ultimate, and as many primal splits as possible.
Exactly. It gives you the second. It doesn't necessarily increase the uptime. Well, it does, but the replenish time just replaces the cooldown. But it's just, you always have an ult up. That's the theory, and it just means you have to wait longer if you want to take a fight at full strength. But we'll see. BKB is going to be the name of the game. PSG.LGD, they got it queued up. Oh, double smoke by accident. That's very bad for them.
Oh, God.
A bit behind, and they accidentally two-timed it. They're fighting right on top of an EG ward if they pop on fly. Looks like that might happen.
Gonna move around here, down to the low ground. It pops. Immediately, the Exorcism is going to go out. Jin Q trying to catch somebody here. A crit with a turnaround. Rolls immediately onto the Shadow Shaman. Gets off a two-man silence with the Magnetize. Beautifully set up, but Faith Beyond is here to be able to counteract. Crit looking to be able to roll away. A Sunder goes out from Abed, but he is just dead. This magic damage is too much for him to handle, and that's even before Abed is here. Use the rest of his to catch up to Nothing to Say. There's a bit more for their Electric Vortex. Thank goodness Faith Beyond it there with the Storm, the Cyclone up in the air. That'll deny the Nothing to Say kill, but that's it. That's the only person they could save. 4 dead on the side of LGD.
It is only fitting, Cap. First thing we said at the start of this tournament, control the armor, control the game. Well, things have changed over the last 11 days, and EG have learned the new tweak. It's not the physical armor. It's not the TA you got to worry about. It's actually the magical armor. The early Veil on crit, the maxed Vortex from Fly, they easily turn it around. They also, of course, minus magic resist from the Viper right clicks with Q active. So 3 different methods of reducing the magic damage.
With a Storm Spirit core that naturally outputs a ton of magic damage. Yeah, like, we didn't even get to see Abed really go to work there in that last team fight, but I could see that like they build up that magic resistance and he zips in and he just like would crush people.
And don't forget new Furion ulti as well. A ton of magic damage. At level 2, it'll start at 150 with 10% plus 5 damage increased per bounce. You've also got RTZ rushing a Maelstrom. Why would you do that? If it's the best farming item, and it's also going to do magic DPS within the engagement. So I thought for sure EG was just going to cut and run, but they got that initiation onto the Shadow Shaman. You saw Faith Beyond went for the Dispel, but it doesn't work. Once already procced, you can just dispel it while it's still forming. So a little late on that, and PSG.LGD, they just get surprised. Everybody was there, EG was ready.
To give you an idea of how much damage Wrath of Nature can do, you're talking about level 1 maxing out at around 600 damage. Level 2 gets closer to 100 damage. Like, those last couple of hits can do an insane amount. You add some magic resistance reduction there. It's maybe even more than just pure damage if they have enough of it. Evil Genius is going to be able to find this pickoff on Jin Q and get into a tier 2, first tier 2 of the game, down by 18 minutes. So look for that outpost to be taken.
Yeah, this is the way to win Dota right now. I love this from EG. I think first game, maybe still a little tired, right? They had to win a BO3. They had to wait for the Wii show to conclude. And they got caught napping in that fight around the tier 1. This time, it's the aggression. It's the fact that they actually have playmaking potential. You know, not like Fly played a poor Clockwork, but I think Crit much more at home on this active roaming position. It's what he's had the most success with so far in his career. And just better lanes too, right?
Yeah.
EG's lanes actually
the lanes went really well for them this time around. Now, LGD, we talked about this in game 1. They have such a strong understanding of timings, right? And being able to know when your lineup has this really nice peak against the enemy lineup. And we've seen them be down under aggressive teams before and just stall the game out until they hit a certain point. What is that turnaround point for LGD? What would that look like as we're going to watch why? Die again here. As Die again here. There it is. Okay, we got it.
They were a little concerned that there might be follow-up with that silence, but you just don't have anything to fear. So You ask, okay, well, what's the turnaround point? Probably the BKBs. Ame's about to finish his. Nothing to say, still a full recipe away.
Jinkyu's trying to build one. Of course, that may be
a long time.
Half an hour from now, given the current rate of the game for him.
He's going the cool build, though, where you get a quick blink, but maxed out Hex and Shackles. So the about this hero is to represent kill threat with basically any other hero in addition to yourself.
Sure.
It's so much lockdown, you drop wards, you can see him playing with nothing to say. That's what they're looking to do here.
So similar to game one, where Evil Geniuses got to a point where they're going to try and split push as much as possible, PSG is going to do something similar here. But this time around, it feels like they actually have real kill threat.
Yeah.
Whereas last time around, Evil Geniuses like smoke to no avail time and time again. It just felt like they couldn't actually reliably get kills. So EG is going to have to be careful and guard their lead well. Otherwise, a pickoff as simple as just being able to catch Abed, say, in the bottom lane could be a massive turnaround for PSG.LGD. Of course, maybe not Abed with the Aegis that he's currently rocking. That would be a little difficult.
And it's all going to be the team fights. Because Faith Beyond, like, it feels weird, but you have to buy Midas just for the XP and to stay engaged, right? The Sand King has a method of just clearing waves. You're going to be able to accelerate your own farm, no problem. Brewmaster just doesn't farm. And you can't with a Terrorblade consistently taking your waves. So he's just going to churn gold over time and eventually have Ags, which makes him a huge teamfight winner. Like, the reason you don't see Brew is because I think you just get enough teamfight from other heroes, but Brewmaster really is the lord of the teamfight. It's going to be a tough game for it. Abed Storm specifically is in a fantastic spot, holding onto the Aegis for another 2.5 minutes. So, of course, smoke out, look to get aggressive. You've got so much catch, too. A crit also, he's got a BKB queued up. That's going to be an awesome item. That's my favorite type of Earth Spirit to play. When you get ahead like this, you can just veil BKB in the middle of a fight, ignore everybody on the side of PSG.LGD.
I've been seeing this a lot in pubs, right? It's 4 positions that rush an early BKB, and it just feels like they're unstoppable. They just jump in, pop that BKB, and they're just tanky enough that they can last in a team fight rather than just being sort of the initiator that dies right off the bat.
And Abed is just enormous. He's going to have an Orchid soon, like that decision. It forces BKB by itself if he zips in with crit. And he'll be able to solo kill both supports for some time. And yeah, just push out bottom. Mjolnir already up on Arteezy.
To be fair, is there any downside to going BKB on these cores, though? I feel like just because of the lineup and the magic damage we were talking about, they were always going to go BKB. So
sure, but the problem is, like, specifically on Nothing to Say, like, this is not a performance we'd see from him often. He is just straight up hood BKB. So he's, again, playing for a timing that's now. They need to win a fight now. And if EG get a read on that and just try to slow things down, ensure any 5-on-5 engagement takes place in their territory where they have vision, where they have the high ground, they're out farming every minute.
Yeah.
And it'll really just be Ame at the end of the day that isn't a real damage threat. Somebody who's actually scaling. Yeah, Faith Beyond, Midas, not terrible, but in a rough spot. You can just look at the map control. PSG.LGD, they're just mirroring, they're cutting waves. And they've ceded complete control of their ancient triangle.
Faith Beyond perfectly controlled in his split pushing right now, 1100 away from that Aghanim Scepter. And I'm not even sure how good this is gonna feel, just because the Orchid on Abed, like, it's nice to have 2 charges, but what if he doesn't even get off the first one?
That's the thing, it's more time needed. They need the BKB on him as well. Because he's the real save for the Orchid in a way. Like, Faith Beyond, honestly, you have to play a near flawless brew to get this game. The AoE Dispel on the Storm Panda is actually really underrated. But
I'm dead.
No doubt.
I just don't see who he's going to save. The damage is going to come so fast. Fly, you're in trouble.
He is in trouble, and he's being chased down right now by a full PSG.LGD squad. Evil Geniuses will not turn around and try and save their captain. We're going to watch David just make a long TP zip out. Whoa, never mind. Crit actually went in. And he caught Faith Beyond.
What?
Oh, we got to see that one again. I'm assuming maybe he took a little bit of ball lightning damage. They hit him with the ice blast, and then Crit saw, okay, he's low enough. I can just commit to this.
I was still at camera on Abed. Yeah, I mean, Crit crushed him. He didn't even magnetize. That was so much damage. But yeah, you're right. The ice blast hit. I don't know.
They're going to force that BKB, or at least trying to anyway. Nothing to say. He's going to be keeping it under control here. The Bloodstone, it's going to go off, but the damage is coming so fast they get the kill. Abed falls, and a monster kill streak goes to Nothing to Say. That is 741 gold for him.
Of all the heroes to feed to, DB, that is not the move.
And PSG.LGD, they know too. They're going to try and tilt Abed, though I have heard that this man is untiltable. But maybe Emo can claim otherwise.
He's still one of the most consistent players in the scene. I wouldn't put that finals on Abed. That was just IG coming through with some new stuff, but questionable. They saw the BKB, they knew he had one. I like the play if he zips back immediately, right? Oh, we tried to force it. He, kept his discipline, conserved the cooldown, but he zips into the fog and just boom. The instant hex that Effie was talking about being a concern. They just blow everything. There's no BKB on Abed. The silence came out from crit, but Nothing to Say. The Orchid had faded at that point, so he hit with the AoE silence. It was a great ward trap, and they get a kill on maybe not the most important player on EG, because Arteezy's farm is actually pretty huge. He's pacing the Terrorblade. He'll have an AC finished in just 300 gold. And I've heard tell that Prophet kind of not out-carries Terrorblade, but he out-carries him like in this way, in this kind of game. You're ahead, you control the map.
So you just like, if you can stay ahead by, 10,000 net worth, let's say, you can go pretty late against a TV.
Eventually you're going to buy a Hex. Like, they're going to have tools to kill Terrorblade. He'll have the damage output because PSG.LGD, their lineup is ultimately moving closer and closer to a 4 Protect 1 single core. Yes, the other cores provide a ton of team fight, but they're not going to get their slots finished the same way EG's other 2 cores will.
Right.
And the support duo of EG is definitely going to output more damage. We shall see the brewings of a big fight upcoming.
AC complete. Anabetos is going to come out first, but the Force Staff will defend against the Ice Block. Ice. Forced down to low ground here to get away. He's going to defend that ward with his life, it seems. Ice. Going to be caught by the Hex, though. Immediately counter. Initiation there from Abed. Silences up Jin Q. Arteezy looks to finish him off. The Sprout actually blocking him in, but Jin Q, as a man, turns around and shackles up Artur before he finally eyes to crit. Now, PSG.LGD are not quite sure what to do here. They've popped that Brewmaster ultimate. The Primal Split is out.
He has Axe. With one more if he needs it.
He's got another one to go here. May try and... He's going to pop it. He needs to do it now before the jump comes in, and he does. He turns around, immediately stuns up crit. Here comes Nothing to Say, blocking out crit, not allowing him to be able to roll away. They want the kill on the support because that's all they can get right now. The BKB used by Ame, and even fearfully popping this. Oh no, that Thunder just lights and Nothing to Say. He's dead.
Another time. Another no BKB. Abed's going to go for more Faith Beyond. He will be able to TP away. No interrupt nearby, but I feel like I've seen Ame do that before in both this tournament and previous ones. I don't blame him. He's somewhat selfishly. He didn't have BKB, but yeah, Nothing to Say. You got to be cautious. He had vision, which is what's weird. Like, he had vision of that high ground and just charged up it. If he BKB's there, that's a sick play. Abed was real low on mana. Maybe you can turn that around. Health meta TB behind you.
Yeah.
But uncharacteristic, and EG hold on to their lead.
Ame with the betrayal on Nothing to Say. Will keep farming. He's trying to win this game solo, it seems. Has 17,000 net worth. Is only 1,500 behind Arteezy, who is going to be going for an Eon Diff. But once again, we're going to be seeing that item put to use as the game goes late to make sure there's no freebie pickoffs.
Yeah, it's somewhat necessary because he fears the roster, right? That's the 100 to 0 that could take him down. This would allow him to cleanse into the immediate BKB. Team fights could be troublesome, but it means he can split push a lot safer. Don't have any BKB TP interrupt.
Going through some of the potential items that have been picked up or will be picked up, and I have to say that Aghanim Scepter is probably the most exciting one for the Storm Spirit. Pulling them into both the Earth Spirit and Ancient Apparition AoEs, that sounds pretty good to me.
And they gave that first shard, though, to Arteezy. The Sprout making greater treants. It used to be broken. The first couple weeks with that addition were really silly, and I just saw greater treants killing Raxes by themselves, but still effective, and it'll help him faster and keep lanes shoved. You can see the EG MO right now. The 3 cores slowly grinding out a net worth lead. Arteezy keeping tabs on Ame, and the other cores on the side of PSG.LGD, they're kind of drifting drifting further and further behind. They have their items online, they want to fight. But if they can't fight, well, they're just kind of running in circles.
Yeah. I will say that I think Faith Beyond is going to be kind of okay because he's just a primal split most of the time anyway, but I'm really concerned about Nothing to Say's net worth drifting lower and lower down the list here as now he's behind Ice on the Viper. I want to talk about this Viper build a little bit because was it you that we were talking about Cuckoo's Viper, how he built up an image build? Maybe it was Curtis, but going to be going for like more of the utility style the Viper to start things off with the Rod of Atos and the Urn rather than the Dragonlance Treads build.
I don't mind it. Oh, he has no... Is he dead?
Yeah, he's dead. The Ice Blast is coming in hot. Or maybe cold, and that will be the death of Faith Beyond. 26-13 now in game 2 of this best of 5. Evil Geniuses looking to even out the series.
He's got a shard on ice too. Now poison attack affecting buildings, reducing its armor by 1 per stack.
So now they've like, that is very clear. You only get that pickup really when you want to go high ground. So,
but it also gives you an increase on max stacks, so it's even more potential minus magic resistance as well. That's pretty cool. That's for hero damage. So yeah, the Storm AA output is actually going to be kind of crazy now. I wouldn't be surprised to see Dagon's picked up. But the high ground against PSG.LGD, this is real tough. To your point about the build, yeah, I think that the Force Staff was just needed. I also really like that they got one early on the side of PSG.LGD because you need it to avoid that deadly Atos, Nether Toxin, Ice Blast combination. The Force Away will save somebody. And yeah, they're actually going to get one onto Ame as well because he realizes more forces are going to be necessary.
Okay, just keep building it up.
And this is a cool read as well. Again, going back to the AA, if you remember the 3-time Leshrac from PSG.LGD yesterday, it was all about the spell lifesteal, the healing amplification. Well, AA removes that, and you notice Nothing to Say. He didn't change his build. Hood, a BKB, but he's now going for the Sanj Kaya. So again, playing around that self-regen amplification, but it won't be blasted. It won't be as effective if he gets hit by, say, a Viper with Scotty, which is, of course, going to be Ice's next item.
Yeah, the way you put it really makes it seem like this Ancient Apparition and just this heavy amount of magic damage in general seems to be a good game plan for Evil Geniuses against what PSG.LGD has done the best with. Now they are 5-band smoke across. Ice is going to go for that one extra creep wave. TP out, but he's caught. Jin Q. Great blink in, hex by him. And the first big pickoff we've seen in a minute here for PSG.LGD. Unfortunately, they can't really take much map control off of that because these damn treants are everywhere. It's like an infestation. PSG.LGD are going to try and deal with that as best as possible.
Really nice. Oh, Abed.
Jumping forward, does manage to find Jin Q. Gonna go for the fast Shadow Shaman kill. They do manage to get again. The cleanse coming from that purge, but sadly Jin Q is low enough that he dies to the right leg of Arteezy. Arteezy actually caught a bit of damage here. They try to force step him up into the base here. They know he's got an Aegis, so they can't overcommit for this kill. They're gonna go for it now. All right, that's gonna be one. Ame set it up around the second life here. So's the rest of the team. They're going to go for Arteezy almost immediately. Artur trying to deal with this one. The Eon Disc going off. Slowed down by the Scotty. Ame, they're trying to force staff through the trees and will manage to kill Arteezy. Looking for more now. Force staff up. Faith Beyond. Ooh, a little bit too late to get that disable out. Still, though, managing to kill Ice during the pickoff, and then Evil Geniuses getting a little bit too aggressive. Loses their carry in. Arteezy, we're back down to a 9,000 net worth lead only for EG. They cannot afford too many of those mistakes, Kyle.
No, they can't, and it's just uncharacteristic. Like, if you're going to commit for the Rasta kill, get it. Finish the kill. Commit early. But they took this sort of delayed team fight that used all of Storm's mana pool and Ice Blast, and then they were looking to commit later into the fight.
They are not respecting this Scotty. Thankfully, the double force staff got the wrong angle, and Ame ended up on the low ground rather than on the high ground where he could have maybe chased down Crit some more.
It's getting dangerous, EG.
Yeah.
Gotta chill a bit. I like the aggression, but I just want them to do it as a unit. Like, be strong. And if you're gonna make that kind of play, I would love it. You know, Abed, he's got the Aeon Disc. I kind of wish if they were going to play it in this manner that they had just bought BKB. Like, you look at the net worth lead. Yes, it's 9K, but you got to keep in mind how much money has been spent on these Eons.
It feels like they were overly focusing on the pick-off potential, and as a result, sacrificed some of their team fight potential.
Yeah, exactly, because that's a lot of dead gold now on both Arteezy and Abed. Your top 2 net worth cores have spent a lot of money on an item that just saves them from a pick-off. And yeah, it could be useful in a team fight, but you saw how well Artoris served him in that fight.
Sure, yeah.
Like, it's not really a lead. And Ame's Terrorblade, this is the hyper carry. This will utilize net worth better than any other hero in the game. Going for the Swift Blink, actually a big fan because positioning is going to win the war here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And if he can spend more time getting in the face of evil geniuses and right-clicking and less time trying to chase after heroes, it's going to feel mighty nice for PSG.LGD. This is a big difference between Game 1. There was a lot of similarities in the first 15 minutes, but like Game 1, to be honest, EG, I feel like they had zero chance. Even if they pushed the game into the 10-15 minutes, it felt like their lineup wouldn't be able to compete. But we know PSG.LGD's, this Terrorblade, it can work.
This has been the story of the tournament for PSG.LGD. When they win, it's dominant. When they lose, it's a grind.
Yeah.
Like there is no just 20-3 walkover. They make you earn it. You're going to need to grind, like, 3 Roches, 4 Roches. Your item decisions have to be on point. You don't get the free team fight. They're not going to just lose a core here, lose a core there. Oh, guess who won? Take the base. They make you beat them 5-on-5, oftentimes more like 5-on-8, because they'll have the buybacks ready. In this case, now Bots on the Death Prophet. He will not have a buyback for now. Ame has his. Faith Beyond has the Aghanims. Oh, love it. He has the locked Vitality booster, so we can assemble Eon if necessary. Refresh our next item. And the Ceremonial Robes, the Earth Spirit will carry that aura. Minus magic damage, magic resistance, and status resistance. 1200 AoE, very effective.
You know, they keep on Arteezy even risking a few hits himself. With the double Siege Wagon push, this tier 3 may end up being the first to fall here. PSG.LGD. All right, they're here in force. Evil Geniuses will back up. They're immediately going to smoke on PSG.LGD here. But the Wrath of Nature used and Roshan...
Not spawning, but it could have. So they have to get out there. It was a long spawn.
They got to get some control of the map. They got to get some wards down. Hopefully they get a pick off with this. That's what they're hoping, but they're not going to find it. Arteezy, he teleported to top, and now he's at bottom.
He's going all in for the right click.
Any chance they keep this going, that they keep wrapping through and through and through. They check the Roshan pit just to see if it was an early spawn. It's not. It's a late one. It's going to be another 2 minutes. And if they don't show soon, Evil Geniuses will hit that high ground again. And they're going to force PSG.LGD to mass TP back. It's going to be too late. Tier 3 is definitely dead. Arteezy going to keep it going here, but immediately the blink in from Ame. He's going for Arteezy here. The Eon Disc, the 4 stabs are trying to get Artur out of here. Turns around, BKB activated. Goes Satanic as much as possible. The Ice Blast is going to whip. The roll on in from Crit is trying to stall out the damage with the Terrorblade, but it overwhelms Arteezy. And look at the suck. Nothing to say. Managing to take on 3 members of Evil Geniuses at one time. 2 of them die. Abed logs it in, but the Hex, is that going to be enough? They turn around, trying to finish off Ame. He's pumping out the damage. Abed, he doesn't get him. The Orchid does, though. They weren't able to dispel that one. They get Ame. What a disaster it would have been for Evil Geniuses if they couldn't get that one carry. They trade 4, though, for the 3, excuse me, of PSG.LGD.
You did get a buyback on the Enchantress, but man, like the killer instinct from PSG.LGD. Ame just goes. Blink forward, meta, BKB, attack. And Artur, he has no hope but to turn and fight. Unfortunately, it just didn't look like they were ready. You saw Fly just kind of threw up the Ice Blast in a panic, whiffed everybody, and that gave nothing to say. The freedom to do exactly what he's doing on your screen. Just everywhere. Kills the Viper by himself, full HP. If he's not Ice Blasted, he fears nothing.
God, look at this reaction. Shinkyu turns around somehow. Barely outside of that vortex. Oh my God, that was so close. If he gets pulled, those 3 are dead. They're all dead. Abed lives, very likely. Crit might be able to get out. Crit probably dies anyway, but Abed is going to live.
He had a cheese and wasn't able to use it. He was full CC'd.
You're talking about like 50 range, like the smallest margin on that hole of the vortex. He catches Jinkyu. it potentially would have been a huge loss for PSG.LGD. Instead, it's a huge win. Once again, back to that 9,000 net worth lead for Evil Geniuses, but the game is stalling out, Kyle. This net worth lead is not the same as it was 15 minutes ago,
no,
right?
It's not. No, it is not at all. And suddenly it actually feels like PSG.LGD are taking control of the game. This Roche pit will be where the battleground is marked. They're all moving forwards. No refresher yet on Faithman, but he has a buyback, so will happily be the one to be initiated upon.
It's an opportunity. Evil Geniuses a return to being able to control this game.
Force the Aeon. That's
or
big.
a chance for PSG.LGD to break EG. It all happens around this Roshan Disc. The Aeon Disc is going to be popped on Faith Beyond, so we won't be able to play that frontline game again.
You got to be careful now because the Shadow Shaman has a BKB.
Yeah.
This is where things get a little scary.
Look at that flicker. I'm surprised nobody's taking that just because the Dispel would be really nice to have for even just a support against Abed's Orchid. Another Dispel, this time for Stormcrafter for Ice. Or at least he finds that, rather.
EG, they have an advantage in the pit, though, because they have these tools of acquiring vision. Vortexes are going to start appearing everywhere.
They're going to jump in. All right. They pop so many ultimates here. Evil Geniuses, if they can cleanly back away, it's okay, but they do have to stay around the pit somehow because Ahmed, he's putting out the damage pretty fast. The Ice Blast is going to be able to spawn it. Here comes Ahmed. Can he pick it up again? He gets it. He gets the Roshan. He gets the Aegis, and he gets out. Evil Geniuses rolling on in with crit. He's not going to let him get away so easily, but the block from Y, it allows the Terrorblade to be able to take up and turn around with the Sunder, and they kill crit. Arteezy, man fighting right now against Shin Q. Nothing to say, but now Ahmed has joined the fight. And now that is a fight that Arteezy cannot win. This is a fight that Ahmed may be caught in. Ice is getting swept up on. Ahmed dropped down to the ground, goes for Jin Q. Has the Orchid on him. A nice pull, managed to catch the other support as well. Pops and Cheese trying to get back up. He has the Aegis, so he can still play this one out. Waiting for the second lives of Arteezy. He's going to be coming in. Abed backing up here. They're not going to keep chasing after LGD because they know they do not have the numbers for it. Ice dead for 60 seconds. They may have gotten barely a victory inside of the Roshan pit by grabbing the Aegis, but ultimately, Kyle, it doesn't feel that good for EG.
No, not at all. I mean, Abed is playing out of his mind. He got thrown down from the tornado and had the immediate Orchid pre-Hex. Otherwise, he just dies to Jin Q. Amazing plays by Faith Beyond. He basically wins this fight. Ame, once again, forces EG into a move. They somewhat panic. Crit just kind of rolls forward, and now he's alone because Abed has already got what he came for and zipped out. Crit continues to pursue. Fly is way out of position. He's in the river for some reason, so he dies. Crit chasing a Terrorblade alone up the high ground. Now he's dead, so it's suddenly a 3-on-5. You see Arteezy, again, no choice but to man fight. The blink from Ame playing huge dividends as he just gets perfect positioning, but the support duo of EG have got to just chill out. They have got to relax. PSG.LGDs, they're getting all these spells of Watch here. Abed's going to come down, immediate the Orchid. Otherwise, he's dead 100%. Tries to go in, gets a 3-man pull. He's literally doing everything that he can, but there's just no damage, and Ame is killing everyone. Everyone.
Yeah, this Nature's Prophet, it just cannot hold a flicker of a flame to the bright burning bonfire that is Ame's carry Terrorblade right now. He is just destroying these team fights.
Yeah, and I agree with Arteezy's decision. He has a Rapier queued up because in this item build, he forgot that he actually had to deal damage. And Aeon Disc and a Satanic, it's cool, but he's dying with Satanic active.
Yeah.
It's the regen reduction. The Shivas plus the Scotty, yeah, that item's worthless, Artur. It's like 30% effective, and you don't do any damage, especially to a Terrorblade.
Here comes another one.
46 armor.
Ice. I believe he used his buyback on that last one, so he is going to be dead for a while. 80 seconds with no buy available. LGD are going to start taking objectives. LGD are going to force more mistakes out of Evil Geniuses.
I don't know how you come back from this one, man. EG, if you were going to win this game, you had a huge lead 20 minutes ago. It has dwindled away. It's a level 25 on your Death Prophet. Wards get dropped. And that's a meta TB. They're just pushing.
Yep.
He's level 25.
Abed. He's going to have to do some of those zipping shenanigans. He's got to watch out for Shin Q, though. You could see him lying in wait in the trees, ready for his opportunity to be able to blink Hex. Meanwhile, the buildings are falling fast, and EG can do nothing to stop it. He kills the creep wave, but ultimately, LGD got what they came for.
They're just so composed, Cap. Like I said, they make you beat them, and EG just haven't played clean enough. With this huge lead, it doesn't feel like they've got a single engagement on their turns. They found pickoffs, but every team fight, somehow, even with a huge disadvantage, it was PSG.LGD kind of forcing the action.
Sure.
When Ame commits, they all go. EG discombobulated. They've lost their lead. Now the 9K advantage rests for their opposition. PSG.LGD looking dominant. A game up in the series, and at this rate, soon to be 2.
Look at the buildup from Abed. He got the shard. He recognizes that his other cores are not putting out enough damage. So he's going to give them a little bit of helping hand and give them some overload charges to work with, and then finish up his BKB. Meanwhile, Refresher, Terrorblade, Refresher on Death Prophet, Refresher on Brewmaster. 3 cores that are ultimate dependent and making sure that they can always fight. So cool from LGD.
Really is. And Ame, I don't... He has 4,000 health, a Satanic, a BKB, the Refresher that you mentioned, and a 6-second cooldown on Sunday. Like, EG, they're lacking damage. Like, that's the issue with the whole draft now. It was great, the stacking magic resist. It's like, whoa, they're just killing everything. People explode. Well, we're too late in the game now. It's a cute combination, but who's actually going to right-click your way home? PSG, they're just going to walk up high ground and pop their spells. They have even the Wolf Creep, thanks to Enchantress.
There's been a net worth lead for Evil Geniuses the entirety of the game, but now it's LGD, 9K up, all in, Evil Geniuses with a Divine Rapier, Arteezy jumping into the back, they're going for Ame right away, but the damage, it is pitiful. Arteezy, he now needs to be able to find a way out of here. Their Glimmer Cape, they don't have anything, he's just going to die. He's feeding away the Rapier.
He has no buyback.
He has no buyback. Evil Geniuses. That's it for them in game 2, it's looking like, unless the 4 of them can do something without their carry, the pull in. Whoa! What was that? BKB's activated, immediately a buyback coming out from Ame. He still has that Refresher to work with, so he's going to be joining his team. Boots are traveling in.
He needs the BKB. We've just witnessed the magical burst from EG is still there.
Pops a meta, respecting Evil Geniuses and their magic damage, keeping his distance. Another Ice Splash, but pops the BKB. He's going for Oni. He's going to ignore Evil Geniuses' magic damage. He will ignore the roll in from Crit and end the game. PSG.LGD and a best of 5 grand finals.
strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I would like to point out that Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are beautifully fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Burns, doesn't it?
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Squeak. Wonderful. Wonderful. Chew, baby.
More fuel for my fire.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Surely that was intentional?
气不气？
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever called for celebration? Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence. Fascinating. Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Someone must be
Just as I envisaged.
Radiant's structures are fortified. Radiant's ancient is under attack. And the Dire seize the day in the Dire
invisibility.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. For reasons known only to itself, the Radiant have slain Roshan. Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence. Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself? Dire team ban.
Buttery, I think of
You
like
need to be like a shark.
thought during this.
Abed,
10
Playmakers
seconds remaining.
out of his mind.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team. Dire team ban.
Abed even not. They just.
Dude,
But they still lost the fight.
Abed legitimately in that last game was the best player, and he did not win. I legit think he played better than all of LGD after all the praise that we just gave LGD.
It's a team game, my friend.
Yeah, it is such a team game.
10
God, that's gotta
remaining.
feel bad. I don't know if that festers in the team environment. I would hope- I
Got
would hope
one
that it
for
doesn't.
grand finals, Jenkins. You're not allowed to use that word.
Radiant team.
I was
ban.
given.
Dire team.
I hope that it doesn't continue that way.
Radiant
I would like
team.
to
Pick.
Also, there was this one moment. Magnetized. Abed zips in. Top. Bottom rack. Pops.
Yup.
And then he does no damage.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we were talking about how Brewmaster. But I was also not convinced on Shadow Shaman. Lions ban. Skywrath.
Radiant team.
Silencer.
Axe.
Mirana.
LGD can first phase the axe. Off lane. Carry. Who knows?
10 seconds
On
remaining.
after.
Very easy.
5 seconds
setup
remaining.
for the arrow, and the cool thing about Axe as an op that Mirana's very capable of being very well into the arrow creeps get a ton. 10 billion magical damage. Axe gets a Vanguard, and he just left alone. Solo XP.
Dire team back.
Okay, I'm gonna go hit jungle.
Templar assassin.
Nice.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Also, gone for some.
Radiant team ban.
Show up
Dire
Mirana.
team ban.
And also, not banning out Viper. Trap. They will not. Abed's temp.
Radiant team ban.
Always really liked. Really impressive.
Dire team ban. Radiant team remaining. Ban.
Yeah, so that game was for the content. Hype. End up putting our
10 seconds remaining.
I have to
5
find
seconds remaining.
Crack as well.
Yeah. Wow, these are interesting bands coming out from EG themselves.
Yeah. Wondering, like, RTZ TA mid. This is more of a hero than, maybe I shouldn't say, kind of jungle. Storm at least like fight Kaya pretty. So I'm wondering, like, what is the
Radiant
less
team pick.
or pressury hero?
Dire team.
One of the end up giving our.
Oh, I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Fast Mirana. Axes. Well, all of these. A lot of damage.
10 seconds remaining.
So I send it up. I don't think I've ever seen
5 seconds remaining.
Killer at the beginning and the middle of it disappear the last 2 days. Mars has been absent.
Radiant
I do think
team
Mars
pick.
is a good
Dire team pick.
hero, so if you Mars looks really Prophet Mars looks really great with these heroes. They're not getting picked. There's a lot of disengagement. Picked like Wyvern, Mirana, who can Mirana ulti, jump to Mars
10
ulti.
seconds remaining.
Does, despite being a good hero, can fall off just because meta
5
shifts.
seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Venomancer.
Tag team.
Wyvern is
10 seconds remaining.
either Jenkins or Alley were
5 seconds remaining.
While they're in Death Prophet on your exorcism, do everything.
You actually get.
Sure, yeah.
Radiant team, Dire team ban.
However, just what kind of damage? With the Holy Lock talent.
I do like the Venom.
Remaining.
That this hero is one of those heroes that if we had like a few
5 seconds remaining.
The natural vessel farm it very easily. And then on top of that, it's extremely heavy magic. You can't engage isn't Venno wants to fight. If you fight back into stop them. It does seem like Venno could meta maybe as a heroes carry axe, look absolutely jump on you kill. Dumpster and axe in lane.
Radiant team ban. Dire team pick.
Yeah, he's like the biggest trickster.
He goes to the Terror Blade. Bodybuilder.
Wow,
these heals and out Naga Siren, which backs into a.
There is no hesitation.
They were insta-click Wyvern and Xiao 8 is working on another wave.
We were talking.
What I'm worried about for EG, I've played this Venno versus Naga matchup. It's not fun. You just scale, and then Naga can send it to your play. And also Tusk versus Naga. That's one of those matchups where like you don't want to go to the Naga's lane. On illusions, if you ever. This lane is the lane that needs very greedy, but I don't think it's a true. The area control doesn't matter.
They're not good at illusions like.
Situation mark. Yet, maybe. But let's send it to our casters for game number 3.
LGD is just one game away from being able to take the Kyiv Major Championship. We're about to find out whether or not they can do what Evil Geniuses failed to do at the Singapore Major and make it a clean sweep, Kyle.
Indeed, they are one single game away from claiming both the physical trophy on stage and the digital asset representing. And honestly, Cap, I am not certain anybody in this tournament is even close to capable of beating them at this point. They look unstoppable. PSG.LGD could quite possibly be the most dominant team we've ever seen at a Valve Major.
You're really fishing for that curse, aren't you?
They need all the help they can get.
You just want to prove that your curse is stronger than the Arteezy curse, don't you, Kyle?
I don't really
I will
believe
agree
in
with
curses.
you, though. LGD is incredibly dominant.
I don't know if they've broken EG necessarily, but that second game, like, if you flip the drafts, if we had some sort of save feature, which is something I wish we could do. Like, how cool would it be to like scrim and take over those drafts at 20 minutes, right? But if PSG.LGD was playing on the EG side, they were winning that.
Yeah.
They were winning that 100%. And in the break, I realized we never commented. Yeah.
Apparently not content to destroy Arteezy on the battlefield, they will literally mess his face up.
Yeah, making the man a meme. So 2 points. One,
yes,
they went double Aeon Disc against Brewmaster, who can AoE dispel them. So I'm like, wow, that looks like even worse in retrospect. And secondly, 2 games in a row, the Arteezy Nature's Prophet, is that just so he can't get cliffed?
Very possible. Very possible.
We'll see.
Now he's the Terrorblade. I don't think that LGD is going to manage to cliff him in this game. They don't have any of those relocating abilities, but who knows? Seems like it's always a possibility. Xin-Q with the early first blood on a courier.
This time, the thing I like about what EG have done is that they've put the core player, certainly performing the best, Abed, on maybe not the win condition, but certainly capable of winning the game for his team.
But it feels like it's very stark contrast to the 2 games we just saw from Evil Geniuses, where they doubled down on the greed in this game. They've got a Terrorblade and a TA.
Yeah.
Is this a little bit too much, Kyle?
It might be. I really like the last pick, Naga Siren from PSG.LGD. They take a page out of EG's book. Very good against TA. Now, the new style, Abed, could get enough range. The side blades being pure, very effective at whittling down the high HP Naga's health. But the problem is if you fall behind, and look for the rotations, right? We've seen this against TAs from PSG.LGD in the past. They're going to double rotate mid and just gank TA. Pre-level 6, you drain them, you wave them, eat the refraction, get the kill. Crit on Tusk, I thought he played well in the previous game, if not a bit over-aggressive. This time he'll be a little more defensive. Look for those defensive snowballs to be big.
What an answer by PSG.LGD, by the way. This Naga Siren, they see a Venomancer and a Tusk. Naga Siren naturally has very high armor, so they'll be able to deal with the Tusk tag team. And then you've got a Dispel off of the mirror image to be able to deal with the poison coming out from the Venomancer. So
that's a very nice pick, and it gives them an answer. You know, they're not really concerned now about the game going too late, as long as it stays even.
Yeah, look at the rest of their setup for team fights. Sleep into an AoE silence, an AoE call, an arrow. Like, feels like all 4 of these heroes are very positioning based.
You also have a Wyvern, which is really nice against TB, and especially when there's a TA on his team as well. You've got to be really careful as effectively anyone on EG, because if you get cursed near one of your big damage dealers, you just die, and it allows PSG.LGD then to set up on you. And I love Axe because it's a no damage follow-up, so you can continue that 100% CC without losing anything. You know, if you lean a stun on top of a curse early, there's just no damage dealt, whereas Axe is like, well, they're just taunting me and nobody minds. Abed doing quite well in the mid lane, 15-4 against 11-0. And it's just all about whether or not they look to rotate on him. I really like to see somebody stack for him, but Crit being a Tusk, a lot harder to get stacks off, playing a melee hero in the off lane. So Abed may have to do that himself.
Yeah, if anything, maybe you can throw out the shards to stack the hard camp from the river, but that's really about the easiest execution he's got. Abed once again doing very... Hello? Is that 3 misses in a row?
It's not his day, not EG's day.
Really, it's not. Let's see if he can pick up the water rune, though, as that's going to be coming up. Faith Beyond, cutting off Fly here. Looking for more spins, nice arrow, and a little bit more damage. They got it. Faith Beyond draws first blood against Fly.
Fly has not had the greatest series so far. You need to pick it up. His team is going to get a win. I think he was thoroughly outplayed by Y in that last game, even more so in the first. And on Lion, he's going to have to make a bunch of plays here. His draft is somewhat low on disables. None of his 3 cores have a stun. So if he can't get active, there's really nobody else on the team that can make up for it. And Lion's quite nice against Naga. You can't always get the immediate kill on a couple of illusions, but at the same time, the Manta Diffusal comes out, you just feed. It's really tough to play in the 15-20 minute plus range.
Going for Y here. Tag team to slow him down. Ice is also slowed down by that Arctic burn. He's trying to get close enough to throw out the Gale, but will not be there in time. Once again, Abed is doing very well in the mid lane. That's what I was trying to say earlier. 26-5 compared to 19-2, though this is expected for a Templar Assassin.
Yeah, he's been really nice on the side blades, but EG, they really like having a good landing phase. It's a big part of their success so far.
Okay, now they've caught Y, but this time around he's going to TP away. He just keeps on finding all the answers, and he's just trying to just get experience while his carry is off to go farm some neutral creeps.
Naga's quite nice that even early on you can farm jungle without really risking too much, so long as you can spam illusions.
Yeah, this is a rather interesting choice. It's a good choice. It's one of those, like, this is what we've been talking about for LGD, is their hero versatility and drafting offers them a big advantage. And this Naga Siren, I'm not sure how much they practice it in scrims, but we haven't seen it from them in 6 months.
And I love this too. Just bring nothing to say top. They've got Catapult Wave. They're like, all right, well, we're going to push. Faith Beyond, he'll clear the wave. He has a Vanguard also, pre-6 minutes. That's actually nuts, but I guess that's just Axe Dota. And they're even going to aggro Glyph because their mid tower's taking a little pressure. Jinkyu will go there. Has 2 leaps. Got to be cautious, though.
There's Benja land the Earth Spike here, and the follow-up Hex. 1 hit. They've got him.
That's huge for EG. They really wanted that kill. Prevents the wave from being pulled away, and it also allows them to potentially push down this tower. No team has a Glyph. And I think you're willing to take this. EG, you love mid-tower. You'll trade your safe lane for it any day, and they know that Exorcism is now down.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a really cool idea from Evil Geniuses. I think they read the fact that Mirana always wants to be able to just arrow Siege Wagon, so they really preemptively set up for that. Meanwhile, Ice has got his ward wall set up, so he can be left alone in this situation for the double support roam.
And, even though this was a really early TA, and yes, there are counters to him throughout the game, we saw, who was it? Was it Team Nigma against VP? Who absolutely destroyed the TA with some pretty timely cold embraces. The blink forward would come.
Yes.
His target wouldn't die. He'd get Wyvern cursed, and that would be that. But there isn't really much to deal with TA in the mid game right now. You don't have too much roaming potential. He was unchecked mid, and now he's top net worth and able to invade enemy jungle. Nothing to say. It was a great trap from Abed.
Yeah, he ran through that trap anyway, and again, the 2 supports playing around Abed, playing around the big damage dealer, while the other 2 cores are farming away.
And this is the key. Because Abed is so strong, they can take the enemy tri-camp. So it doesn't matter that he didn't have his own stacks, though he does have one waiting. He can take this gold directly out of Faith Beyond's pocket. That'll delay his Blink Dagger significantly.
This seems like a philosophy thing for Evil Geniuses, something that we've seen multiple times now in this series. They're putting more of a priority in taking away farm from the enemy team rather than stacking it up for themselves.
And it is a really nice style that they've got. Ice, it's not traditional for him to play Venno, but he's going to be able to do somewhat Timbersaw things. Area control, shove wave, sit in an area and just deny farm. Terrorblade, same deal. Illusion, shove down waves. You can see once again the double support plus Abed combo. That's going to be a pretty free kill. Faith Beyond did farm the Ancient stack in the meantime. But you're going to see Ice. He'll control this bottom outpost area. And Abed and the supports, they've got a ward down. They're going to try to do the same in this top triangle. So it's all about out GPMing and just finding opening kills. The support duo on EG has a lot more kill threat than the one on the other side.
And what has been PSG.LGD's response so far? Like, we've seen this pick off on the Winter Wyvern and such, but otherwise, I feel like I haven't really seen the cores on the map or on our screen a whole lot. What are they up to?
It's just Ame clearing top. They placed a nice ward behind him and then 2 sentries, so he's pretty sure he's safe. And in a way, this enemy jungle is the safest part of the map for him.
So recognizing that Evil Geniuses is going to be invading their jungles, PSG.LGD, at least for Am anyway, are setting him up to play the enemy jungle and just keep away from where Evil Geniuses wants to play.
Exactly. But the downside is, once again, if you look at Nothing to Say, his laning phase wasn't great, but he doesn't have anywhere to be. Like, there's a Venno answer to his right. There's traps. You actually saw them place 2 sentries just to try and control that area because he's afraid. He's about to hit level 8, but is not feeling great. Meanwhile, Abed is approaching level 10, and that's the sacrifice. He's 2,000 net worth down on the TA. However, of all the mids that PSG.LGD have been picking, the Razor to an extent as well, Death Prophet doesn't really need net worth as much because your damage and power within fights is more based around your abilities. It's just your raw kit. If you're level 12, that Exorcism does just as much damage as if you're level, 15 with a bonus item.
Sure, and as an example of that, it means it's more, your hero is more effective based off of your allies. So having a Dual Scepter in some cases is just the same as having Winter Wyvern being able to cold embrace you. What a pickoff though. This is a beautiful Moonlight Shadow rotation from LGD, catching Arteezy, farming up and stacking a hard camp Faith Beyond. Ooh, man, that was quite the network swing that they just got themselves.
They will take that. Arteezy just caught an app and fortunately was under the Observer Ward, so a very easy setup for PSG.LGD, and there was no Blink Dagger required, so Faith Beyond will close in on that right after he finishes this camp, and then things get a little dicey. Top, oh, the concern for EG, how do you kill Naga? He's got Song ready.
Yeah.
There's just nothing you can do here.
Shards doesn't land, even if it did. Very tanky hero, 17 armor naturally, and as you said, always has the ability just to pop Song and reset.
And now the initiation advantage firmly shifts towards the side of PSG.LGD. Their offlaner is going to have a Blink Dagger. Now, the cool thing about Veno and why it's always traditionally seen as a strong counter to Axe is because of the wards.
Yeah.
You cancel the Blink Dagger, you place them on high grounds, and you just sort of spread creep, so to speak. And then he can't actually enter the fight. They're going to smoke.
Smoking through each other.
Popped.
Oh, it pops. Faith Beyond doesn't actually make the jump there. It could have been a 3-man call, but at the same time, he doesn't really know what's going on, too. Oh, they found the pickoff now as Abed's alone. What? His 2 supports ran back, but he runs across the river.
There was just nothing doing there. And once again, a great ward from PSG.LGD, just making it easy for them. But yeah, throw out the tip, because right now, EG, just not really ready for these moves, it feels.
Yeah, not playing very clean.
No.
Dual Scepter now for the Death Prophet, as they use the Exorcism to try and poke away at the mid tower. A Glyph is going to be able to force them back, and, well, the Shards and the punch. There we go.
Thing is, Arteezy rotated there too, which is very odd, because the bottom area of the map was still his space to play with. He didn't have meta. It's like, what's he doing at the mid tower?
Yeah, you feel like he's overreacting to this pressure on mid lane.
Ame was just farming. He's going to have a Manta finished by 14 minutes or so. And, you know, I'm thinking about it. EG, what do they really have to deal with this Naga? It's going to be out farm. That's really their only answer at the moment. Faith Beyond now with the Blink. They're looking to make moves up here.
Moonlight Shadow.
You don't have vision.
Who's here? Crit. Crit's going to be spotted. And they're just going to content themselves with this pickoff. I think they would have liked to be able to invade the jungle and find something more, but, you know, you take the kills that are in front of you. Ice, 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 meanwhile. Okay, Winter's Curse not going to last for, oh, it actually does last a while. Maybe because the wards were in the range? Or were the Ancients close enough?
What's he doing there?
Yeah.
EG, it's as if their whole game plan right now is we're just going to farm and hope for the best. Why? He might die.
He's dead.
Is dead?
Yeah, his Poison Stink's going to take him out. So he does manage to get a kill for that, forces some heroes back to the base, but yeah, that's a very suicidal move for him to just play the triangle like that. I know you want to be able to take the enemy's triangle as a Venomancer. It feels fantastic, but
that's the thing is, like, why not do that, like, you know, much earlier?
Yeah.
And in addition, if you're going to do that, where's his supports?
Yeah.
Like, that is, in a way, the right move. But the rest of the team has to be there. They need to have sentries down. They should have traps up, supports waiting, you know, TA in the vicinity.
Manta for Ame, so look for... Jesus, did you see that Sideblade range?
Yeah, it was nuts.
Blows my mind every single time. We do have the Manta for Ame, so now his farm is going to be picking up even faster. He stayed 1,000 net worth ahead of Arteezy ever since that one Moonlight Shadow pickoff that Faith Beyond was able to get. And that's only going to accelerate further and further.
Ame's just doing such a great job playing top, and now he's got heroes smoked behind him. This is perfect.
Yeah, so they're maybe going to get baited into the idea. Oh, it's just Ame. He's just farming. They're going to go for the ensnare. Snowball. Oh, bailing him out there. Managed to get him away from that arrow. The Winter's Curse is going to allow Ame to be able to reset off of this one. Let's see if the toss actually dies through this. The magic damage is going to be enough. With the help of the Naga Siren Illusions, they get the kill.
That was really well played. The arrow got hit by a creep. It was blocked.
Okay.
Otherwise, that might land. And yeah, you said it. Kind of baiting this idea that maybe I'm just illusions, but net into arrow is actually a pretty nice setup. Even only 1 point in it, it's a 2.75 second disable, and there's no force staff on the side of EG, so it's just the snowball if they want to disjoint it or dodge.
What do you think about this this Lion pickup against all of these Illusion heroes? We keep on seeing this because Lion's a very valued support, and it seems like Illusion heroes are really becoming the meta. Hold up, Ame. Fly, stunning some illusions here and some neutral creeps. Does manage to get the Hex on the real Naga Siren. They're trying to put in the damage with the Cold Embrace, allowing them to be able to save a bit. Ice gets off the beautiful.
Oh my god, the side blade!
The side blade lining up for Abed.
That's huge.
Crushes the Wise Winter. Oh, nice use of smoke there from Fly. Otherwise, he might have just died to an illusion. Evil Geniuses off a win like that will go for Roche.
I gotta see how that went down again. They tried to just save their Naga Siren, but that Melt Strike just decimated 2 heroes at one time. It felt like it did 40% of the Naga's HP, which is kind of wild when you consider how much plus armor he has, but
yeah.
End of the day, huge fight for EG. PSG.LGD, an uncharacteristic mistake, but more importantly, they actually had vision in that fight. EG with that defensive ward on the outpost, Sentry as well, was a significantly better spot. They actually had pretty much pure vision within the engagement.
Yeah.
And now Abed takes a big lead plus an Aegis.
Here's that side blade. Abed.
There's one. Yeah, okay, so it was just 2 hits. It was just 2 hits, but that you saw, I don't know if it was, let's call it intentional. It is the finals. Abed timed that attack to hit like 0.03 seconds after
the Cold Embrace.
Yes, because that gives him 2. The Song animation is a little bit, but the 2 attacks land the kill. If Song goes off, I just TP's out to safety.
Yeah, no, for certain. He needed to be able to get in those 2 hits, and honestly, his timing there was, I think it could have been potentially literally perfect. Ame does manage to get the mid tower while Evil Geniuses are barreling down the top lane, trying to make use of this Aegis they've picked up. PSG.LGD, not ones to let this lie. I have respected the hell out of LGD and their willingness to fight into Aegises all the time.
Oh yeah, they just don't care. TA, very susceptible. Yeah, you might respawn, but if you aren't in a position to immediately start a fight, like you just die again. You get netted so much. He's TPing out. They back off.
All right, so smoke, not finding anything. I think they're hoping that Evil Geniuses would like push into the triangle, meta would start expiring, and they would be able to find an advantageous fight, but not the case. EG very quick to back off and play their side of the map, as they have been a little bit over-eager, a little bit too greedy at times at taking map control away from LGD, and had their hand caught in the cookie jar.
Oh, they saw that invis on the Death Prophet, top with the ward sentry. They should know something's coming, but Arteezy.
Call first, follow-up arrow, the neutral creeps the Centaur! Is that going to be able to help Arteezy get out of this one? He's at half health, looking for the Sunder. Moonlight Shadow, he turns around, just managed to get off on Ame. Now the turn, Reflection goes out. Ice throws all the magic damage he has. They're going to leave behind Faith Beyond. He's going to be casualty of this failed gank on our tour. Looks like why? Sideblade again from Abed. Lines up to kill the captain of PSG.LGD.
Well, I'm using as much mystic power as I can to make this a competitive series. Arteezy calling on the assistance of the very creeps in the forest to save his own life there. No
Centaur
business.
Conqueror, I summon thee.
There is no hope for him. What is he doing there? But it works out because he gets a friendly Centaur. What was that? Yeah, you can see he's completely alone. No one's there. They knew that this invis was happening. And yeah, it also blocked the arrow. The arrow can't come out.
He couldn't get an angle on it. It was hilarious.
And they get the outpost for that, and 2 kills.
Cockroaches, curses, and centaurs is apparently the theme of the Kyiv Major Finals.
Well, I don't know about that. CCNCs have not fared super well. But perhaps EG will have a better time of it. They're not in the best, but still have the Aegis, closing in on the BKBs. Ame now has Diffusal up. He's actually going for an Aghanims. That's cool. It functions as a counter in a way to the Venomancer ultimate. Just kidding, they've changed that since I last looked at this. You can ensnare Spell Immune or sleeping units. Plus, wow, cast range. God damn, what?
Yeah.
6 second CD?
Yes.
So you can pre-ensnare to prevent blinks.
Yeah, exactly.
It also works on BKB heroes. That's actually a hard counter to Terrorblade TA.
Yeah, I could tell you all about this, Kyle. I was doing my Naga Siren support spam. Snowball stalling Ame, but they are very grouped out. The arrow's gonna come out. Call, not quite thrown now. Tier is he gonna wait for the arrow to be able to fade away and then go for a call, but they've already taken him down. Life number 1, gone for the Templar Assassin. Cold Blade, they look to be able to take out the tusk. They do. Arteezy tried to go for the Sunder, but was unable to pull it off. The Winter's Curse. Now, Ice is gonna be left behind as Abed. That's a terrible, terrible fight for Evil Geniuses. PSG.LGD get a big win and move straight to farming around the map as efficiently as possible.
They can't ask for a better setup in a way. E.g., you've got Aegis, you have the outpost, you have a ward to the left and below you, and yet somehow you get just wiped.
Yeah.
We'll take a look at the clip, but every single game, they're just getting out team fought, and it's not even close. Like, there were no creeps in range, unfortunately. Perhaps one of them could have saved Arteezy, but he's like just dueling off camera below the fight. The song setup just kind of catches him off guard. There's a BKB on the Death Prophet. Arteezy, like, he's just coming in from below, and then he's like, wait, do I want to be here? And nothing to say, just runs at him, and he dies.
Yeah.
Like, illusions and a Death Prophet killed him before he could even respond. And he's also rushing Aghanims.
Nice play by Abed there. I believe that was a Winter's Curse refraction up, and then he blinked away afterwards.
Bottom tower has fallen.
It's quite nice, but that fight, that was EG's edge. It's now gone.
Yeah.
Even game, and based on how absolutely ridiculous this Aghanims on Naga is going to be against these heroes, like, it's an incredibly long. It's going to be a 5-second net on a Terrorblade, and you already saw that they can really care about BKB. Those aren't a win condition for EG. All 3 of their cores have physical or pure damage. Like, they're just going to get up in the face of the TA. Illusions are going to beat through refractions almost. So there's job. Beyond can be there with a call. The Cold Embrace, hard counters EG's 2 cores. You saw them. It just, okay, Song, do a little damage. The Illusions still, and Ame just getting healed to full.
Okay, I can definitely see, because my question was, I feel like Terrible and Assassin are heroes that kind of like just stand and deliver. So I was going to ask you why this Ensnare was going to be so potent, but I guess if they try and stand and deliver, the only hero can be Cold Embrace for them.
And it makes the sports life on the side of PSG so much easier, and that setup, that Song into arrow, that's going to land every time. The support duo, and also in a way Ice, who's just all inning on the anti-re. And I kind of dig it. He had Spirit Vessel straight up Shivas, because reducing this healing from the Wyvern is going to be so key. Death Prophet as well. Like, these heroes will not die, even the Essence Ring to boot.
Maybe he goes Scotty third item. PSG.LGD though. 4-man smoking, do manage to follow the initiation onto the Venomancer with the arrow follow-up. He's dead, and no chance of getting off an ultimate. They're going to use the extra movement speed to see if they can catch someone behind the tier 2, and they do. Missed Earth Spike, flaw. Tries to deal with the illusions with the multi-spirit, but so momentum going now in this game.
They use nothing. They're just going to walk up high ground, it appears. And yeah, I actually like that from Fly. No blink. He's just going for the mana drain so he can kill the illusions.
Okay, this is really cool, right? So Aghanim Scepter, we're seeing this whole combo. You're talking about that. Now the Aghanim Scepter build for Arteezy early onto this game rather than the BKB. So he's basically saying, like, yeah, you're going to go for this sleep arrow combo, but I'm going to Terror Wave as soon as you come out of that. And that'll allow us in some ways to be able to reset the fight ourselves.
Yeah. No, it's a really good point, because it also fear the illusions.
Yeah, that, like, Naga Siren just won't be able to play normal Dota in that regard. Like, you can't build a BKB on that hero.
It also, in a way, like, because the thing, because EG have picked Naga and Terrorblade as well. The song is a really good reset for meta. So if you actually find yourself in a poor fight, okay, well, just sing the song, everybody gets out, and then you re-engage with meta down. So this is a better way to perhaps take a fight, because Arteezy has to deal damage to kill things.
Right. Okay, so it deals both ways. The offensive sleep, you know, you're able to get a reset yourself, but also the fact that you can get an initiation, and more disables are going to be so important in being able to chain and kill this Naga Siren before the sleep goes off. Yeah, I can definitely see how this is effective on both sides of the table.
But soon they're going to have BKBs. Faith Beyond is closing in on his. We already saw the one on Nothing to Say.
Yeah.
The Aghanims is up on the Naga Siren.
Yeah. Faith Beyond, BKB soon.
Yeah. And Ice 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 on the Veno, you know, if you control map and sort of take farm for most of this game from the enemy cores, I'm a big fan of the hero, but right now it just feels like he's ward spam against, you can even witness now, Naga Siren does not care about wards.
Yeah.
The damage is a tickle. And there's so much sustain on the side of PSG.LGD that I don't think this overtime from the ultimate is really going to be effective. Like, they have to actually kill heroes before they have a chance to sustain and regen. Well, we'll see.
Are you still favoring Evil Geniuses? I mean, because at the very start of the game, we were talking about the double greed of both Templar Assassin and Terrorblade. Then they took early game, and I was like, okay, they're also going to scale pretty well.
I don't know, man. PSG.LGD, their supports just offer so much in the late game. I mean, really, just the Wyvern. I would rather have a Wyvern in this game than a Tuscana Lion.
Sure.
And they also have free smokes from Jin Q, who's popped it pretty much off cooldown.
So if anything, the late game advantage for PSG.LGD comes more the fact that they just have superior team fight.
Yeah,
right?
and also the Naga is just... You don't want to play TA into Naga once she gets that 4th, 5th item up. Like, she'll have a butterfly soon on Ame.
Yeah.
And yeah, you've got a MKB queued up on Abed, but he's 300 gold. It's nowhere close, and it still doesn't help you clear illusions. That's the trouble.
Yeah, the Lion's doing what he can with that shard pickup as a counter, but those illusions are pretty well spread around the map. A 3-man smoke right now, an Arcane Rune. Jin Q, he's going to be able to grab it first and doesn't lose his life.
Yeah, but who can punish that? He just walked up as a Mirana and grabbed an Arcane Rune, and nobody could do anything about it.
Yeah.
It's Fly with a stun, but again, the shard, not the blink, so there's no real initiation.
He's trying to work on that Blink Dagger next, but yeah, there's so many times where they needed that Lion to be in a position to be able to follow up the damage that they had on the Naga Siren. And they just couldn't get that positioning right. Felt like Evil Geniuses had that. Oh, the call in. Blade Mail, BKB, Arteezy. He's not going to get an easy Sunder off here either. The Ensnare's going to be thrown around. The Terror Wave goes out, but the BKBs are still going. He needs a Sunder, but the sounds last too long. Nothing to say. Timed it perfectly. Now the song to be able to catch whoever they can. But it's not quite close enough. Evil Geniuses, the rest of them will be able to survive, but the damage has been done. Evil Geniuses, are they thinking about doing this? I don't think so.
I think so.
Not without Arteezy.
And he has the Talisman of Evasion, but that's completely ineffective against all the damage he just took. Blade Mail, Axe, Ghosts do not miss. So...
Crit rolling in. They're going to try and get a fast pick off while the rest of the team is inside the Roshan pit. Roche is not being taken that quickly by PSG.LGD. Evil Geniuses can hold this, it looks like, as they wait for Arteezy up in 5 seconds.
That's what their draft was built for. Just spam wards, shards. If they try to walk up high ground with illusions, easy clear with the mana drain. Long fights suit EG. They don't want battle into BKBs. There's one up on both Nothing to Say and Faith Beyond. We saw that. They just initiate on Arteezy. He Terror Waves. It's useless, immune to it, and he can't Sunder them either, so he will die 100%.
Song down, Exorcism down, Faith Beyond though. Oh, Crit's looking for anybody. Shivas, that's going to go out, give him a little bit of vision. They do manage to get the call on the Crit. At the same time, Ice 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 has the problem with the illusions. The Winter's Curse goes out. All of Terrorblade is going after him right now. The Calling Blade will put Ice 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 in his place. Faith Beyond still managed to get the call. Do they have a Silence follow-up after that? No, Arteezy does manage to get off the Sunder just before the Silence lands. He heals off of Fly. Meanwhile, Abed, he's struggling to be able to catch more heroes after he managed to bring down the Naga Siren. Refraction getting burnt out. Fly and Arteezy on their way to be able to help him out, but a call going out. Tearaway pushing him away. Manage to maybe the damage over time. It's burning, burning, burning. Abed dodging the arrow. Another round. Blinks away. Refraction coming up. It's up now. Wand in 3. He's okay, but it's going to be Fly now in trouble. The sound's going out, trying to prevent anybody from Evil Geniuses from jumping in. The 2 cores do survive on EG, but without their supporting crew, they cannot take this Roshan. That's why they're going to buy back now. 20 seconds left on the Naga Siren. Add another 5 for TP time and a little bit of movement. They're going to try and do this real quickly. But Exorcism, Faith Beyond, waiting, biding his time, looking for the opportunity to jump on RTZ. Looking for the opportunity to steal away this Roshan, or maybe steal away the team fight. A snowball, counter to the call. That's going to be able to save the Templar Assassin. Popping the BKB, turn around the damage. They're going for it. Oh, but the Cold Brace, it saves him from the melted. Evil Genius is backing away. Nothing to say is low. Oh, he's stuck in the shards. He's stuck inside the pit. He can't move. Finally, he's freed up. The song is allowing them to be able to reset. Ice, ice, ice on the front lines. Arteezy playing the back. The Illusions ripping through the Venomancer as quick as possible. One last Crypt Storm does manage to finish him off. Evil Geniuses left with 4 against the 5 of PSG.LGD. And a battle for the Roshan pit in a contest to be able to control this game and this mid-game.
Oh my god, but they're 10k ahead all of a sudden. This fight going totally in their favor. I love the decisiveness. That's the difference maker in this series. PSG.LGD, they see meta, immediately they pop the Exorcism. They will combo their cooldowns to counter yours. And EG, Abed had like, what, 200 mana and was half health. He was funneling himself health pots and mana pots to try and stay in fighting shape, but he doesn't have any sustain. No one on EG can help him. A great snowball save from Crit, but they can't actually get their heroes up. And you saw Ice, he just got netted, drained, and Illusions killed him. So,
Every time, he's just kind of stuck there.
Now they're smoking.
5-man smooth, they're going to find Arteezy. They do manage to get him with the call. Immediately the snowball save once again. The arrow's going to slide on by, actually hitting flying the back lines. Crit, creating a little space for Arteezy to be able to back away. But once again, the Terror Wave, that's going to be able to save Ice a little bit of punishment, but another call, this time on 2. Faith Beyond, turning the damage back around while Abed goes for the execution onto the Naga, starting to put the pop the Illusions. Again, a snowball save onto Arteezy. Crit, running away. Arteezy looking for a Sunder, managed to get it. Abed backing out, but the ensnare chases him down. He turns around, looks for an opening, but doesn't have it. PSG.LGD feeling like they can chase down more. The Spirit Siphon slowing down Arteezy alongside the Battle Hunger, but they should be content here. They certainly have good control over the Roshan pit. They don't need to go chasing for more kills.
No, they don't, but man, Fly catching that arrow means he can't mana drain. The Illusions kill off Ice once again with a little bit of assistance in the finishing wave from Nothing to Say. TA taking damage, runs out of mana, has nothing left. You can see the net worth on the side of EG. Abed, he's keeping up, but everybody else is falling off. Ice hasn't been able to hit creeps for 10 minutes now. He's just constantly fleeing for his life, and incredibly slowly at that.
Feels like he's becoming more and more of a liability in these team fights. As now Aegis Shard is going to be picked up from the Naga Siren, so now he's got that extra minus armor coming out from the passive, the Riptide, plus an additional slow, which you could see Arteezy's already having troubles with.
And the combo break from Tusk is great. We're going to watch this fight one more time. Watch how this plays out. The shards were perfect, but Nothing to Say. He's just BKB'd. The song's going to engage. Ice 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 is going to take a nap. And unfortunately for him, that's pretty much the best way he can play team fights, because ultimately it's better asleep than netted and targeted down by Mass Illusions. Crit with the snowball saves. Yes, it's a great move, but the Cold Embrace does that but better, because it also heals the ally to near full health. You don't have that sustain on EG.
No wonder Ice 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 isn't having the impact that Evil Geniuses need him to have in this game. He's being songed in real life. As it's a 19-11, 15,000 net worth lead for PSG.LGD.
What happened?
Who? What?
The gold lead just keeps growing. I'm not even sure how. It's just Ame, I suppose. Farming far more of the map. Nothing to say with the bots as well. He picked those up a little while ago.
I mean, you want to talk about the spread of creep that a Venomancer does. This Naga Siren's doing it better with the Illusions.
Poor Arteezy, I just don't know how he gets into this game. There's a butterfly now on the Naga, so the Illusions will hit even harder. And yeah, Arteezy grabs his own, but okay, effective against the Illusions, I'll give him that, but I feel like it's the Axe and the DP that have been gunning for him. Ame's ignored him. He's got better targets. Heart next, like Naga just getting to a point where I don't know how you kill him. You got Aegis.
The extra illusion, now Nothing to Say. He's pumping out some good damage. We got an Aghanim Scepter on the Axe even. And PSG.LGD aware of just how far ahead they are right now. Begin a high ground push.
It's actually such a sick Axe. Lowers the taunt cooldown by 3 seconds. Anybody who gets called reduces armor by 7 and gives it to the Axe.
Ensnare into Arrow, a free initiation onto Fly. Call, follow up, Faith Beyond, an easy kill. Nothing that Evil Geniuses could really do about that. Now we're going to see that once again, this time on the Venomancer as the snowball save looks to be able to get up in the Crypt Swarm. Barely clips him, claims a second life as PSG.LGD are just casually taking down Evil Geniuses right now. Ensnare after ensnare, arrow after arrow, call after call. Arteezy being pulled in. He goes for the Terror Wave. They see the opportunity to be able to catch, nothing to say. He needs a cold embrace. He's got the cheese though. He resets off the Yule's BKB. And that Terror Wave, that's now gone as an option for EG in the next team fight.
Rinse and repeat, in and out. Everybody's still full health.
Another call, this time on Abed. Shivas are trying to slow it down. Abed's taking too much damage though. Ensnare up, ice, ice, ice. He's dead too. Oh no, the Sunder going out from Arteezy, but ice. He'll die just as fast as the first time around. Is now Crit actually trying to go for the Winter Wyvern to slow down these cold embraces, but they're not putting damage into nothing to say. He was trying to solve this puzzle that is put in front of him, but now they can't even put out the damage to kill any of these cores, let alone the main man Ame with his Aegis. 2 lanes of barracks down. PSG.LGD just 1 away from being able to claim the Kyiv Major trophy and champions. Right here, right now, with a 3-0 sweep of Evil Geniuses.
EG posturing, but I just don't know how the hell they're going to get anything done. That was the first time anybody touched Innocence for
One
the
last
last 15
ride.
minutes.
4-man smoke up. Trying to find that initiation. The tier 4s. Evil Geniuses, you're gonna have to find a way into this one. They immediately jump. But the call in response. Faith Beyond with the 2-man. Looks to be able to get the calling blade that dies. Abed's dead. Arteezy coming up next, and they've called it Evil Geniuses. They tap out. PSG.LGD. A clean ass 3-0 sweep against Evil Geniuses. Without a doubt, the best team in the world right now.
There are no doubts. In this critical tournament,